The views and opinions on this show are for entertainment purposes only. The only factual information is any story that has happened to AT2 or the parties involved. Other than that, go ahead and get you a drink, get you something to eat, just relax and enjoy the show. Let's have fun. All right, y'all, let's get juicy, 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 juicy. Yes, we are going to talk about Jussie Smollett, but we are going to wait for that. Right now, CBS is live streaming it. They already said that Jussie Smollett, the sentencing today, he's probably going to be late. And one of the reasons why he's going to be late is that his 92-year-old grandma is coming. Now, you know, I wish I still had my grandparents, so I ain't going to make a joke about that. Definitely in this time of need, you gonna want your grandparents. What's up, everybody? Yes, I am in my pajamas still, but I took a shower and everything like that. Don't worry, I don't stink like most YouTubers. Did I say something? But we are going to watch a live stream. I just kind of wanted, because basically they're just repeating the sentencing and stuff like that. You know, he's facing up to 3 years, possibly community service, probation. You know, they're just kind of going over that stuff. We all know this man lied about the hoax. We all know about that. More than likely, his little appeal that he's trying to do, that probably won't get approved either. So, yeah, at this point, he need to show some humility. They already said that he's not planning on making a statement yet. Well, he's not making a statement, but talking during the sentencing and stuff like that. He's just going to be quiet. Al Sharpton, Samuel Jackson and his wife, and a few other people already written letters and stuff like that. Basically, you know, trying to lighten the sentencing for him and stuff. Oh, you and your PJs too? What's up, Why You Bother? What's up, Vegas girl? Shout out to my moderator and member as well too. Shout out to all my members. Like I said, y'all keep the bills paid. What's up, Saucy? Saucy up in the building. Thank you for coming. We're gonna watch it together. Like I said, they just doing all the talking. So give it about 30 minutes and then I'll shut up. I know some of y'all like, we just want to talk about Jussie. We don't care about the other stuff. Shut up. Y'all watching my show right now, so y'all be entertained. What's up, Beauty? Thank you for coming. Okay, Alicia, thank you. I can't believe that the reel has been canceled. Oh, we're going to talk about that. We're going to get into that. Ann is here. I know Anna is here. There's Anna. Feel the love. All right, all right, all right. Cindy White. All right, we got some heavy hitters. What's up, Sherry? Sherry, I hope you're doing good. All right, let me shut up and go ahead and get into the topics. But make sure y'all hit that like button right now. Make sure you subscribe if you already haven't. Also, I want to let you guys know, I use one of my favorite new YouTubers now, Yolanda Aquarius, shout out to her. Remember, when you hit the subscribe button, also hit that bell. And when you hit that bell, you want to press all. This is how you get all the notifications for AT2. So I just want to remind you guys of that, okay? Okay? All right, we got it. All right, so let's go ahead and get into it. So I posed the question, you know, is there a need for daytime TV anymore? What's up, Patricia? Thank you. Thank you for coming. Is there any need for daytime TV anymore? Like, what's the point of having daytime TV when you have YouTubers? Because we can get the information faster. We can get it all out there. There's no real point, you know? What's up, Cricket? What's up, Debbie? What's up, Braden's? There's really no point anymore because we can get the information out. We don't necessarily have to worry about TV um all the politics of TV, like, not being able to say something, not wanting to piss people off. We do have sponsors as far as the YouTube ads, but we don't really have to take into it's basically a free for all. You know what I mean? What's up, Miss Amanda? It's a free for all. So is there really a need for daytime TV? And especially, and I say this even with YouTube, we all do the same shit. It depends on the style of what you like, but technically we all do the same shit. So do you need 30 billion daytime TV shows? Do you really need all those? No, you don't need all of them. You know what I mean? You really don't. You really don't need 20 billion different shows. Like, you just really need one, and then you can move on from the next. What's up, Kennedy? What's up, Melinda? What's up, Debbie? What's up, Hector? Thank you for coming. Yeah, but you really don't need the 30 billion shows. So the Jasmine Brand has reported that The Real is being canceled after 8 seasons. This is the show with Adrian Bailon, Lonnie Love, who's probably auditioning for her own show, Lonnie Love, Garcelle, of course, from The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and then Jenny Mai. Now, I know there was a rumor that Jenny Mai was going to replace Candy on The Real Housewives of not Salt Lake City, of Atlanta. I don't think that's true. That's why I didn't report that personally. I just felt like that was stupid. But that was a dumb rumor. She's not going to be on that show. She wouldn't fit in anyway. You know what, Ron? I'm glad you brought that up. So a lot of people said they stopped watching The Real after Tamar was fired. They said it wasn't the same. They tried to plug in. Tamara left the show. She felt like she couldn't be herself. What was why can't I think of the other girl name? What's the girl that is? Why do I want to call her Angela? It's not Angela. Who was the other girl that was a host and she didn't really fit into the show? And she used to make like little side comments and like be having like attitude and stuff like that with the other host. What was her damn name? I forgot her name. No, not Garcelle, not host of The Real. Why can't I think I feel bad for forgetting her name. Y'all, I'm gonna find this out because this is going. What's her name? Amber? Amanda Seals. Boom. Amanda Seals was one of the hosts as well. But then, she said her contract. Thank you, you guys. You guys got, okay. I forgot there's a little delay. So y'all was probably able to find it before me. But yeah, Amanda Seals, she didn't really fit out too well on the show. I think I know the reasons why they put Amanda Seals on there, because I think at the time, what everything was going on in the world, especially with Black Lives Matter, police reform, and stuff like that. They needed Amanda on the show to give that perspective, as she does have a education in African American studies and stuff like that. What did Mim say? I never liked Adrian Bailon after she threw the chicken wing at Yo, but she apologized for throwing the KFC. She apologized for that. I think she did, at least. But yeah, no. She did apologize for throwing the bucket of chicken and the macaroni at her. But that Keely Williams, that's another time for another show. But that Keely Williams, she didn't give a damn. I think it was actually her who threw it and not Adrian. Adrian just took a part of trying to destroy Notori's career. But look at Notori now. She's on TV. She was on Power. Now she's on the show Queens, which I haven't watched that show, but I heard is really good. So, hey, she's shitting on them. Adrian about to lose her job. You didn't hear it from me. But the Jasmine Brand reported allegedly she's losing her job. Wait, what did Ross say? I'm getting a little tired of your broken promises or something. You're a fool. Adrian, what's up, Laugh Gas and Gossip? Make sure you guys follow my friend. Wash her hands after she uses the bath. Oh yeah, she doesn't wash her hands after she uses the bathroom. What's up, Marine? Thank you for coming. Side note, I was just thinking, like, Lonnie Love, I don't think she ever missed it. Now, I admit, I don't watch it daily or anything like that. But Lonnie Love, I don't think she has missed an episode at all. She's been there all the time. And the way that the show is positioned, she's kind of like, even though they're all, it's supposed to be equal. She's like the lead host. I also watched the interview where basically they already had Lonnie Love in mind, and so what they did was kind of base the show around her. So I think Lonnie Love is probably going to try to go for that Ellen seat. Because Ellen is that's another show getting canceled besides Nick Cannon. Last night I reported that Nick Cannon is getting canceled after 6 months, but Ellen, her show is getting canceled too as well. So it's like a lot of these shows are getting canceled. So you really don't need daytime TV. But going back to what I was saying, I think that she's going to be poised to have her own show. Adrienne, I don't know what her outside ventures are. I don't think she wants to do music or anything like that. Jenny Mai, she just had a baby. So more than likely, she probably going to get some brand endorsements for baby stuff. And no, I do not think that rumor is true that she's going to the Real Housewives of Atlanta. Stop that. Make sure y'all hit the like button, but stop saying that. Stop. Bloggers out there, stop reporting on that shit. That shit don't even make any sense. Moving on. Garcelle, she's on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. She also has a deal with, I believe it's NBC, right? Let me know if I'm wrong, but NBC for their first look and stuff like that. So she will be basically bringing NBC Universal, yeah, because they own Bravo too. So she'll be bringing up projects and stuff like that with them. So a lot of the stuff will be working in Garcelle's favor. She's going to be good. So technically all the girls are going to be good. Now, anybody that they were thinking about bringing on as another host, ass out, but they'll be fine either way. I was really thinking about this whole daytime host, like Jennifer Hudson, as you guys know, is going to have her own show. I heard the Kelly Clarkson show is doing pretty good and stuff like that, but I still pose the question: do we really need a whole bunch of daytime hosts? I think like there's the ones that are going to be here for a while, like The View and The View. Is The View the only other talk show? Does The Doctor still come on? I'm unemployed, so I should know all the doctors, the daytime TV, the soap operas, the judge show. I'm just not interested in that. I'm not that old, y'all. I'm 33. I'm not that old. No offense to any older people out there, but y'all know what kind of shows y'all be watching during the day. Oh, that brings me to my next point. AT2 should have his own. We would turn that thing out. Right. And AT2 needs to have his own daytime talk show. He needs to. Talking about myself in the third person. Yes. Oh, Kelly and Ryan. Yeah. You know what? Honestly, I forgot about Kelly and Ryan. Like, that's been on for a minute. Well, it was Regis and Kelly before then it was Regis and Kathy, and then it went to Kelly, and then all this. Yeah, so but I feel like that show gonna die out soon. Like, do y'all watch that? I should ask y'all, huh? I think daytime talk shows are over. Yeah, sooner or later, nighttime. Well, no, I don't think nighttime necessarily. The Drew Barrymore. Oh, she does have a show. Does Rachel Ray still have a show? Where's Rachel at? And Laugh, Gas, and Gossip, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. We like the kind of money that jingles, and we like the kind that fold. My cell phone's still off, so any money y'all donate, we appreciate. Thank you, Candace. Thank you for the $1.99. I'm telling y'all, thank y'all. I appreciate all of y'all. Yeah, a lot of people watch YouTube now. There's no point. Yes, on ABC. Okay, it still does come on. Okay. The Rachel Ray show. There's just so many, and you gotta be authentic. Like, I believe that the Nick Cannon show, like I said, with the Nick Cannon show, they were hoping that Wendy Williams was going to come back, and she was going to be the lead into his show, and she would get that audience. Unfortunately, the reruns were playing, and then they got the guest hosts and stuff like that. So he didn't really. Thank you again, Candace. I appreciate that. She really didn't get that. Nick Cannon didn't really get that boost because he didn't have that lead in with Wendy Williams, and now we have all them guests. Ooh, Angie, make it rain. Thank you for the $20. We love all the money over here. Thank you. Judge Jerry is canceled. Oh, Judge Jerry is canceled. Damn, come on. Damn, all the shows getting canceled. So I guess it's a thing. I mean, let's be honest. We know that TV gets canceled a lot all the time. You know, TV shows like it can be ratings or personal issues behind the scenes. But damn, everything's getting canceled. So I mean, so are y'all gonna watch the Jennifer Hudson show and the Sherry show now? Like, I'll be petty. Let me know which show y'all would watch. Are you gonna watch the Jennifer Hudson show, or you gonna watch the Sherry Shepherd show? Let me know in the comments. Neither, to be honest. And then Marine said 3 YouTube. See, YouTube wins again. YouTube really had, now YouTube need to start paying us better, but YouTube really replaced daytime talk shows. The soap operas, yeah, definitely those. Hasn't been interesting since Dream Girl. Damn. Come on, make it make sense. You know, Jennifer Hudson got that one song I like. Just that one song. I'm not trying to be shady, but let's be honest. She got that one song. The one that goes, I don't like living under your spotlight. Just because you think I might. Jennifer Hudson got that one song, that one hit right there. Other than that, I don't know any other Jennifer Hudson song except the songs that she's singing other people. That's the only song I know. Put a Jennifer Hudson song in the chat if you know another Jennifer Hudson song besides Spotlight. Spotlight is all, and don't put I'm telling you, because I'm telling you is from the original Dreamgirls, and Jennifer Holliday is the one that sung that damn song. So come on now. 82, come on. No, I'm gonna watch her show. I'm gonna watch her show. I just don't know another J Hood song. That's all I'm saying, y'all. That's all I'm saying. You know, I don't like. Don't worry, you guys. We gonna get to Jussie. I'm gonna play it in like 10 minutes. Let me see where they're at. Oh no. Did I? Damn it! I done lost the live stream, y'all. I don't know. You guys. See, hey, y'all saying don't be talking about J Hud, but then y'all ain't got nothing to say. Oh, unpopular, you know you gotta go. Blocked. And don't bring your trash ass over here, unpopular, ever again. But you're blocked. Anyway, but thank you for subscribing though. I appreciate that. We love all the haters. Let me see, y'all. Let me see. Oh, but that ain't even her song though, Shannon. That's not her song. I don't know who sings the original song, but that ain't her song though, you know? Right, Spotlight. You got Alexa, play Spotlight. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure it really don't come on. Hold on, y'all. Alexa, turn off music. Oh, y'all, Alexa heard me all the way in the other room. YouTube. Y'all, we about to sing some Spotlight. Can I sing for y'all before we watch the Jussie Smollett case? Can I sing for y'all? We gonna do a little bit of Spotlight by Jennifer Hudson. All right, I'm back, y'all. Let me take a swig of water. Let me do my vocal warm-ups. Me, 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 me. Woo. Do, re, mi, fa, so. Oh, shit. They got the song, y'all. They got it. They got it. We're gonna do a little karaoke. This one is Jussie late for court. What else is it? Yeah, he late for court. That's why I'm trying to kill time right now. He messing it all up. Who that in the y'all, he still ain't showed up for court. This is gonna be a long ass live stream, y'all. Hello, 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 hello. Oh, let me take off the echo on here. Ooh. No commercials. All right, this is the one Jennifer Hudson song we know, y'all. Oh, where's the volume at? Oh, y'all, the volume ain't working. I don't want to turn it up too loud because they're gonna demonetize my video. I'm just gonna turn it up a little bit. Just a little bit for y'all. 15, 14. Oh no, start the song over, damn it. And make sure y'all hit that like button too. Thank y'all for coming. We're gonna do a little karaoke. This is in honor of Jussie because he wanted the spotlight, but unfortunately he messed it up. Oh, I'm hella late. Who loves and cherishes and cares for me? Are you a guard in a maximum security? Do we stay home all the time 'cause you want me to yourself? Or am I locked away out of fear that I found someone else? Woo! Well, I don't like living under your spotlight just because you think I might find somebody worthy. Now, y'all supposed to be doing the hee-hees with me. Living under your spotlight. Maybe if you treat me right, you won't have to worry. All right, that's enough, y'all. Y'all know I ain't got no damn sense at all. Is that you? Is that you? Y'all, thank you guys for coming. Of course, thank you everybody coming in. Yeah, that's for the welcoming committee. What's up, Nikki? Thank you for coming as well. Let me just see, catch up. Sexual child. Let me catch up to some of y'all. But she has vocal talent though, J Hud. She does. You know, she does a lot of screaming, but you know, I like J Hud. She's a good singer, you know. J Hud, we need to get you, J Hud, you know I write music. Let's get you a damn hit song. That's what we're gonna do. Hopefully with this TV show, we can get you a hit song because you have a voice and we need to get you a hit song, damn it, Jennifer. But yeah, but what y'all think about what I said about, you know, basically the YouTubers that replace daytime? Perfect example. So y'all know Fox Soul, right? All they do is they talk shows on Zoom calls. That Claudia Jordan, all they do they shows is on Zoom calls. They might as well just get them a StreamYard too, like us, and just do the show from StreamYard. They don't have a studio, nothing. They just got a background. Hell, I think my background looked better than them, but you know, they just they just got a little Zoom call thing, and then that's how they stream their show. So, I mean, is it? Damn. Knowing that, anybody can have a show now. Literally anybody can have a show. That's the thing. Thank you, Dana. Jesse act like he about to walk the red carpet. Right. It's like, come on, Jesse, you gotta be smarter than that. You are better than Michael Jackson. Kimberly sends her regard. Oh, thank you. All right. Right. Network save money. Yeah. You know, Fox Soul is saving a lot of money. They just all like, yo, we gonna download this Zoom. We going to download Zoom and have y'all stream from Zoom, but we ain't gonna put y'all in the studio or nothing like that. We just gonna stream that shit from Zoom and hope it work. Literally, they probably make $1,000 a month from doing them Zoom calls. I know Fox Soul ain't paying their people. Allegedly. I know they ain't paying their people. The nurses at the hospital, are laughing with you. My hubby is in. Oh man, hopefully everything is okay. But I'm glad I'm keeping everybody entertained though. Definitely laughter is the best medicine, y'all. Yeah, you know what? I want to say Fox Soul cares about people, but I feel like it's a little tacky. Fox is a big corporation. They should definitely have like some kind of they need to treat them better. Like at least get these mofos a green screen. Like, come on now. You can't supply Vivica, Selena, Lisa Ray, Claudia Jordan with a green screen. You just got them with a wall or like some decoration in the background. You can't afford to get them a green screen to make it look like they in the studio. Remember The View? They were at home. The View, they were at home, right? But you were able to whatchamacallit, but they made it look like they were inside the studio even though they were shooting from home. Now Fox Soul could have put a little bit more money, got them a green screen and made it look like they were streaming from like a studio instead of being on Zoom at home. You know, did they even wear pants? Because you really don't have to wear pants. I'm wearing pants, don't worry, but you really gotta wear pants. Oh man, you right, they have a figure out the formula, right? They really have. I want to, and thank you. Make sure you guys put some hearts in the chat for Toria, please. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Also, I wanted to say one more thing before I go ahead and get into the live stream. I want to talk about Jussie because, yeah, that's what we're really here for. So with Jussie, you know, he's facing up to 3 years. What do y'all think that he's going to be sentenced to? Let me know. I'm gonna go ahead and give y'all 30 seconds. Let me know what you think he's gonna be sentenced to. Okay. Okay. So some of y'all actually think he's gonna be sentenced to jail time. Now, if he is sentenced to jail, he'll only serve like 1 year because of the whole probation thing. I mean, because of the whole probation and all that stuff. So, you know, he'll probably get like 1 year. If he gets the 3 years, he'll probably get like 1 year. Or if he get 1 year, he'll just get a couple of months. 6 months or community service. Yeah. Now the city of Chicago is suing for 130,000 as well too. They want their money back that they spent. They feel like they wasted, which they did. They had to, you know, pay out their employees for working on this case and stuff like that. They want all that money back, which I definitely think they should get that money back. But for me personally, looking on the larger scale of things, I feel like Jussie is not the reason why the system is all corrupt in Chicago. I feel like this is kind of like a not excuse, but something like a distraction. I can't think of the right word, but something like a distraction to stray away from the real issues. Because remember, they had that one police chief, the black dude, he looked like Carl Winslow. I think he just arrived. Okay, shit. They had the black dude that looked like Carl Winslow. He had to retire early because he was with the fuck shit and he did something because he was corrupt. And now because remember, he was really going in on Jussie, but then all of a sudden he disappeared and stuff like that because he retired early because he got in trouble. Something about him drinking or something like that. But definitely, you know, there's a lot to look into. I feel bad for his family. Though Journey, she's a hella dope actress. Lovecraft Country. How the heck is she going to find a job with that resume? Oh, you think it's going to affect his family? People in lives and get off. So I don't think he should really do time. Right. For me personally, I do think he needs to pay back that money. Definitely community service. His career is over. He ain't doing no damn acting. He's just going to be. It is what it is at this point. Let me go ahead and pull up the. We'll share my screen. He's arriving now. Thank you, Vegas girl. Okay, we out, y'all. Well, no, we're not gone, but I'll be back. Hold on. I'll be back. Hold on. I'll be back.
Have anything to say?
All right, y'all.
Do you plan to apologize before the judge today, Justin? Have anything to say?
All right, y'all.
Do you plan? You're about to meet your fate. What do you have to say, Justin? Do you plan to apologize before the judge today, Justin? Have anything to say? You're about to meet your fate. What do you have to say? Do you plan to apologize before the judge today, Justin? Have anything to say? You just knocked the man over. Hey, go back. Back up. You're about to meet your fate. What do you have to say? Do you plan to apologize before the judge today? All right, as you see, his bodyguards are getting a little bit violent with the as he approaches the building late. He just tossed a photographer down. But Smollett is here. He's entering the courthouse, and he's now in the building. Kind of a violent entrance, shoving and throwing people around. One member of the press corps hit the dirt. Can you hear me back there, Brad, Erica?
Yes, we can, Dave. Thank you. Just got our microphones back here. Thank you for that, Dave. Now, if we could, is there any chance we can go to inside the view from the pit there? Yeah, that's where Dana Kozlov has spent the majority of the past couple hours as we wait for Smollett now to enter the circular door. Then he'll have to go through security. Then he'll have to walk by.
Oh man, did I miss when he pushed him down?
Is the pit and the small screen. That's where the media all hangs out. And then from there, he will have to make his way up to the courtroom, Erica.
That's right. And our Dana Kozlov is right there. She will be seeing a glimpse of him. This is a walk that Jussie Smollett has taken many a times when he's been here for
hopefully they replay that part, y'all.
His trial, even before that, a lot of the pre-trial activity. And Dana Kozlov, I know you're right there in that area. If you could not hear what was going on, it was quite, as Dave Savini would call it, a violent entrance. He was flocked by bodyguards who were shoving photographers.
If CBS is watching this, fair use, fair use.
And now, Dana, he is just a few feet away from entering where you are. We can see it, security.
Yeah, you know, there's a wall that blocks, you might be able to see it in our shot, a wall that from where we are in what's called the pen and where we need to stay, and it blocks some of the security, the initial security entranceways. I know that is where they are right now, but everything's calm over there as we wait for Jussie Smollett and the folks who are with him to come through security, which everybody has to do. And as you mentioned earlier, will take a few minutes at the very least to get everybody through. And considering he's already, let me look at my watch here, he's already 5 minutes late for the beginning of his hearing. He likely will not get up to the court room until at least 10 after the hour, which will be, I think, potentially significant in how he's received by the judge, but still our view of Smollett and his entourage still blocked. I did hear that it was a pretty turbulent entrance up the stairs. Dave mentioning that somebody was shoved to the ground. That'll all be discussed and worked out later and if anything will come of it. I mean, that'll be determined at a later date, but right now we're still looking. I can see a couple of people now starting to clear security that I am presuming are with the former Empire actor. I know that a sheriff's deputy employee just stood up here too to just sort of keep an eye on things in our area as everybody prepares for Jussie Smollett to make his way down the hall towards the elevator banks and up to the courtroom.
Again, this is fair use. Fair use.
Dana, well, we will keep you on, mic on.
Fair use, educational and commentary purposes.
Do we have
fair
Irv
use.
Miller standing by? Irv Miller, we know Judge James Lynn is a buttoned-up guy, ran a buttoned-up trial. We'll try to button this up today. We'll make sure it's unappealable to every one of his powers. Jussie Smollett showing up 10 minutes late for the most important day of his life, sentencing on 5 felonies, long adjudicated. How will the judge look at that?
We're assuming one thing. We're assuming the judge knows about this. He may be handling other matters in chambers right now. He may presume that there's a line down at security, which there typically is, and that typically delays things. I don't think you're going to hear one word about.
Make sure you guys hit that like
Smollett's,
button. Hit that like button.
By the judge, and I don't think he's going to hold it against him. There's other issues like perjury that I think the judge may concentrate on over and above his late arrival.
Yeah. So, Herb, as his team promised, he would be surrounded by some key members of his family, including his 92-year-old grandmother, Molly Smollett. His mother was expected to be there. Jussie's oldest brother, Joel Smollett Jr., was expected to be there. So as we inch closer to the beginning of this sentencing, talk to us about the role that they will play today in basically pleading, along with many members who submitted letters on his behalf, including others, actors and actresses. What role would they play in trying to sway the judge?
You know, it's a major role. There's one word to describe it. It's called mitigation, and that's to try to paint the defendant in a personal light. That a human being. He's done good things in his life. He's a family member.
Irv,
go ahead.
Important question by Erica, but this is the moment.
We're watching Jussie Smollett walk arm in arm with members of his family through the interior of the Layton Criminal Court building, Irv. That's what we're seeing right now, past throngs of media, and he's about to head up to the judge's courtroom.
Continue with your thought, Irv. Thank you.
The judge is going to, I believe, give him a fair sentencing hearing. He's going to look at the good and the bad and try to come up with the appropriate sentence, taking into account that it's a Class 4 felony, but it's also the type of crime that undermines the criminal justice system. You cannot falsely report a crime. You cannot falsely accuse somebody of a crime. I'm not saying that happened in this case, but it undermines the system, and I think that will bother the judge. But again, you have a defendant with no prior felony convictions who's worked hard, made a decent living, and it's going to be a tough decision for the judge, and it should be a tough decision in a case like this. At the end of the day, I think that he's going to balance rehabilitation, deterrence, and punishment and come up with a fair sentence.
Okay. Well, Irv, I know you will be with us throughout this sentencing as we listen in, and here is a view that we're turning to live inside the courtroom, Brad.
Mm-hmm. There is the seal of justice. We will see what justice serves up for Jussie Smollett in very short order. For those of us, we broke into your programming on broadcast. We now return you to that programming, but we will continue this coverage live and this discussion. CBS News Chicago online. Join us there.
This has been breaking news from CBS 2.
All right, y'all.
And good to be with you again here on CBS News.
Okay, I was all like, wait, is that the
Continuing
end?
our
What the
coverage,
hell
our
happened?
team coverage of Jussie Smollett's sentencing day. We are now here at 11 past the hour of when that sentencing was to begin. And we saw Jussie Smollett just moments ago entering the Layton Criminal Court building and heading up to the floor where we have our Charlie DeMar inside the courtroom with cameras.
Yeah, Charlie DeMar is inside the courtroom. We have Dana Kozlov in the pen where Jussie Smollett just walked by. We have Irv Miller, our legal expert. With
Thank
all
you,
the
Toria.
inside
Thank you
knowledge
for the
in-house, and Kimberly Goen, our
$5.
friend and lawyer at WVON. Also, so we've got you covered here today. Let's go to Dana. I know it just happened, but for the viewers that are just joining us, kind of paint the picture. What was it like to see Mr. Smollett enter arm in arm with family members and supporters?
Well, first, it was a bit of a scrum outside based on the narrative provided by our colleague Dave Savini, who was outside when the actor arrived surrounded by members of his family. There were some bodyguards and some pushing of members of the media. Somebody pushed to the ground, not exactly sure who. But once they entered the doors of the courts here, it was very quiet. In fact, the entire floor became very quiet. It took them about 5 minutes, the entire group of them. I want to say there was probably about 10 or so, give or take. It took about 5 minutes or so for them to go through security. They all waited, and then they surrounded the former Empire actor Jussie Smollett. And Smollett walked arm in arm with members of his family, his 92-year-old grandmother among them. She will be speaking during the sentencing hearing later this afternoon, and then they quietly walked down the hall and headed up towards the courtroom, presumably, without saying a word. That's not entirely unexpected. I did want to try to ask somebody who was handling the media. I wanted to try to pull her aside and ask why he was late. I know Irv said it will likely not be a factor, but nevertheless, he is going to be 10 plus minutes late to what was supposed to be the start of his hearing, but I wasn't able to do so.
Okay, Dana, we appreciate it. And a programming note for all of us watching on CBS News Chicago, we will bring you that hearing in its entirety. It will first start with basically Team Smollett trying to get a new trial, and then after that, it will likely go on to
do you think the two brothers that beat him up, do you think they're going to show up?
Savini. He was outside the courtroom. He was the first of our team to get a glimpse of Jussie Smollett and his entire entourage. And Dave, take us back through it. With you being so close, could you make out who was there, first of all, and who was involved in the scuffle that you were front and center for?
So as the actor got out of his vehicle, obviously his grandmother got out, and he was surrounded by, I would imagine, some other family members, but he was also surrounded by bodyguards. What do you have? Very large bodyguards. And I can hear you rolling some of the video. The bodyguards started shoving members of the media, mostly photographers. I was one of the only reporters out here. So the photographers were carrying very heavy cameras and backpedaling and trying to move with the crowd. They're shoving them. And can you hear some of that sound right there? They were knocking people down. They knocked one gentleman down who was a member of the a still photographer, a member of a newspaper. I helped pick him up and then continue to ask questions. Are you hearing me? Or are you hearing the video that's playing? Okay. I was going to let that breathe for a moment. As you can see, it got very violent, and he was already running late. So he made himself even more late by creating this ruckus here, and he had such a big entourage that they all had to get through security. Irv said it might not be that big of a deal when he shows up.
Because I'm petty. That's why I want them to show up.
He wasn't prompt on this day of sentencing, and also, what happened out here? I mean, you can't just throw people to the ground. I said to them, that's a battery. You can throw people around as you enter the building. So we'll have to see what happens if there's any results from the man that got thrown. I don't know his name. They said he was a veteran member. He's a gray-haired man, and he fell down pretty hard, and it took a while for him to get up. So I'm hoping he's doing well. I don't see him around here at the moment, so maybe he's going to follow up on that himself.
Okay, Dave Savini, our thanks.
Okay, and Dave, thank you for taking us back through this. And now we want to go back over to Irv as we look again at the seal inside the courtroom. So, Irv, this was not an expected piece of the sentencing here, a way that any of us probably expected it to start. Of course, Jussie Smollett has had an entourage with him and doesn't speak to the media. But before we go back inside to get your thoughts on what we're all here for today. What are your thoughts on what happened outside the courthouse from what you're hearing?
You know, what surprises me is this is not the first time we've had a celebrity trial at 26 in California. I recall the R. Kelly trial years ago, and what happened at that time, the sheriffs basically roped off an area where the defendant and his lawyers and other people that were with him went down through ropes and the photographers were blocked off to the side. So there couldn't have been the scrum as like you saw today. And frankly, I'm surprised.
You're right about that. Laugh, guys, and gossip. Thank you for the $5, by the way.
That would have
you're right about
the
that
situation that Dave was referring to.
Yeah, I think, and having been in what we call the scrum like that before myself a number of times, the way it is set up,
there are certain places where the gas is expensive. I've seen it like 6 something, but I haven't seen it like 719 yet. Probably in the desert where nobody goes.
The way it's set up out there, you're just kind of inviting that kind of chaos. So now take us into the courtroom. All we're seeing right now is the seal. Does that typically mean other business is being handled by the judge in this case, and or once Team Smollett enters, will that automatically mean it's go time?
You know, you're going to see that seal until the clerk yells out, people of the state of Illinois versus Jussie Smollett. And at that time, the camera will get off the seal and you'll probably see the judge, or you may see the parties. But when nothing is happening, the mic is off in the courtroom and you get that wonderful picture of the Cook County seal up there.
So, Irv, let's go back through the charges. As I know, we're going to hear more of those as the judge begins, the sentencing. But we were talking about the 5 of the 6 counts, and you were making a good point earlier about all it takes is just one.
Hey, the news lie, but the cards never lie.
Probation, but also potential jail time.
And by the way, YouTube, this is fair use.
So
fair use. This is fair use. Make sure y'all hit the like button, subscribe, all that good stuff. Thank y'all. Love y'all.
Jussie Smollett lying to
and thank you for the super chat, super stickers, and all that. Right? I appreciate that. If you want to send a little to the Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, thank you as well too.
2 statements to 2 and 1 statement to another. Actually, 3 statements to another, and it doesn't make any difference. If he was convicted of count 1 and not guilty of the other counts, he'd be in the same position then as he is with the conviction of the counts that the jury did come back with guilties on.
And as you've been saying that, we've been giving our viewers just a little background here of those 5 or 6 counts. And we see count 1, that's what he was guilty on. Count 2 as well, telling the same officer he was the victim of a battery. He was found guilty on counts 3 and 4. Same claims against a different officer in count 5. It was that count 6, Irv, that he was not found guilty on. And what was that about there?
That was a statement to a different detective, and a couple of weeks later. And so the jury decided that that particular charge, there was not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but there was proof beyond a reasonable doubt on the counts that they entered guilty findings on. And I remember after everybody came downstairs and the defense attorney talked to the news media, that was his big point. This has to be an inconsistent verdict. You can't find him guilty of 5 and not on 1. And I guarantee you, were his words, that this case will be reversed on appeal. It's not going to happen that way because the courts don't look at it as inconsistent verdicts that will result in a new trial. They look at what the jury used on each individual count. Hey, there was proof beyond a reasonable doubt on these. There wasn't proof beyond a reasonable doubt on the 1. No harm, no foul.
As we wait to take that courtroom shot full live for the actual hearing, which we will listen to in its entirety, Irv, I want to get you, I was struck by what you said about an hour or so ago. Let's role play some scenarios here. You said it will be critical, potentially critical for the judge to hear or not hear from Jussie Smollett. Roll through the scenarios. If he hears from Smollett, who basically says, I'm innocent, this whole thing has been a charade perpetrated against me.
What's up, customer service manager?
I'm guilty.
Thank you for coming.
Sorry.
And fair use, YouTube. This is fair use. Do not shut down my video. This is fair use. You're giving commentary. This is for educational purposes. We want to learn how not to lie to people,
basically gets
or how to lie and get away with it. That's what we want to know about.
he may have well just have a toothbrush in his pocket if he continues to demand that he's innocent and he was framed, and the police officers are lying and he's telling the truth.
Thank you for coming, Rose. Court hasn't started yet.
I did lie to the jury. I'm sorry. I'm willing to take my punishment. I'm willing to pay the restitution to the city of the $130,000. I want closure in this case. And frankly, that's the only way that closure is going to happen, is if he takes that route, because if he's still demanding his innocence, and I have no problem with that, if that's the way he wants to do it. But then all that's going to lead to is an appeal in the appellate court. It's going to go on for months, if not years, and closure is not in the cards for that situation.
And Irv, if we can talk a minute about the special prosecutor, and we know, as Dana gave us some great background on and a lot of this controversy with why the charges were dropped by the Cook County State's attorney, but Dan Webb, we saw him enter first, well ahead of schedule. Talk about his role in this and the significance of having a special prosecutor brought in for this case.
It's so rare that this happens. It's only happened several times in the last 10 years that I know of. And it's happened a couple times with Kim Fox's office. He basically volunteered to be the special prosecutor. It's my understanding he's doing it without any compensation to his law firm, with the exception of as costs, because he believes in the system. He believes that what happened in this case was wrong, the way it was handled by the state's attorney's office. And he's an aggressive prosecutor. He was that way when he was the United States attorney here in the Northern District of Illinois. He's well respected. He's well liked. People consider him fair. And it's really going to be interesting to hear what he has to say to the judge as far as what the appropriate sentence should be in this case in his mind. He may not. He may basically say, Judge, I'm asking you to impose a reasonable sentence. Or he may say, Judge, I think he should get probation plus restitution to the city. I believe he should get some community service. And one thing I'd like to add about the restitution to the city, he's not asking for all the money that he's asking for the overtime that was spent by the police department, not the normal pay that all these detectives and beat officers put in, only the overtime, not the hours and hours that were put in without overtime being paid.
Irv, thank you. We have our Charlie DeMar live in the courtroom right now, live tweeting. You just see the seal there right now. 19 minutes ago, Charlie just spoke with Ola Osundario as he arrived in court. He said he trusts James Lynn, the judge, to make the right decision and that he will accept whatever the sentence is. Of course, he's one of the two brothers who were critical in turning this in from an investigation into a potential hate crime into
Thank you, Candace. I appreciate that. We want to learn how to lie and lie to people.
9 minutes ago, so at 15 minutes after it was supposed to begin, Charlie DeMar tweeted, now Jussie Smollett has arrived for his sentencing hearing. So 15 minutes late there. Let's bring in one of our lawyers. Got a lot of lawyers here. We got Irv, we got Erica, and we've got Kimberly going.
Right, Vegas girl. Would they hurry up? I'm trying to go to the store and get me a soda. I'm wondering, can I run and go get a soda right now? I just want to watch my screen.
Your listeners are telling you. Is there some type of demand for a pound of flesh out there? Do people have an investment in it? Do people care what the sentence is? Does he need to do jail time? Your thoughts?
Yeah, Brad, actually not at all. I don't think that our audience is demanding a pound of flesh. I think that they see this as something that is very low priority. Many people were not even thinking about the sentencing phase after he was convicted. I don't even know if anyone was paying much attention to the fact that the sentencing phase was, of course, something that had to take place. It is now taking place. So no, there's no call for the pound of flesh. I know that he almost preemptively did community service at Rainbow Push before he was finally charged again. See, everything is so confusing and convoluted the way in which it was handled. But we do know that he forfeited his bond and that he did community service already. And I just don't think that there is that will out there for individuals.
Make sure you guys hit that like button. Please hit that like button. Also subscribe to the channel.
I do understand the need for trying to make sure that people.
We will also be doing a
do
members
this
live
again,
only. We
which
would be
is
doing a
lie
members live
about,
only
make
after the
false
stream.
charges
Thank you guys.
And tie up the court system, tie up the police
Okay,
officers.
Kimberly, I think I've done this to you every time I've tossed you for a question. I've had to interrupt you. I apologize, my friend, but here we go. Jussie Smollett, front and center. The hearing begins, Erica.
SAMULMENDENHALL from the Office of the Special Prosecutor.
Counsels.
Thank you. Judge, good morning. Name Uche, M-E-N-Y-E, last name U-C-H-E for Mr. Smollett.
Good afternoon, Shay Allen, first name is S-H-A-Y. On behalf of
Heather Riddell, W-I-D-E-L-L, on behalf of Mr. Smollett. Tamara Walker, T-A-M-A-R-A, on behalf of Mr. Smollett.
Good afternoon, Martin Lewis, L-E-W-I-S, on behalf of Mr. Smollett.
Good afternoon, Tina Glandian, G-L-A-N-D-I-A-N, on behalf of Mr. Smollett.
Thank you, counsels. Everyone may be seated. All right, let the record show that a jury trial was held in this matter. Counsels, just find a seat if you will, please. Trial commenced on November 29th, 2021. Concluded on December 9th, 2021. Mr. Smollett was found guilty by a jury of 5 of 6 counts of felony disorderly conduct, class 4 offense. I expanded the filing period for filing post-trial motions beyond the 30-day limit due to the holidays and other restraints involving this case. I have received an 83-page post-trial motion filed by the defense and a 13-page response to the post-trial motion filed by the Office of Special Prosecutor. I will allow this, the defense to present arguments in supporting written motion. Ms. Blandy, if you wish to address the court.
Yo, customer service manager, that is funny as hell. Thank you for this comment. He don't need no house arrest. He should have been in the house instead of, oh shit, they
As
talking.
the court knows, we filed a comprehensive motion for judgment notwithstanding the verdict and or for a new trial outlining 13 different errors that occurred during Mr. Smollett's trial. However, the legal errors impacting Mr. Smollett predate this criminal trial and began long before this case was even assigned to Your Honor. I know the court has read our papers and there's been voluminous briefing, and we did incorporate by reference all of our prior briefing and arguments in this case. So I'm not going to belabor every single point. However, I do want to talk about 2 categories of critical errors that have permeated this trial. And that began again at the very outset and impacted this initial complete prosecution against Mr. Smollett. And in doing so, I'm going to highlight some of the most flagrant violations. The first category of legal error relates to this entire second prosecution of Mr. Smollett. The court knows the history, everybody knows the history, but I'm going to outline a couple key facts that occurred. A 16-count indictment was originally filed against Mr. Smollett on March 7, 2019. As part of a negotiated resolution, on March 26, 2019, the state's attorney's office moved to nollie-cross all 16 counts. The Honorable Stephen Watkins granted the motion and dismissed the case against Mr. Smollett. As part of this negotiated agreement, Mr. Smollett was required to satisfy the Cook County State's Attorney's Office as to his longstanding community service, and he forfeited the $10,000 bail bond, which he was not required to do. Weeks after the case was dismissed on April 5th, 2019, a pro se litigant who lacked any standing to do so filed a petition to appoint a special prosecutor, which was ultimately granted by Judge Tuman on June 21st, 2019. Now, we've challenged the authority of the special prosecutor in different forms. However, when the case came before Your Honor, we filed a motion to dismiss here. The reason that was relevant is because Your Honor needs jurisdiction over both the matter and the defendant in order to proceed against him. And with all due respect, Your Honor lacks jurisdiction and lacked throughout the entirety of these proceedings. And this is because Judge Tooman exceeded his authority when he appointed a special prosecutor, and that's for various reasons. Illinois courts do not possess inherent authority to appoint a special prosecutor in any given case. Rather, the limited authority to appoint a special prosecutor is derived from statute, and it allows the court to appoint a special prosecutor in only 3 discrete situations. The first is when the state's attorney is unable to fulfill her prosecutorial duties. The second is if the state's attorney has an actual conflict of interest.
Shout out to Vegas Girl. Thank you
And
for
the
working
third
so
is when
hard.
the
Where the
state's
hell are my
attorney files a
moderators?
petition for recusal. Now, Judge Tooman found that the first of these two were not applicable in this case, and he granted the appointment of a special prosecutor on the third scenario. However, there was no petition for recusal filed in this case, and that's an undisputed fact. In fact, when Sheila O'Brien filed her petition for appointment of a special prosecutor, State's Attorney Kim Fox came forward and she expressly and unambiguously stated that she did not intend to formally or legally recuse herself. But the court nonetheless concluded that what she intended was basically an unconditional legal recusal. Now, subsection A-15 of the statute authorizing the appointment of a special prosecutor doesn't contain a provision which says the court can infer or interpret from the state's attorney's actions whether the state's attorney intended to recuse herself. Rather, the provision is explicit that the subsection only applies when the state's attorney files an actual petition for recusal, which Kim Fox did not do in this case. Because the filing of a petition for recusal is an express statutory prerequisite to the appointment of a special prosecutor under subsection A-15, Judge Tooman exceeded his authority and violated the doctrine of separation of powers by usurping the role of the legislature and essentially redrafting the statute authorizing the appointment of a special prosecutor. Now, to compound matters, Sheila O'Brien also didn't have any standing to file the petition, and the court was not authorized to grant the appointment based on her petition. Now, the language in the special prosecutor statute is very clear as to who is allowed to petition the court for the appointment of a special prosecutor. The language is unambiguous and provides that only the court, the state's attorney, or a quote-unquote interested party may petition the court for the appointment of a special prosecutor. Now, what's an interested party? Well, according to Black's Law Dictionary, an interested party is, quote, the persons who take part in the performance of any act or who are directly interested in any affair, contract, or conveyance, or who are actively concerned in the prosecution and defense of any legal proceeding. Sheila O'Brien doesn't meet any of the requirements of that definition. Sheila O'Brien is a retired former judge who asserted her standing as a concerned citizen, somebody who was not satisfied with the way a duly elected official of Cook County decided to resolve a criminal matter, a low-level, nonviolent criminal offense, which they do every single day. But because of the high-profile nature of this case, she was not satisfied and she decided to file a petition. So it's undisputed that she was not an interested party.
Don't threaten me with a good time,
But putting aside
JoJo.
that fact, only the first two subsections, the two that Judge Tooman said are inapplicable, even allow an interested party to file such a petition. Those are the two sections that say the court either on its own motion or on the motion of an interested party. Subsection A-15, which is the one that Judge Tooman relied on in granting the appointment of a special prosecutor, doesn't say that that you could appoint a special prosecutor based on the court's own motion or on the petition of an interested party. That subsection only permits the appointment of a special prosecutor upon the state's attorney's filing of a petition for recusal. It is undisputed that no such petition was filed in this case and that State's Attorney Kim Fox never intended to legally recuse herself. Therefore, it was completely exceeding Tooman's authority for him to grant the appointment of a special prosecutor at all. Now, he also misapprehended the law when he ruled that the informal recusal by Kim Fox rendered the entirety of the proceedings from Mr. Smollett's initial arrest all the way through the dismissal of the charges against him null and void. And none of the cases cited by Judge Tooman in his order actually support the court's conclusion that the proceedings against Mr. Smollett are null and void, that the prior ones were null and void. Rather, those cases, and particularly People v. Woodall, and that's 333 Ill Act 3rd 1146, that's a 2002 case, makes clear that even if there had been a defect in the authority to prosecute Mr. Smollett, the only person who could properly challenge the validity of the proceedings would be Mr. Smollett, and he clearly did not do so. Now, separate and apart from the fact that the appointment of a special prosecutor was beyond Judge Tooman's authority, is the fact that Judge Tooman was not authorized to appoint a private attorney, which was Dan Webb and his law firm, Winston & Strawn, as the special prosecutors in this case. Subsection A-20 of the statute provides that prior to appointing a private attorney under this section, the court shall contact public agencies throughout the state to determine a public prosecutor's availability to serve as a special prosecutor at no cost to the county. And the key phrase here is shall appoint a public agency if they are able and willing to accept the appointment. The language in this subsection is mandatory and not permissive. Now, the defense is yet to see any proof that any public agencies whatsoever, including the ones specifically listed in the statute, were properly contacted about the potential appointment. Judge Tooman did represent that he contacted over 100 local public officials or agencies, and that he heard back from only around 30. But by Judge Tooman's own admission, at least 2 and possibly a 3rd public agency was willing to take on the appointment. However, without any explanation, Judge Tooman unilaterally decided that none of these 3 public agencies were quote unquote able to do so, despite their representations to the contrary. The statute is very clear that the court shall appoint a public agency if they are able and willing to accept the appointment. It's only if after all public agencies have been exhausted and all are unable and unwilling to accept the appointment that the court can then appoint a private attorney, such as Dan Webb and his firm. There is no exception in the statute for private attorneys who might be willing to do the case pro bono or who are willing to do the case simply for costs, not charging for attorney's times, but for their costs, which for a firm like Winston & Strawn is probably still an astronomical amount. And I don't know what the total of the costs is. I know they were supposed to be filing reports with Judge Tooman, I believe every 3 months, to show the taxpayers what their prosecution of Mr. Smollett is costing in tax. And I would be curious to see that figure. I'm not sure what that is, but I would guess it's a substantial amount. But regardless, that is not contained within the statute. And here, because multiple agencies apparently indicated their willingness and ability to accept the appointment, Judge Tooman exceeded his authority and again violated the separation of powers doctrine by usurping the role of the legislator and appointing a private attorney as the special prosecutors in this case. The next issue I'd like to address is that the instant prosecution against Mr. Smollett violated a contractual right to immunity that he was promised by the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. In the original criminal proceedings, there was an immunity type non-prosecution agreement that was entered into between Mr. Smollett and the state's attorney's office as an agent of the people of the state of Illinois. Not only was this agreement agreed on between the parties, but it was actually executed and enforced by the courts. And it's something that's already been executed.
Wow, Toria, I didn't know that. Thank you for that information.
Performed by either side, but this was actually executed by Mr. Smollett. And the state's promise to Mr. Smollett was that after he satisfied them as to his community service, after he forfeited his $10,000 in bail bond, that the state would not further prosecute him in connection with the January 29, 2019 attack on him. And here we are again in another case instituted, it might be by different attorneys, but it's on behalf of the state of Illinois. And there's a statute that controls, and that's section 5/114-1 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, and it allows the court to dismiss an indictment, and a court is required to dismiss an indictment where the defendant has received immunity from prosecution for the offense charged. And indeed, Illinois courts have consistently dismissed indictments that violate this section. And the courts here analyze informal immunity agreements under the same basic principles of contract law. So Mr. Smollett here performed his side, and he was entitled to the benefit of the bargain he made with the state's attorney's office on behalf of the state of Illinois, and that was violated. And in fact, the state's attorney's office, initially, they did perform their end of the bargain. They stood up in court in front of Judge Watkins, asked for the dismissal, and did what they had promised to do. And so at that point, the agreement was fully performed by both sides. The court enforced it, and there was absolutely no basis, and it was a violation of Mr. Smollett's rights to then re-prosecute him by the same principle, which is the state of Illinois.
Yo, I think we all just waiting for the sentencing. We all we don't need to hear all this again. We
and
already
there's
know.
Policy considerations for this, and the Starks Court, which is People v. Starks 106 Ill 2nd 441 1985. That's an Illinois Supreme Court case. And the Supreme Court in that case explained the significant policy considerations for this rule. And I quote, "The prosecution must honor the terms of agreements it makes with defendants. To dispute the validity of this precept would surely result in the total nullification of the bargaining system between the prosecution and the defense. Therefore, this court believes that if the prosecution did make an agreement with the defendant, it must abide by its agreement in this case." And there's one narrow line of exceptions that applies, and that's in an event of a plea agreement. Obviously, there was no such plea agreement in this case. And Mr. Smollett's present case fits squarely within Starks. And his due process rights have been violated as a result of the instant indictment because he was promised not to be hauled back into court, and that's exactly what happened here. And aside from having to face a second prosecution, he faced all of the things that are attendant with that, from the expense and emotional turmoil and everything else that the second prosecution has entailed. In short, Mr. Smollett relied on the representations by the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. And at the end of the day, a deal is a deal, and the state of Illinois is not exempt from that ancient principle. And so we would ask that the case should have been dismissed on that basis. Now, the next issue I'd like to address is the double jeopardy. And we had briefed this before. The court's very familiar with our position on this, but just in brief to highlight a few of our points. The double jeopardy clause does not just prohibit double prosecutions, it also prohibits double punishment. And to punish somebody twice for the same thing is a violation of the Fifth Amendment. And here, Mr. Smollett was clearly punished in the prior criminal proceedings by the imposition of a criminal penalty. Now, certain people may disagree with the severity of that punishment. They may not think that was a just result, but it doesn't take away from the fact that he was criminally punished. And even the Office of the Special Prosecutor, at the outset of the case, when they filed a new indictment, they issued on February 20th, 2020, something called an information release. And in that information release, Dan Webb himself acknowledged that Mr. Smollett had been punished during the prior criminal proceeding. And I quote him when I say that Mr. Webb stated that the only punishment for Mr. Smollett was to perform 15 hours of community service and requiring Mr. Smollett to forfeit his $10,000 bond as restitution to the city of Chicago. Those are Mr. Webb's words, not mine. And he said the only punishment. So he acknowledged that Mr. Smollett had been punished. But again, he wasn't satisfied with that punishment. And that's exactly what the double jeopardy clause is meant to prevent: second guessing of one prosecutor's discretion by another prosecutor. And that's exactly what happened in this case. There was absolutely no rational, non-punitive reason for Mr. Smollett's $10,000 bond forfeiture other than to serve as punishment. Upon the dismissal of the case, his bond normally would have been returned to him, less any bail costs, which would not exceed $100. However, despite Mr. Smollett's full compliance with all bail conditions, the forfeiture of his bond was required as a condition of the dismissal of charges against him. Therefore, this was obviously intended to punish him and serve deterrent purposes. And finally, the fact that he was not convicted of any crimes in the initial prosecution doesn't affect the analysis. In a case decided over 140 years ago, the United States Supreme Court explained, and I quote, "The compromise pleaded must operate for the protection of the distiller," in that case, "against subsequent proceedings as fully as a former conviction or acquittal. He has been punished in the amount paid upon the settlement for the offense with which he was charged, and that should end the present action according to the principle on which a former acquittal or conviction may be invoked to protect against a second punishment for the same offense. To hold otherwise would be to sacrifice a great principle to the mere form of procedure and to render settlements with the government delusive and useless. And for those reasons, the indictment against Mr. Smollett should have been dismissed for violation of the double jeopardy clause." And so, again, here we are following a trial, and we should have never been here to begin with. There were various critical errors that permeated these proceedings, and the charges against Mr. Smollett and the second indictment should have been dismissed at the outset. Respectfully, Your Honor does not have jurisdiction over this matter, and we believe it was legal error to proceed. Now, the second category of errors I'm going to discuss are trial-related errors. And these errors began from the outset of the trial, beginning with jury selection, and they went all the way through closing arguments and even jury deliberations. And again, I'm not going to go through all 13 of the errors that we outlined in our papers, but I will highlight some of the critical ones that violated Mr. Smollett's constitutional rights. I think everyone can agree that this was one of the most high-profile cases in recent history. There was an immense amount of prejudicial pretrial publicity and an overwhelming presumption of Mr. Smollett's guilt long before a single piece of evidence was ever presented in a court of law. And this was in part due to a national press campaign by the former police superintendent, Eddie Johnson. And he went on national television on various networks, and he made blatantly false allegations of what the evidence in this case was. And there were three in particular, and these issues were never raised.
Make sure to hit the like button, like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, subscribe.
Eddie Johnson
Make
went
sure
on
to hit the
TV
like
and
button.
he said Mr. Smollett did all of this because he was dissatisfied with his salary on Empire. That was completely a false assertion. That there was zero evidence of that whatsoever. But he went out there and said that and put that in the potential jury pool. He also said that Mr. Smollett had sent himself the letter. Mr. Smollett fully cooperated. He gave his DNA, he gave his fingerprints to the FBI, not to CPD, but he did that to the FBI, and there was no connection between him and the letter. That didn't prevent Eddie Johnson from going out there well before this case ever got to trial and tainting the jury pool with that false assertion. He also said that Mr. Smollett paid the brothers $3,500 for the attack. And it was the brothers' own attorneys who went on TV right after that and said, no, this was actually as corroborated with a lot of text messages between Jussie and Abimbola Asundario. He had hired Abimbola as his trainer, and that's what the $3,500 check was in fact for.
Eddie Johnson was that former police
Now,
chief. Eddie Johnson.
Based on this
Superintendent of
overwhelming
Chicago,
presumption of
Eddie
guilt
Johnson.
in this case, it was critical that jury selection be fair so that Mr. Smollett would receive a fair trial if that was even possible. But there were fundamental errors in that process. First, the court violated Mr. Smollett's Sixth Amendment rights by preventing the defense from actively participating in the voir dire process. The defense sought to directly question the veneer, but the court denied that request. And although the court asked the parties and took questions from both sides as to certain questions that should be asked of the potential jurors, Your Honor didn't ask all of the questions that the defense requested. By refusing to allow the defense to meaningfully participate in the voir dire process, the court prejudiced the defendant's ability to discover those members of the potential panel with biases and or potential prejudices against Mr. Smollett, violating his Sixth Amendment rights. Although the court repeatedly stated that you didn't want to treat this case any different than other cases, this was an abuse of discretion in this case because of the prejudicial pretrial publicity, which could not be ignored.
And you think I was required to ask every question submitted by your team to the denier, every single one? We
think we should have been allowed to participate in this process because of the unique circumstances of this case where there was such an overwhelming presumption of guilt. We think it's a very different process when the court asks questions and when we as attorneys get to ask the right follow-up, in real time without having to wait for, there were certain questions the court asked, and this was my next point with Rosemary Mazzola, where the court cut off the answers.
I asked most of the questions the defense requested of me. There were some I did not. For example, you wanted me to ask the denier, what kind of animal would you like to be if you had to be an animal? Or Superman or Batman, what do you prefer? Did you really think I was supposed to ask a denier when I'm choosing a jury in a criminal case, those kind of questions?
We identified certain questions in our motion that we think, I believe there were 4 questions that we thought were critical, not the ones Your Honor just mentioned, but there were important.
That was part of the pool of questions I received from you.
Right, but there were important questions that were not asked. And the more significant factor is we should have been allowed to question the veneer in this case. Again, I'm not saying in every case. I respect that Your Honor doesn't do that in a lot of other cases. However, this case is obviously unique. Mr. Smollett, unfortunately for him, has not been treated like anyone else charged with Class 4 felonies. He's been disadvantaged at every turn, and his jury selection.
I pick a jury in this case the same way I pick a jury in a murder case. I do the questions. I ask the lawyers for input. Tell me what questions you want me to ask. I vet them. And I'm happy to ask the questions that are relevant and helpful.
I understand, Your Honor.
But just the only point I'm trying to make is that I absolutely treated him the same as everybody else. And I didn't distinguish him from a Class 4 offender, a potential offender, from a person accused of murder.
I understand, and I think, Your Honor, that's the problem here. A regular murder defendant doesn't walk into court with a presumption of guilt. Mr. Smollett did.
Right now. You can
there
tell.
Is a presumption of innocence. That was non-existent in this case, and that was due in large part to, as I said, the former police superintendent held a press conference. He went out and did a media campaign. The mayor spoke out on this case. Even Judge Tuman, in his order, before a single piece of evidence had been set forth before Judge Tuman, he convicted Mr. Smollett in his order. He talked about what a charade this was, and he made findings, and Judge Tuman should have been recused. We actually filed a motion for him to recuse himself because based on the face of the order, it was clear that he harbored bias against Mr. Smollett and was convinced of his guilt when he was not ruling on a motion that involved, there was no factual dispute before him. There was no evidence presented to him. And he nonetheless took it upon himself to make improper factual findings, which evidenced his bias. He should have recused himself. However, he didn't even let us intervene in those proceedings to consider our motion for recusal and to consider our motion for reconsideration of the order appointing the special prosecutor. And all of that was there. But to Your Honor's point, the reason I think Your Honor should have treated this case differently is for all the reasons I stated, which is he does not sit and he did not come before Your Honor the same as other defendants with a presumption of innocence, which is what he is afforded and entitled to under the Constitution. Instead, he walked in. I've never seen presumption of guilt the way Mr. Smollett faced. And it deprived him of a fair trial, and the court should have taken precautionary measures during jury selection. There should have been more leeway in this particular case. We made that request, and with all the respect,
is she making a good case, y'all? Let me know in the chat. Is she making a good case?
In the voir dire process, and to ask the questions that we thought were important to be asked. Now, turning to a specific juror, which was Rosemary Mazzola, we specifically asked the court in chambers to further inquire of Ms. Mazzola, since she had told open court, said in open court, that pretty much her entire immediate family are either current or former law enforcement. And there had been no follow-up to ascertain the fact as to whether Ms. Mazzola may have a family member who was actually involved in the investigation of Mr. Smollett or any of the facts surrounding his case. And we brought that to the court's attention. We thought that was a critical question that should be asked, because if we knew one of her relatives, for instance, was involved and helped investigate this case or was partners with someone who was investigating this case, that would have been critical, and obviously she should have been removed for cause. The court denied our request, and we don't think there was any good basis not to bring Ms. Mazzola in and ask her these important questions to make sure that she is unbiased and that she did have no personal conflict. And in fact,
wear your mask.
When Ms. Mazzola was answering the court's question, Your Honor interrupted her, and we don't actually know what she was intending to tell the court and the parties. And for all those reasons, we think that the jury selection process, and the other reasons obviously outlined in our motions, was flawed, and that a new trial must be granted. We also outlined in our papers the improper denial of several Batson motions in response to the Office of the Special Prosecutor's peremptory challenges, which we believe were improperly used to remove jurors based on their race and sexual orientation. Now, I'm not going to detail each of the peremptory challenges that we've outlined in our papers, but in short, anybody looking at this jury can tell that it was not a jury of Mr. Smollett's peers in Chicago. And we think that these significant issues during jury selection deprive Mr. Smollett of his constitutional right to a fair trial, and the remedy is to grant him a new trial.
Oh, wow. Were the jurors not from Chicago?
I'm next going to address the issue of prosecutorial misconduct. And this relates to an independent eyewitness, Anthony Moore, who was working as a loss prevention officer for the Sheraton on the night Mr. Smollett was attacked. Now, Mr. Moore does not know Mr. Smollett personally. He was a completely independent witness that police on their own interviewed multiple times. And Mr. Moore spoke to the detectives on at least 3 occasions, including on February 2nd, 2019, and on February 27, 2019 at Area Station. On each of these occasions, Mr. Moore unequivocally told police that around 2 a.m. as he was doing his rounds at the Sheraton, he saw 2 men running towards him from the area where the attack occurred. He said he flashed his flashlight on the first man's face, and he saw a white male wearing a ski mask. Mr. Moore could not see the second man's face. And Mr. Moore was entirely consistent with his repeated descriptions, and he never expressed any doubt as to what he saw. In fact, when asked to view a photo lineup at the station with only Black men included, Mr. Moore told officers that the man couldn't be in the lineup because the man he saw was white. This description of a white male wearing a ski mask was exactly what Mr. Smollett had seen and described to officers. Mr. Moore was a key defense witness, as his testimony provided at the very least reasonable doubt that Mr. Smollett was truthful in his account of what he saw that night. Now, a year later, on January 29th, 2020, prosecutors from the Office of the Special Prosecutor met with Mr. Moore for a lengthy period of time, and they chose not to video record this interview. At trial, Mr. Moore testified that at this meeting, they showed him the CPD's evidence against Mr. Smollett, including surveillance footage and pictures of the Asandario brothers, who they said were Mr. Smollett's attackers. Mr. Moore testified at trial that he felt, quote unquote, pressured and threatened to say he saw something he didn't see. And exhausted after hours of telling prosecutors something they did not want to hear, he eventually signed a statement saying he could have been mistaken when he saw a white man, because maybe when he flashed the flashlight on his face, it was the reflection from the light that made him think that the individual was white. There was absolutely no reason for the Office of the Special Prosecutor to try to taint an independent eyewitness's
We need to find Mr. Moore
of an event by showing him their version of the evidence and trying to scare him that he would be committing perjury if he testified consistent with his own independent memory of what he saw. This form of intimidation constitutes egregious prosecutorial misconduct and violates Mr. Smollett's fundamental right to present witnesses in his defense. By having Mr. Moore change his statement in writing, not only did the Office of the Special Prosecutor try to disqualify Mr. Moore as an exculpatory defense witness, they actually tried to obtain false incriminating evidence against Mr. Smollett. Although Mr. Moore on the stand tried to explain the reasons he gave the written statement stating he could have been mistaken about the skin color of the man he saw, the prosecutorial misconduct inevitably discredited Mr. Moore. And this flagrant misconduct constitutes reversible error. Now, the OSP's argument on this issue is really, it's the adage, the best defense is a good offense. They claim in their papers that the defense engaged in gamesmanship and, quote, manufactured prosecutorial misconduct. More outrageously, they claim that Mr. Moore committed perjury when he told the truth. This is belied by the undisputed record, which is that Mr. Moore gave police consistent accounts of what he saw, which is a white man wearing a ski mask, on multiple occasions close in time to the incident. Now, although the Office of the Special Prosecutor presumes that the defense was aware of this prosecutorial misconduct prior to trial, that's simply a false assumption on their part. While Mr. Moore had been identified as a potential defense witness from the start based on his exculpatory statements to police, we only interviewed Mr. Moore for the first time on Friday, December 3rd, just days before he gave his testimony that Monday. And there was no statement to provide to them pursuant to Rule 413D. We had him on our witness list as a potential witness. As Your Honor knows, the defense never knows until well into the trial whether you're even putting on a defense case. We knew he had always consistently said he saw a white male, so that's why he was on our witness list. And the decision was made mid-trial that we did want to, in fact, pursue calling him as a defense witness. And we spoke to him briefly. We interviewed him to see why he changed his statement, because it had been very clear that he consistently said one thing, and then a year later, after meeting with the special prosecutors, changed his story a little bit. He was careful in how he did it. He didn't say, I'm wrong, but he said, I may have been mistaken, because again, he wanted to be truthful. And
can somebody find out who Mr. Moore is?
Say,
this probably
this
can get Jussie acquitted, not acquitted, but you know what I mean.
Perjury. Nothing is farther from the truth. And if the OSP actually believed that, they would have cross-examined him on what happened actually during these meetings. Not only would they have cross-examined him, they could have put up a witness to impeach him who was present during that meeting to say, actually, that's not what happened. They didn't do either of those things. And of course, they could have charged him with perjury, but they won't do that because he was not lying and he was telling the truth. One way or another, this was an egregious violation brought by the Special Prosecutor's Office. They should have been disqualified when we made the request, and a motion for a new trial is required on that basis. And unfortunately, this isn't limited to Mr. Moore. Shortly after, for the second grand jury, when the Special Prosecutor's Office convened the special grand jury to proceed on the second indictment against Mr. Smollett, they had at that time our papers that we had submitted to Judge Tooman asking him to reconsider the motion, the order granting the special prosecutor. And what we had done is detail the evidence, the favorable evidence showing that Mr. Smollett was not guilty. And the OSP went to every single favorable defense witness essentially asked them questions. What they did is they went to each of them, and every favorable witness somehow changed their account. Convenient for the prosecution's case because the brothers testified that they didn't have their cell phones with them. And there were two witnesses actually who had said this. There was an independent taxi driver who said one of the brothers was texting during the drive, and separately David Alegbe, who said one of the brothers was on the phone. Now, of course, after we had said that in our papers, OSP talked to David Alegbe and got him to write a statement saying he may have been mistaken about the phone use because it was inconsistent with their theory of the case. And Your Honor saw David Alegbe got on the stand and he explained not only did he hear one of them speaking on the phone for 1 or 2 minutes before the second brother got in the car at their house, which they tried to say he could have been rehearsing his acting lines for that evening, as if the profanities that was yelled at Jussie in the street would have been something that would have to be rehearsed out loud in an Uber. But separate from that, Mr. Alegbe said that halfway through the drive, they changed the destination in the app, which could only be done with the use of a cell phone. And that was not contained in the statement. That was never any of the OSP's disclosures to us. That was something we learned for the first time actually at this trial when Mr. Alegbe testified. In short, we think there were significant issues with the way the OSP treated this case with the defense witnesses, and they tried to have defense witnesses either take back their statements and give incriminating statements towards Mr. Smollett, which were not their original independent stories, or I suppose some of these witnesses, for inexplicable reasons, were just not available, for the defense to reach. So we think certainly a new trial is warranted based on all of these errors, but particularly on Mr. Moore and his statement at trial that he was threatened and pressured by the OSP to change his truthful testimony, which was exculpatory for Mr. Smollett. Next, I'd like to address the burden shifting. The OSP improperly shifted their burden to the defense on 3 different occasions during the trial. As the court well knows, it's entirely the prosecution's burden of proof, and it's reversible error to try to shift this burden to the defense at any point during the trial. And this happened first during the questioning of Detective Thies, then during the questioning of Abimbola Asundario, and again in the state's rebuttal argument, which was the final word the jury heard from any lawyer prior to retiring to deliberations.
I'm still here, you guys. I just changed it to full screen. Let me know if you can still hear me.
The defendant's post-arrest silence is Doyle v. Ohio, and that's 426 U.S. 610.
Hit the like button and subscribe.
Case, which holds that it is a deprivation of due process to allow an arrested person's silence after that person has been Mirandized and advised of his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, to then use that silence against them at trial to create an inference of guilt. And that's exactly what the OSP did here on 3 separate occasions. Now, in its opposition papers, the OSP tries to argue that their questions to Detective Thies and to Abimbola Asundario relate to a text message sent on February 14, 2019, and do not involve Mr. Smollett's post-arrest silence. However, the improper questions were not limited to the text message or even to the time period prior to Mr. Smollett's arrest. For example, in questioning Detective Thies, Mr. Mendenhall broadly asked, quote, did he, meaning Mr. Smollett, ever make a statement that they, referring to the Asundario brothers, did nothing wrong and never would? Answer, no. Question, to this day, has he ever come clean about this hate crime that you are aware of? Answer, no. This questioning indisputably violates Doyle, as it necessarily includes Mr. Smollett's post-arrest silence. Furthermore, Illinois law actually goes a step further by holding that it's impermissible to impeach a defendant with his or her post-arrest silence, regardless of whether the silence occurred before or after the defendant was given Miranda warnings. In its opposition papers, the OSP argues that the defense did not object to this line of questioning. However, the OSP's improper burden shifting constitutes plain error affecting Mr. Smollett's substantial rights, for which a lack of an objection is not fatal. Similarly, during the direct examination of Abimbola Asundario, Dan Webb asked him whether Mr. Smollett ever made a statement to the public where he admitted that the hate crime was a hoax. The defense did object to this question, and the court sustained the objection. Similar to Mr. Mendenhall's questions, which were not limited to the text message or even to the time period prior to Mr. Smollett's arrest, Mr. Webb's question is equally problematic. Now, the OSP argues in its opposition papers that the word statements to the public somehow makes Doyle inapplicable. This argument is frankly ridiculous, as any public statements by Mr. Smollett would have been used against him if he testified at trial, the same as if he had made those statements to police. Here, this entire case hinged on the credibility of Mr. Smollett and of the Osundario brothers. By improperly commenting on Mr. Smollett's failure to tell the police or the public that the Osundario brothers
Right,
did nothing
Aaliyah,
wrong,
free
or to quote-unquote
Juicy.
come clean,
She
the
convincing
OSP
me.
violated Mr. Smollett's due process rights and his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent by improperly trying to shift the burden of proof to him. The OSP engaged in further burden shifting during its rebuttal argument, which is particularly prejudicial because it was the last time the jurors heard from any lawyer in this case. During rebuttal, Mr. Mendenhall stated, quote, "Mr. Uche gave you no evidence of any video that was missing." The court overruled the defense objection, which was error. In its opposition papers, the OSP tries to minimize this error by arguing that this was simply a single comment and that it was provoked because defense counsel had argued to the jury that there was a lot of missing data. But that's the prerogative of the defense to argue. Again, it's the state's burden. They put on a lot of surveillance video and they suggested to the jury that they had a complete account from the beginning of the night to the end of the night. And the jury had to be told that these were pieced together, but there was a lot of missing footage. It was proper for the defense to do that. However, it was not proper for the prosecution to put that burden on the defense and ask for the defense to produce the missing surveillance footage, which is simply, again, not our burden to do. And as the court well knows, a single comment is sufficient to constitute reversible error warranting a new trial. And we had cited in our papers the case of People v. Giangrande, and that's 101 Ill App 3rd 397. It's a 1981 case, and that's instructive. That also involved a single comment by the prosecutor in the closing remarks. And the remark was, "Where's the evidence?" And as the court explained in that case, the comment may well have been properly suggested to the jury that defendant had a burden to introduce evidence. Objection to it was overruled by the trial judge. This was error. And again, it was error in this case for them to make that comment and for Your Honor to overrule that objection. But we'd ask that a new trial be granted on that basis. And I'm going to turn lastly to the accomplice instruction. The court in this case committed reversible error when it refused to provide Illinois pattern jury instruction number 3.17 entitled Testimony of an Accomplice with regard to the Osundario brothers' testimony as requested by the defense. Pattern instruction 3.17 provides, quote, "When a witness says he was involved in the commission of a crime with the defendant, the testimony of that witness is subject to suspicion and should be considered by you with caution. It should be carefully examined in light of the other evidence in this case." Now, despite the title, the instruction is not warranted only where a witness is officially charged as an accomplice. Rather, Illinois courts have held that the defendant is entitled to have instruction 3.17 given to the jury if the witness, rather than the defendant, could have been the person responsible for the crime, or if the witness admits being present at the scene of the crime and could have been indicted either as a principal or under a theory of accountability, but denies involvement. Here, both of those circumstances are present, which required giving the accomplice witness jury instruction. The Osundario brothers were initially arrested because the CPD had not only probable cause, but substantial evidence that they were the perpetrators who attacked Mr. Smollett on January 29, 2019. And since then, in statements to the CPD and sworn statements to the grand jury in a trial, the Osundario brothers admitted to doing everything Mr. Smollett told CPD they did. Confront him on the street, yell racial and homophobic slurs at him, punch him, kick him, pour bleach on him, and put a rope around his neck. If it was not for their own self-serving statements and testimony, that they did all of the above acts at Mr. Smollett's behest, they would have been charged with a hate crime, or at least a battery against Mr. Smollett. Because the Osundario brothers could have been the persons responsible for the attack on Mr. Smollett, pattern instruction 3.17 should have been given to the jury. Furthermore, assuming for the sake of argument that the Osundario brothers were in fact acting at the direction of Mr. Smollett as they alleged at trial, the only reason they were not charged as either co-conspirators or accomplices for their admitted participation in the attack on Mr. Smollett is because of their self-serving statements that they didn't know that Mr. Smollett would report the attack to the police. They asked the jury to believe that the elaborate staged attack was solely for the media's benefit, taking the absurd position that somehow a heinous crime against a high-profile celebrity, which was supposed to be caught on camera, would not result in a police investigation. Because the Osundario brothers admitted being present at the scene of the attack and could have been charged either as principals or under a theory of accountability, pattern instruction 3.17 should have been given to the jury. Now, the OS...
Charged with what?
Well, Your Honor, they could have been charged with filing a false conspiracy to file a false police report. They could have
There was evidence that they were part of filing the false police report?
Your Honor, there's so much law out there that you could file. There was certainly probable cause to charge them with being an accomplice to Mr. Smollett. Had they not participated, there would be you can't file a so-called false police report if there had been no attack. So clearly they were accomplices, clearly they were co-conspirators. Now, they weren't charged because they took the convenient position. We knew everything until the final step, which, was convenient. And obviously, in any other case, if there were other witnesses, I guarantee the brothers would have been charged. The only reason they weren't charged in this case was because the police needed them to prosecute Mr. Smollett. Without them, there was no case against Mr. Smollett, because as the court saw, there is not a single piece of independent evidence that shows that Mr. Smollett perpetrated a hoax, planned a hoax, or anything else. The only connection, and keep in mind, they subpoenaed, or they got a search warrant for 1 entire year of Mr. Smollett's cell phone data, location, text, voicemails, all sorts of communications. They couldn't find one thing that supported the fact that Mr. Smollett planned this. All they had was the brothers saying, after they got caught, after they were in custody for 47 hours, after they had been consulting with an attorney who was speaking to both of them, after that attorney showed them his Good Morning America video while they were in custody and they heard every single thing Mr. Smollett was saying, they conveniently turned around and said, oh yeah, you're right, we did do this, but it's because Mr. Smollett asked us to. And it was their own attorney who said she didn't say she gave a radio interview. She didn't say they came clean. She said, I pieced together what happened. I looked at the timeline. I looked at the CPD's evidence, and I put together a timeline of what happened in this case. And it's our belief that that story was spoon-fed to the brothers, and that's the story that they gave police, which allowed them to be released from custody, uncharged. They became the star witnesses, and they've tried to capitalize on this whole regrettable incident. So we had cited the court to People v. Carrion, that's 162 Ill Act 3rd, 990, 1987. And that's one of the cases we cited in which the trial court's refusal to give such an instruction constituted prejudicial error requiring a new trial. Now, in their papers, the OSP doesn't address or attempt to distinguish this case because there really is no distinguishing factor, and that case is instructive. In that case, the court held that the trial court erred by refusing to give a cautionary accomplice witness instruction with regard to Amaya's testimony for the following reasons. And I quote, Amaya disclosed that he was with the defendant before, during, and after the shootings, notwithstanding his profession of innocence based on his alleged fear of the defendant. We believe probable cause existed to indict Amaya for the offenses, particularly when one considers that when he was initially taken into custody for questioning, he possessed money linking him to the crime. And in that case, the appellate court held that it couldn't find that the failure to give the requested instruction constituted harmless error especially in light of the fact that Amaya's testimony was the only direct evidence implicating Carrie Young. And it's the same reason why giving this instruction was critical in this case, where the evidence against Mr. Smollett was far from overwhelming. I know the police department put on a long narrative, a lot of surveillance footage, but all that evidence was consistent with Mr. Smollett's testimony of his actions. He never denied seeing the brothers on the occasions where they went to great lengths to show, oh, on the 25th, he drove to the brothers' apartment. He admitted that. On the 27th, he, met with the brothers. These are not things that were disputed. So that's not overwhelming evidence of his guilt. There were different interpretations of what that evidence actually meant. And the only direct evidence implicating Mr. Smollett was what the Osundario brothers said. And it was reversible error not to instruct the jury that they had a motive to lie about that testimony. It was that story that allowed them to avoid charges in a case where a convicted felon engaged in an attack
hit that like
on
button.
Mr. Smollett. He and his brother,
Fair use. Hit that like button.
If you believe the testimony, agreed to do this despite Ola's prior criminal felony conviction for a very similar attack on another individual, another group attack. But for all of that, it was really their own testimony that's the only direct evidence implicating Mr. Smollett. So under the circumstances of this case,
them brothers should be
have
charged too.
instructed
I
them
do agree with that. They should be charged.
Their testimony should have been cautiously scrutinized by the jury. And the court's refusal to provide this instruction under the circumstances of this case was not harmless and constitutes reversible error. In conclusion, I'd just like to say that although we believe each of the 13 errors outlined in our papers independently constitute reversible error and that each warrants the granting of a new trial, even if the court is not persuaded that any one of these errors warrants a new trial, we believe that the totality of trial errors undoubtedly affected the verdict, and the cumulative error certainly warrants a new trial. And there's ample authority supporting the grant of a new trial in such cases. And I'll just cite the court to People v. Lettrich, and that's 413 Ill 172. It's a 1952 case where the Illinois Supreme Court reversed the defendant's murder conviction and death sentence. In that case, there were a number of evidentiary errors alleged, including that the court erred in limiting and restricting the defendant's cross-examination of a critical witness, as well as certain inflammatory and prejudicial remarks to the jury in the arguments by the state's attorneys. In reversing the conviction and sentence, the Illinois Supreme Court stated that the totality of these errors compel us to the conclusion that this defendant has not had the fair and impartial trial, which is the inherent right of every person accused of a crime. And that's the same exact situation we have here. There have been a series of legal errors. If the court is not convinced that any one of them warrants a new trial, we'd ask that the court consider the totality and grant Mr. Smollett a new trial.
Thank you, counsel. Government wish to make a response to the post-trial motion of the defense?
We do, Your Honor.
Mr. Weaver, you may address the court.
May it please the court.
Counsel.
Your Honor, due to the sheer volume of the arguments for about an hour here, and we've already mentioned the 83 pages that they've submitted. My partner and fellow Deputy Special Prosecutor Sam and all have bifurcated the opposition. I'll give an overview, and based on Ms. Gladian's presentation, I'll highlight 4 alleged errors, and I believe Mr. Mendenhall will have a couple. To begin, I'll just start with a blanket statement that for everything prior to November 29, 2021, going backwards to 2019, for the alleged errors that they've incorporated by reference in their papers and the preamble to Ms. Gladia's presentation.
Make sure to hit that like button. Fair use. Fair use. YouTube, this is fair use.
That there was any error in those prior rulings, and we too, in our opposition and here today, will incorporate by reference our prior responses, briefs, colloquies with the court, arguments presented over the last couple of years on all those issues. And I will not retread them, but the record is clear for the issues that have been presented to Judge Tuman, for which we've been involved, for the issues that have been presented to this court, for which we have been involved, and for the issues that have been presented to the Illinois Supreme Court, for which we've been involved, are all incorporated by reference at each stage, no matter the court or the judge that have heard it. Each one of those prior rulings were proper, required by the law, and none need be nor should be revisited. And since Ms. Gladian brought it up, it probably is a good reminder that my firm of Winston Strawn and the partnership did take this case pro bono. And our firm did, and Mr. Webb in particular, did shoulder that burden that was called for by the appointment of the special prosecutor. And we
by the
did
way,
so
all of you are
the
making
entire
real good
attorney time
points.
Free of charge. Not a dime. Limited expenses in the normal court. Judge Tuman's order did allow, and these are things such as court reporter fees, transcript fees, copying fees, those same fees that would exist for the Cook County State's Attorney's Office are expenses for which have been submitted to the county for reimbursement. They are minor compared to the amount of free service that our firm of Winston & Strawn has given to this county and to the citizens and to the judicial system. Mr. Webb's appointment in particular as a special prosecutor was stemmed from Judge Tuman's 2019 June order in order to restore the public's confidence into the integrity of the criminal justice system, was answered by our firm, was answered by Mr. Webb, and you might just recall the two directives that required. The first directive to determine whether Mr. Smollett should be further prosecuted. That's what we're here for today. But it shouldn't be forgotten, and I don't believe it is, but it's worth remembering that the second directive, whether any person or office involved in the initial Mr. Smollett case engaged in any wrongdoing, our office also did that. And you heard Ms. Gladian talk about certain of those things in our argument, but the OSP did complete a thorough investigation, did have a grand jury seated, did prepare a detailed and comprehensive report as it relates into the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, as it relates to the investigation in the Chicago Police Department, and did so for a total cost of attorney times for $0.00. And it should be noted, since it was raised, and it's important to understand that we believe we have fulfilled the call to restore the public's confidence into the integrity of the criminal justice system. As to the actual substance of Ms. Gladian's presentation, and as it relates to the 13, what I'll call macro level alleged errors, although they list a myriad of alleged sub errors as well. The evidence presented at trial, Your Honor, overwhelmingly established Mr. Smollett's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's reflected in the jurors' unanimous guilty verdict. And nevertheless, Mr. Smollett asked this court for extraordinary relief to overturn the jury's verdict that found him guilty of 5 serious felonies of making false police reports. And in doing so, he raises a variety of alleged procedural, alleged evidentiary errors, both pre-trial and during the trial itself, committed by anyone and everyone involved in this case, except, of course, Mr. Smollett himself or his lawyers. And just a few examples. He's blamed the prosecutors. He's blamed Your Honor specifically. He's blamed the courtroom staff. These are in his papers. He's blamed the Cook County sheriffs in this courtroom. He's blamed the entire Cook County judicial system. He's blamed the Illinois Supreme Court. He's blamed COVID-19. He's blamed the media. He's blamed, quote, political figures. He's blamed witnesses at trial, and he's even blamed the jury itself. Page after page after page of finger pointing and scapegoating. But once that bluster and hyperbole, Your Honor, is excised from that motion, and the examination of the real underlying record is undertaken, it clearly reveals that each of the alleged errors is one, meritless, two, it is riddled with distortions of the actual record, and three, frequent misapplication of controlling Illinois law. But most important, none of those alleged supposed errors remotely would rise to the level of one, requiring overturning the jurors' unanimous verdict, nor two, the issuance of a new trial. As it relates to the alleged errors where Mr. Smollett seeks a judgment notwithstanding the verdict, here's what you didn't hear. You did not hear what the law actually says and what you'll have to weigh today. So I'm going to give it to you.
Oh, you're about to break it down, y'all.
Illinois law mandates that a judgment of acquittal is only appropriate when, quote, a trial court concludes, after viewing all the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, that no reasonable juror could find that the state had not met its burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And, quote, a motion for judgment notwithstanding the verdict should be granted in instances only where the state's evidence, when viewed in the light most favorable to the state, is insufficient to support a finding or verdict of guilty. Here, Mr. Smollett has not met and cannot meet the incredibly high standard for overturning the jury's verdict. And when viewed in the light most favorable to the state, that's the OSP in this instance, the evidence presented during the almost 2-week trial overwhelmingly, beyond a reasonable doubt, demonstrated that Mr. Smollett devised, orchestrated, carried out a fake hate crime, and then, in violation of Illinois law, repeatedly reported that fake hate crime to the Chicago Police Department as a real hate crime. And the plethora of evidence, just heard Ms. Glanian say, not a lot of evidence, or certainly not a lot of independent evidence. Here's a summary. The testimony of 5 Chicago police detectives and officers. The jurors heard the testimony of the Osendero brothers. The jurors heard cross-examination by the defense of each of those witnesses. The jurors received into evidence over 40 exhibits, including phone records, text messages, social media evidence, video surveillance, GPS evidence, receipts, and a $3,500 check written by Mr. Smollett to the younger Osendero brother. They heard the testimony of the defendant's 6 witnesses, and they heard Mr. Smollett himself. Hours and hours and hours worth of the defendant's own testimony. All that evidence, when viewed in the light most favorable to the OSP, it simply cannot be said with a straight face that no reasonable juror could find that the OSP did not meet its burden in proving Mr. Smollett guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's for the JNOV portion. As it relates to the remaining alleged errors that do not go to the sufficiency of the evidence at trial, that's when they say that those are more appropriate, perhaps, for a motion for a new trial. Illinois law tells us that a post-trial motion for a new trial is a matter for the trial court's discretion. Because none of the alleged trial errors you've heard or seen in their papers have any merit, this court should exercise its discretion and deny Mr. Smollett's alternative relief for a new trial. As it relates to the 4 errors I alluded to, Your Honor, that I just want to give a counter narrative to, since they were raised. 3 were raised. That's on the voir dire issue, the Batson issue, the accomplice instruction, and then I think it's also important to briefly touch upon one written about but not discussed here, which is the concept of the violation of his public trial rights. I'll just go in the order. Alleged error as it relates to the voir dire. The court's voir dire process was plainly consistent with Illinois law and consistent with Rule 431. Notably, defense counsel didn't raise any objection at trial as it relates to the actual conduction. The rules language, as the court deems appropriate in Rule 431, makes clear that the decision as to whether to allow direct questioning is entirely within this court's discretion. Per Rule 431, the court conducted voir dire by directly questioning the prospective jurors, but consistent with Rule 431, the court exercised its discretion and allowed the parties to submit voluminous questions to be asked during the voir dire, both sides. Both the OSP and the defense submitted rather voluminous supplemental questions for further inquiry of prospective jurors. Pre-trial, you reviewed those very thoroughly. We had colloquies on them. We had hearings on them. We had exchanges on them. Defense counsel ultimately submitted nearly 60 supplemental questions to ask during voir dire. The court took input, and importantly took input from the parties throughout the voir dire process, both at sidebar and chambers, pre-trial and during trial. And those additional follow-ups were often asked of the prospective jurors, and when they were not, the court explained why, in Your Honor's discretion, they would not be asked. No prejudice exists. Defense counsel was permitted to question the prospective jurors through the extensive supplemental questions, that they submitted pre-trial, and through the supplemental requests that occurred during trial.
He's not as good as that defense attorney. He ain't getting me. He ain't getting me. He ain't winning me over.
And I'll begin by noting unequivocally, the accusation that the OSP engaged in, quote, a systematic pattern of discriminatory challenges, end quote, is absolutely meritless. Lobbing unfounded accusations of jury discrimination that are belied by the actual record is unfortunately completely consistent with Mr. Smollett's attempts to interject and weaponize race and sexual orientation into these proceedings more generally. Just as he did when reporting the fake hate crime to the Chicago police in 2019, just as he did when he took to the airwaves in 2019 in what is now perhaps the now infamous Good Morning America interview. The court heard defense motions made under Batson versus Kentucky as to the OSP's use of his preemptory strikes. Those occurred in chambers on the record. And when such motions were made, as Your Honor knows, under the Batson case, but also under Illinois law and People versus Davis, the defendant must first make a prima facie showing that the prosecutor has exercised preemptory challenges on the basis of race. And the court correctly concluded at the time, analyzed those motions under the standard articulated both in Batson and Davis, and found that the defense had not made a prima facie case of discrimination on the basis of race or sexual orientation. But even though it wasn't required to, the OSP, because of the challenges, even though a prima facie case had not been shown, the OSP did provide neutral explanations, both for race and sex, as to each of the preemptive challenges at issue. But rather than grapple with that actual record, which they didn't do, you didn't hear it today, they didn't grapple with the actual record, and they didn't do it in the papers either. Because if you looked at the record and you saw things and the explanations as it relates to the challenges, undisclosed, disorderly conduct incident,
Jussie was trying to start a race war. You know, he definitely shouldn't have lied about that.
Getting news from TMZ, watching movies that starred Mr. Smollett, Googling the case, getting news only from social media or from Instagram, struggling to understand or hear questions. If they actually grappled with the actual record, it wouldn't fit the narrative that they wanted out in the media. Unequivocally, meritless motions that were offered, the court's prior rulings, all should stand on that point. As it relates to the alleged error number 3, the accomplice instruction on the IPI, the Illinois pattern instructions. As Your Honor knows, the court has discretion to determine which jury instruction should be given. Defense counsel sought, and you heard it here today, to include 3.17, that's the testimony of an accomplice, in the jury instructions. They've done it again here today to try to define the fake attack on Mr. Smollett, which is not a crime, as the crime for which the IPI 3.17, how they would like it to have been analyzed in the application of that instruction. But IPI 3.17 on its face has no application to this case. The Osendaro brothers did not admit, nor was there any evidence, that they were involved in the commission of a crime with the defendant. That's the language from 3.17. What is it? It would be filing the false police reports. And Mr. Smollett, not the Osendaro brothers, made the decision to file multiple police reports, false police reports, claiming he was the victim of an alleged hate crime. The Osendaro brothers could not have been the person responsible for the crime. That's what's required to get a 3.17 instruction.
The board said give him life.
Or participate with Mr. Smollett in the filing of the false police reports. Moreover, Your Honor, the Osendaro brothers did not admit to participating or otherwise being present to the reporting of the fake hate crime to police. Therefore, they could not have been indicted for disorderly conduct or for filing a false police report. The court properly and correctly exercised its discretion in not giving the 3.17.
Free my ninja Jussie.
And that ruling should stand. Lastly, Your Honor, a significant amount of ink was put into the last topic I'm going to discuss, which is the right to a public trial. As everyone in this room knows, this trial took place in the middle of a global pandemic, right on the cusp of the Omicron variant. This court did a great job holding a public trial. All necessary parties, the court, courtroom staff, Cook County sheriffs, the OSP, defense counsel, the jury, media, numerous members of Mr. Smollett's family, numerous of his friends, members of the public at large, were able to attend every single day of the trial proceedings. The logistical efforts for which the defense has taken swipes at this court and this courthouse deserve to be commended, not bashed. The defense objected to having cameras in this courtroom during the actual trial, and they objected to having cameras in this courtroom at every step of the way. And the court respected that objection in declining extended media coverage up until today's hearing. Having the cameras in the courtroom, which they objected to, would have allowed an unlimited number of people to view the trial. Their papers struggle with this. They acknowledge the position. I'll coin it sort of their Goldilocks position. Your Honor, don't make the trial too public. And then once you did that, today it's not public enough. And they've alleged that no members of the press were in the courtroom during any of the jury selection process. Not so. The court knows there were at least two members of the media that were present in the courtroom, probably both of whom are here today, that sat in the corners during the process of voir dire. Many more were sitting at the courtroom exits and standing. These doors were open. Those doors were open. The doors to the Your Honor's courtroom across the hallway were open. Chairs were provided. And while the sheriffs did a great job trying to get people into seats, there were a lot more people that weren't in seats. And for anyone that actually sat in here, which they did, I did, they did, knows there's a lot of people peeking in and out during the voir dire process. The concept that Your Honor closed the courtroom just belies reality. Your Honor kept the courtroom open.
Yeah, this guy is very
boring. Press were here.
Like if I had to choose one, I would have to be Team Jussie because his defense lawyer was better.
Accounting as to what was occurring. It doesn't remotely come close to any violation. The Radford case, which we cite, demonstrates that the court's use of the entire courtroom for the veneer, but not for the remaining portion, doesn't call into the question the confidence of the public integrity or impartiality of the court system. Mr. Smollett knows he had family present. They sat right there. They had strategy huddles. They passed numerous notes to his lawyers. They held prayer sessions. You allowed his entire defense team, his PR team, his friends. You never took a head count on them. You were gracious in understanding that the defendant's right to a fair trial had to be weighed against a global pandemic, and it was commendable. You did not err, and you certainly did not violate Mr. Smollett's Sixth Amendment right, and he certainly doesn't deserve a new trial. Generally, but certainly for that specifically. With that, Your Honor, if you have any questions, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Mendenhall.
Mendenhall.
Your Honor, Ms. Blandian is entitled to her own argument. What she is not entitled to is her own facts. She stood before this court and told you they raised the issue of David Elderby's direct examination. Nowhere in this 83-page motions did they ever make a single complaint about the examination of David Elderby. Ms. Blandian stood before this court and told you that they made a motion to recuse the whole Office of Special Prosecutor, Mr. Webb, myself, Mr. Weaver.
Hey, I just stepped up the room. Who brought the man from the fifth floor?
This paper is just such a motion. Your Honor, as we established at trial, facts matter, truth matters, evidence matters. They are not entitled to their own facts. Another fact in this matter, Your Honor, the one disqualification that they did make was to recuse a deputy special prosecutor who examined Mr. Moore. That deputy special prosecutor is an honorable man, is a man I worked with for 20 years. His integrity is impeccable, his reputation is impeccable, and his ethics is impeccable. Your Honor, they say he put Mr. Moore on the stand to commit perjury. Mr. Moore got on the stand and testified that the person he saw was white. Your Honor is well aware the actual two people that ran by him got on the stand and testified. Abel Osendaro, Evan Ola Osendaro. Your Honor, if nothing else has been established in this entire trial, I think we can both agree it's been established that they're not white. Yet they came in here today and making that same argument. Their arguments is in wine. They're not getting better with age. Your Honor, to try to discredit a man and to call into question when all he did is serve pro bono faithfully and for free does a disservice to the job that this Office of the Special Prosecutor did. And not only did they not prove anything that merited disqualification, they did it with pure gamesmanship, Your Honor. The rules require that you bring it to the court's attention in advance. They waited till the witness got on the stand and had him point at the deputy special prosecutor. Your Honor, and these are your words exactly, Your Honor, you said this was the first time in your history of a judge where you ever seen a witness get on the stand and point at a prosecutor. I've never seen it. I suspect no one in here has ever seen that. Your Honor, the gamesmanship cannot be rewarded. Their alleged error that the deputy prosecutor should be disqualified should be summarily denied as meritless. Second point of error, Ms. Blandian raised. She said that the Office of the Special Prosecutor commented on Mr. Smollett's post-arrest silence and post-Miranda silence. We did no such thing. On February 14, 2019, in an unsolicited, voluntary, non-custodial interview with the Chicago Police Department, Mr. Osendero sends Abimbola Osendero a text saying, "Brother, I love you. I know 1000% you did nothing wrong and never would. Neither you nor your brother. I love you. I stand with you. And I'm going to make a statement making sure everybody knows you did nothing wrong." It was voluntary. It was non-custodial. How do we know it was non-custodial, Your Honor? Mr. Smollett got up and left after the interview. He wasn't taken into custody and was represented by one of the finest lawyers in Chicago. To say that when we questioned Detective Deese about that text, that we put in play Mr. Smollett's post-arrest silence when all of our questions simply asked him about a pre-arrest, pre-Miranda text that he sent when he was free to go and did in fact leave, is wholly without merit, Your Honor. To then say that when Mr. Webb questioned Abimbola Osendero about the same text that he received from Mr. Smollett on February 14th, way before Mr. Smollett was ever arrested, way before he was even Mirandized, is equally without
I believe
merit,
he's the
Your
prosecution.
Honor. The text stands for
Can
itself.
somebody
Their
clarify?
problem isn't with the question. Their problem is with the text that their client sent. Because it said a lot. I know you did nothing wrong. I know you never would. I know 1000% you didn't. I love you and I stand with you and I'm gonna make it right. We had every right to ask if that was ever made right. And lastly, Your Honor, they raised an error that we allegedly shifted the burden during trial. They alleged 3 separate times. Once again, Your Honor, facts matter, truth matter, evidence matter. In their 83-page brief, they raised one issue concerning that, and that was at close.
They should have let him go
when
first.
Mr.
He doing
Uche
good.
stood right there and is very well, looked at the jury and told them, ladies and gentlemen, there was a ton of videos missing. There was a ton of evidence missing. The case law is clear on that, Your Honor, that when the defense opens the door in closing argument and raises an issue, the prosecution or the state has an absolute right to respond. They opened the door and now they're complaining that we walked in. We walked through it. Your Honor, we simply responded to his claim that there was missing evidence. Detective Deese took that stand and made it abundantly clear. Not a single piece of video was missing. Every video that we had was turned over and that they had it. No video was missing, Your Honor. And for them to raise that argument, we were entitled to respond. Your Honor, so my role was to address the trial errors. I wanted to do it in a summary fashion because we've been going a while now. But those 3 areas that Ms. Glandian raised are simply not supported by the record. She's entitled to her own argument. She's not entitled to her own facts. We thank you for your time. We respectfully ask that you deny the motion and the state is ready to proceed to sentence.
Anything else you want to add?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
See, they should have had Brother Man from the 5th Flow go first. I like him. Now, he convinced me Jussie is definitely
Your Honor,
guilty.
Mr. Mendenhall began talking about the second prong of their appointment by Judge Tooman, which was to see if there was any wrongdoing in the dismissal of the charges against Mr. Smollett in the initial indictment. Now, I know there was some public outcry after the sudden dismissal of the charges. However, the OSP did a thorough investigation. And the one thing they did not find was any misconduct on the part of Mr. Smollett, anybody surrounding him or his team, in the dismissal of the charges against him. And that's critical because that impacts the fact that the agreement should have been honored. Now, whatever may or may not have gone on at the state's attorney's office, whatever the inner workings are, has nothing to do with the expectation that Mr. Smollett had when he entered into an agreement. He performed his part. The state's attorney's office at the time performed their part. The court enforced that agreement. And again, we know from the OSP's investigation that there was absolutely no wrongdoing on the part of the defense in bringing about the dismissal of charges against him. That was something that was offered in the discretion of the state's attorney's office, and he was entitled to rely upon it, which he did to his detriment. As far as the voir dire questions, I just want to emphasize that we're not talking about every single question. I know Your Honor asked a few questions or raised a few examples saying that those are not things that needed to be asked. For the record, I just want to identify the 4 questions that we thought were significant to determine if any of the potential jurors had any prejudices or bias that would deprive Mr. Smollett a fair trial, and the 4 questions that we had asked the court to inquire of the potential jurors and that we believed based on this court's order stating that the court would address these topics were: number 1, are you or is anyone close to you a member of the mainstream media? 2, do you have any particular feelings one way or another about actors? And this was critical because Mr. Smollett as an actor testified. 3, would the sexual orientation of Mr. Smollett or any witness have any bearing on your ability to reach a fair decision in this case? And 4, do you believe that you would give more or less weight to the testimony of a law enforcement officer as opposed to the average citizen? And these were important questions. Again, in light of
Are you sure those questions weren't asked, albeit in my words, not your words? Are you sure about that?
Yes, Your Honor. We've reviewed the record. We put this in our motions. Again,
And I think you may be mistaken.
our review of the record tells us otherwise. Now, as far as the accomplice instruction, Mr. Weaver said that the Osundario brothers could not have been charged with filing a false report because they weren't present when Mr. Smollett reported the attack to police. That is completely absurd. It's like saying somebody can't be charged as an accomplice to murder or a co-conspirator in a murder if they're not physically standing there when someone shoots the gun. It's a silly argument. The Osundario brothers absolutely could have been charged as an accomplice or a co-conspirator. There was probable cause. Despite their
the judge don't like
could
her.
have been charged. People in courtrooms all across the country are charged every single day with less evidence for conspiracy-based crimes or as an accomplice. They absolutely could have been charged in this case. The CPD and the state's attorney's office made a decision not to charge them because they wanted their testimony against Mr. Smollett, but that doesn't mean they couldn't have been charged, and it doesn't mean that the instruction should not have been given because they do satisfy the requirements necessary requiring that instruction to be given. And Mr. Mendenhall stated, I'm not entitled to my own facts. I'm certainly not here creating any facts. The record speaks for itself. Anthony Moore took the stand. He stated what he stated. We have the transcripts to show that. And he's the one who got up on the stand and said he was threatened and pressured. And when I made reference to disqualification, I certainly wasn't suggesting that we asked for the entire OSP to be disqualified. I was up here, I'm not trying to name any individuals. Our papers are clear as to our disqualification motion. I believe Your Honor already knows that. And finally, just to address the post-arrest silence issue, Mr. Mendenhall wants to isolate the statements as relating to the text message. And he says that these were all statements, or he was referring to the fact that that text message exchange on February 14th was prior to the fact that Mr. Smollett was arrested. However, that's not the question that was asked, and that's not what the jury heard. The questions said, to this day, has Mr. Smollett ever come clean? Has he ever said that the Osundario brother, it basically says, has he ever corrected the record? And it was specifically, the language was to this day and has he ever? And so that necessarily includes post Miranda as he was sitting in trial as a criminal defendant. And so we think all of those things were were error. And as far as the burden shifting, Mr. Mendenhall says there was no missing video. There in fact was. There was no video footage of one of the taxi rides, which made no sense because it had been, the CPD had apparently obtained that video. However, it was nowhere in the discovery. Later, we were told it doesn't exist, but there was missing video, not to mention all of the pieces of surveillance footage that obviously they weren't able to obtain. So again, it was fair game for the defense to comment on those things as the prosecutor's failure to meet their burden and to have the jury wonder about those things. It was not fair game for the prosecutor to do what they did, which is shift the burden and put it on Mr. Smollett to have to prove his innocence and have to come up with this evidence that he simply didn't have. So again, as we asked the court to grant a new trial in light of the totality of errors that have occurred and have deprived Mr. Smollett of a fair trial. Thank you.
Everybody done?
Nothing further.
Okay. All right. Let me indicate that we've been talking about these very issues for the last couple of years. Most of them are pre-trial, and certainly there's some that took place at trial. I've never had a case that has been pled
Make
as
sure y'all hit that
exhaustively
like
as
button.
this one.
Thank you. Love y'all.
Voluminous writings, hundreds and hundreds of pages of filings, asking for multiple motions to dismiss, jeopardy claims, motions to disqualify counsels, all of which are contained in the post-trial motion. It's fair to contain in the post-trial motion, but I mention now that these have been vetted and records have been made, and I've articulated myself at great length on all these issues in the past. And I am comfortable with the colloquies that were had and the decisions I made as a result of those colloquies. Just a few matters right now I want to address, and I think I should because they've been brought up with some passion by Ms. Glandian. There has been some suggestion that somehow this court should not have allowed the second indictment to go forward because it was invalid, because somehow Judge Leroy Martin, Chief of the Criminal Division at that time, when he appointed Michael Tuman, or asked Michael Tuman to be the one to preside over Sheila O'Brien's petition, seeking the special prosecutor, that somehow that was flawed, that Judge Tuman, when he held hearings, and he held exhaustive hearings, and his report speaks for itself, that somehow those proceedings were flawed, and a special prosecutor never should have been appointed, and that I somehow should have been in a position to grant some kind of collateral relief and dismiss the second indictment because the appointment of special prosecutor in the first place was invalid. I've read all of those transcripts, everything that took place in all of the hearings before Judge Martin and then Judge Tuman. Judge Tuman issued his report. He took it under advisement and there were lengthy
This
hearings.
sounds like this is leaning towards Juicy.
That the appointment of the special prosecutor was necessary.
Juicy if you team
that
Juicy.
doesn't mean that he's assuming that Mr. Smollett's guilty of something. It didn't mean that he assumed that the Cook County State's Attorney's Office was guilty of some misconduct or had done something terribly untoward or unethical. All it meant was that under the totality of the circumstances, a second look was necessary, that public confidence in this entire affair was shaken and a second look was necessary. He appointed Winston Strawn, Dan Webb in particular. I find nothing wrong with Judge Tuman's reasoning, his analysis. I'm not sure I have the right to offer a collateral remedy because I'm just a trial court judge on the same level as Judge Martin and Tuman. But be that as it may, I happen to agree with their reasoning that they found that the appointment of the special prosecutor was necessary, and all they did was investigate, and then they found things after that. A report was made about the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, and obviously a second indictment came as a result of their investigation about the circumstances of the case involving the conduct involving Mr. Smollett. All right, that's that. As to a public trial, we were in COVID. This was the first jury trial that this court had, and I am an active jury litigator and have been for years and years and years. This is the first trial I was able to have since COVID, and COVID was still happening. We were under all kinds of constraints. I was told that I could only have half capacity in the courtroom, including the jurors, including the deputies, including the lawyers. I had multiple lawyers on each side. I think the defense team is 6 lawyers. The prosecution with their staff is even more. I asked the parties, how many seats do you need in the courtroom?
The defense came to me at first and they said, we need 42 seats in the courtroom. It's 42 out of 57, including the jurors. I had media requests. The defense told me specifically, I asked them, do you want cameras in the courtroom?
Good, y'all.
Shall this be televised? The defense said, no, we would not like it televised. The prosecution said, we don't take any position. Whatever Your Honor decides is fine. But I deferred to the defense. I understood that this is a delicate matter and preferred not to have it on television. So I agree. There shall be no television. I did the best I could to have a public trial. We did things that we don't normally do. We kept the doors open. We had seats outside the doors that were open. We had seats set aside for the media because I knew that the media would be making this as public as possible. We did have people coming to the courtroom, and ultimately, and there was no limit on the amount of people that were here as family and supporters of Mr. Smollett. So I am confident that I did all I could to give a public trial that the Constitution requires. We were under severe limitations based on the COVID virus. Last thing I want to talk about is the accomplice instruction. There's been a lot of talk about this. And I did take this seriously.
Maureen, go ahead and log out for me.
We have to remember why we were here. Mr. Smollett was indicted for filing a false police report, felony disorderly conduct. Everything about what happened between he and the brothers, the plan that the jury found happened, the scheme to meet on the street and pretend to beat him up and call him names and do the things that they did, none of that's a crime. There was, because Mr. Smollett was consenting to it, not only consenting to it, he had orchestrated it, according to the evidence. There's nothing you could find the brothers guilty of. They didn't commit any crime. The only crime that was at play in this entire scenario was the false police report. When the police were called, the brothers were no longer there. They weren't consulted. They were out of the picture. The problem that Mr. Smollett has are what he said to the police and what the jury found that he said to the police, and that it was patently false. That was the problem. And the brothers had nothing to do with that. And because the crime at issue was the filing of the false police report, the felony disorderly conduct counts, I found that the brothers had nothing to do with that portion of it, and the accomplice instruction for those reasons would not lie. And so I just want to put that to rest. And we talked about that at length previously, and I know Ms. Lanyon is serious about it. That's fine, but I see no problem with that. As to the rest of it, we've talked about this for 2 years, and I have made records, both orally and in writing, on each of these issues, even some things that were not raised orally today. I'm going to stand by my findings and rulings. I do believe at the end of the day that Mr. Smollett received a fair trial, that he was proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by the jury based on the evidence that was presented, that there was nothing unconstitutional about these proceedings. There was motion for post-trial relief with respect to
no. It's over for Jussie.
I'm suggesting we take a short recess, and we're going on to the sentencing hearing. Let's take 10 minutes.
Now, how long is this recess, y'all? I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'll be right back. Make sure y'all hit that like button, okay?
We've been listening in here to the motion, the request for a new trial, and we've heard it. Boy, we've been going back and forth here, both sides, for upwards of almost 2 hours now. They convened court just a little bit after 1:30, and here we are at 3:10. So that gives you an idea of how long it's taken just for this first half of what we're considering in the sentencing hearing for Jussie Smollett. And they are taking a short recess, so that's why we are back on the seal here at the courthouse at the Layton Criminal Court Building, and we will wait to see how long they will continue to be in recess before they move on to the next stage. So, you know, at this point, we are still waiting to hear from many of the witnesses that Jussie Smollett and his team will put forward, including his 92-year-old grandmother, who will be speaking on his behalf. We're also hearing that his older brother and will be speaking as well. He was accompanied by many of them as he walked into the courtroom. And from what I'm understanding from Irv Miller,
oh, wow. So the family going to be speaking too?
Many of these letters that we
oh,
have
Lord.
been getting in preparation
this ain't gonna
for
be
the
all
sentencing
day.
hearing, those will be quoted from, a lot of them coming from Jesse Jackson locally and the NAACP. So I want to bring in Irv Miller now. Irv, you've been listening to a lot of this, I'm sure, and, you know, it's extensive. making here. So what stood
All
out
right,
to you?
hold on, y'all. I'm just gonna put it on mute real quick. Let me just put it on mute. Okay. Wait, no, I still want to play it so I can monitor it. But I just want to. Okay. All right. Let me know if the case starts back up, you guys. But I just wanted to go ahead and get your thoughts real quick. So you guys think that he might be okay? How do I put this? Okay, put a 1 in the chat if you think Jussie is going to serve some time. Put it, because we already know who's guilty. He was found guilty. Put a 2 in the chat if you think this man actually might get off or get a lesser sentence than what we actually think he's going to get. Oh, damn. I didn't. Let me do the 30-second countdown. Y'all already voting. Hold on, y'all. Let me do the 30-second countdown. Y'all know I love doing my 30-second countdowns. Where the hell is the countdown at? Here we go. Okay, Toria said the family get about 5 minutes each. They don't get hella time. Okay, that's good because I'm all like, oh, hell nah. We already sat through this long shit. We ain't trying to. Okay, that's good then. Okay, maybe Rose said maybe a few months. Okay, 1, 2. I think we got a lot of ones. Ugh. Jussie, it ain't looking good for you, homie. It ain't looking good for you right now. Oh man, that sucks. All in all, for me personally, do I think he's guilty? Yes, of course I think he's guilty. Should he serve some time? When you look at the large scale of things, actual criminals that need to be in jail. Now, you technically, this is this a criminal case, y'all? I probably should have looked that up. Is this criminal? Yeah, this is criminal, I believe. Right, Yolanda, I'll be scared right now too. You right about that. Yeah, Jussie, it ain't looking good for you, homie. Should he serve 3 years? No, I don't think he should serve 3 years. Should he serve a little time? Maybe a little time, but I don't think he should. I don't think they should throw the book at him. You know what I mean? I definitely don't think they should do all that. Criminal. Okay, yes, it is criminal. Okay, thank you guys. Yeah, I definitely don't think that they should throw the whole book at him. I don't think so. But not federal. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah. Jails, they're overcrowded with bad, plus the virus that will all be taken into account. That's true too. He might get like some kind of early release or something like that as well too if he does go to jail. Obviously he will anyway, just because of who he is. There are some things to take into account. First of all, he created this whole fake scenario. That's one thing that honestly pisses me off because, like Heart of Inspiration said, shout out to her. He was basically trying to start a race war. At the time, Donald Trump was in office. A lot of people were mad. And then you were hear about these stories of different situations. And he definitely used that to his advantage to create this whole scenario in his head because, I don't know if he thought he was going to get like a bigger contract or more money, but Juicy. Oh, actually, while I had y'all on break, right, like when I was on mute, I was singing. Y'all know that one song? I think it's M to Me, Juicy. Juicy. That was the sample that Biggie used. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine, Salt and Pepper, Heavy D up in the limousine. He used that beat. But Juicy. But yeah, Juicy, it ain't looking good for you, Juicy, homie. Are they back? Hold on, y'all. Let me go ahead and play this. I'm sorry.
the denier, what kind of animal would you like to be? Choosing a jury in a criminal case, those kind of questions?
We identified certain questions in our motion that we think, I believe there were 4 questions that we thought were critical.
Oh, I think
not
they're
the ones
going over
Your Honor
the
just
recap,
mentioned, but
right?
there were important.
That was part of the pool of questions I received from you.
Right, but there were important questions that were not asked. And the more significant factor is we should have been allowed to question the veneer in this case. Again, I'm not saying in every case. I respect that Your Honor doesn't do that in a lot of other cases. However, this case is obviously unique. Mr. Smollett,
Bonnie, I know
unfortunately
that it's Jussie.
He's not been treated like anyone else
they call him
charged with class
Juicy.
4
I know it's
felonies.
Jussie.
He's been disadvantaged at every turn, and his jury
I pick
selection
the jury
was
in this case the same way I pick a jury in a murder case. I do the questions. I ask the lawyers for input. Tell me what questions you want me to ask. I vet them, and I'm happy to ask the questions that are relevant and helpful.
I understand, Your Honor.
But just the only point I'm trying to make is that I absolutely treated him the same as everybody else. And I didn't distinguish him from a class 4 offender or potential offender from a person accused of murder.
What kind of animal would you be? Boy, he handled that with a lot of patience there, Irv. Okay, one more question I want to bring in my colleague, Brad, to have seen counsel for Jussie
Yes,
Smollett,
Brandon,
and we
he
know
did say
the
that.
special
What kind of
prosecutor,
animal
but there was another gentleman who
would you
spoke
be
as
or
well.
whatever? He did actually say that. Yes. They are definitely going to give him a sentence, but the judge seems a bit partial. I could see that. I do want to go ahead and speak to that. Now, as far as the case, for me personally, I would have to see as far as like how in that district in Chicago, like if there is cases where white people have gotten off compared to other black people who made false reports. I'm pretty sure there could be some, but in this case, I think with the high stakes of Jussie being a high profile person, this is definitely on him. And definitely, him using and creating this whole narrative with the MAGA people and making it into a race war, it doesn't look good on him at all. Because definitely you had politicians, you had celebrities speaking out for him. It's on a larger scale compared to somebody who's not high profile. So there's different stakes in this. There's definitely different stakes in this. Now, do I think that the Chicago PD is and I know she was saying this earlier, but do I think that the Chicago PD is corrupt? Definitely, I do think that they are corrupt. AKA Carl Winslow, Eddie Johnson, who was the superintendent that retired. He was shady, and we know that. Have they had history and have they had issues? Yes, I definitely do think they have. But with the same token, Jussie put himself in this situation. At the end of the day, he definitely put himself in this situation. We can't deny the fact. Even if we don't think Jussie should go to jail or anything like that, you have to admit that he put himself in this situation. He didn't have to put himself in this situation. He put himself in the situation. Now he can say, "Oh, because they're still denying that that he planned this and corroborated with all this." But definitely, Jussie, just admit that you lied. What he should have did was plead insanity. What he should have did was plead insanity, because that's definitely what I would have did. I would have judge me if you want to, but I definitely would have pleaded insanity. I would have been like, you know what? I lost my mind. I go see a therapist, which is true. Oh, make sure y'all hit that like button. I go see a therapist, which is true. The request for a new trial is denied. Oh, let's listen into this, you guys. Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and turn back on the sound. Boom.
Extraordinary relief to overturn the jury's verdict that found him guilty of 5 serious felonies of making false police reports. And in doing so, he raises a variety of alleged procedural, alleged evidentiary errors, both pre-trial and during the trial itself.
No, not yet, Debbie. He hasn't been sentenced yet.
And everyone involved in this case. except, of course, Mr. Smollett himself or his lawyers. And just a few examples. He's blamed the prosecutors. He's blamed Your Honor specifically. He's blamed your courtroom staff. These are in his papers. He's blamed the Cook County sheriffs in this courtroom. He's blamed the entire Cook County judicial system. He's blamed the Illinois Supreme Court. He's blamed COVID-19. He's blamed the media. He's blamed, quote, political figures. He's blamed witnesses at trial. And he's even blamed the jury itself. Page after page after page of finger pointing and scapegoating. But once that bluster and hyperbole, Your Honor, is excised from that motion and the examination of the real underlying record is undertaken, it clearly reveals that each of the alleged errors is one, meritless. Two, it is riddled with distortions of the actual record.
All right, y'all, we back. They're just showing the clips or whatever from the trial. They're not doing anything. Cheese and Rice, I have another meeting. This is great. Hey, Heart of Inspiration, at least you working. You could be like me asking for money for your cell phone bill. I love you, but thank you for tuning in and out. I appreciate that. She'll be back, though. Jussie gonna go to jail, get buff, write a fire album, and become the gay Tupac. Yo, I should have put a clip of that in there. He really did say that. He really did say he's the gay Tupac. He was all like, I'm the gay Tupac. You can't make this shit up. Jussie is funny as hell. He is hilarious. He should get a little time off for that. Oh, it looked like they showing the courtroom, y'all. Are they back yet? Hey, what's up, Angel? Thank you for coming. Yeah, but y'all, but he putting his 92-year-old grandma on the stand. He gonna have the grandma. They said the grandma and his brothers talk. I don't know if Journey is gonna talk too. Right, he needs a new career. Y'all. I mean, are you gonna buy his album? I mean, that's the question. Let me ask y'all: if Jussie comes out with an album, are y'all gonna buy it? Put a 1 in the chat if you're gonna buy it. Put a 2, hell to the no. I honestly don't know what kind of career he gonna have. Oh, Brandis, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. Right, leave Granny out. Yeah, I did like Empire for a minute, and then it kind of y'all going to hell. Y'all said no. Now I do got Spotify, so I will listen to it on Spotify. I will say that. Oh, you listened to his music before? I never listened to his music. I'm being dead honest. Is he gonna tell the truth on the song? Toria, you the only person that gonna listen to that album. No, everybody else said hell nah. Ain't nobody listening but Toria. Toria, I ain't gonna leave you hanging. I'm gonna listen to the album. When it come out, I'm gonna listen to the album. Cabarillo said he gonna listen to the album too. Okay, we got 3 people listening to the album. I don't even know how to buy an album these days. That's funny, Tammy. Oh, you like some? Okay. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Make sure you guys hit that like button. I appreciate it. Make sure you also subscribe. We are having a good time. If you like what you're seeing or hearing, make sure you guys go ahead and send a super chat, super sticker, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Help me pay my cell phone bill. Thank you. I love you all. The sad part is he was on a good show. Couldn't understand. You know what? They immediately canceled that show afterwards, you know? Marine said, will it be on YouTube? We'll listen to it on Station Head. When the album come out, we'll listen to it on Station Head, Marine. Oh, and make sure you guys follow me on Station Head. I will be coming back soon. Is he going to get tatted and say the gay Tupac? Y'all are cracking me up. He can get it next week. Right. I mean, definitely they're going to want to tell this story. So I definitely see that happening too as well. They're going to want to tell his story some way, somehow. No matter what, we're going to watch. We're going to watch his story. Now, his album, I don't know about that. Guilty community service and a big ass fine. Yeah, he definitely need to pay that money back. He need to pay that $130,000 back. Pay back that money, Jussie. Oh, Hulu at best. You know. Juicy. AT2, his music is good. I cannot take his talent from him. I buy CDs from Target, Walmart. Oh, is Fry still open? Do not do the whole download stuff. Oh, you don't do the whole download? See, you gotta see, Toria, we're gonna have to get you to upgrade. You need to get a streaming service. To me, the question is faced with simply telling the truth on a situation that could have caused a race war. Why are we not wanting him to be held accountable for that? I definitely agree with you on that, Heart Inspiration, because he used that whole MAGA thing, and then they threw bleach on him, had a noose. He definitely used that. Oh, y'all, is it back on? Hold on, let's listen. I think it might be back on, y'all.
Some links, so I tried to condense, and I'm only going to read the relevant portion, but I will point out for the media and for the public watching the full statement had been filed and made available to the court, as well as defense counsel. So again, Your Honor, the letters on behalf of Stephen Kane, Deputy Corporation Counsel, and David O. Brown, Superintendent, Chicago Police Department. As the jury concluded,
he had a bigger
Mr.
platform.
Smollett
That's right.
falsely reported to the Chicago Police Department that he was a victim of a hate crime. Specifically, Mr. Smollett told the CPD that two people attacked him, placed a rope around his neck, poured a chemical on him, and called him homophobic and racist slurs, and stated that this is, quote, MAGA country, end quote. Mr. Smollett claimed he did not know his attackers, but that one of them was white-skinned. A massive investigation ensued, costing the city and its residents well over $100,000. For the following weeks, more than 30 Chicago police officers and detectives investigated Mr. Smollett's report by conducting witness interviews, reviewing over 1,500 hours of surveillance video, in-car camera videos from taxis collected by detectives, as well as other evidence. These same detectives also gathered documentary evidence, including rideshare records, store receipts, store videos, and knocked on doors, going door to door during the polar vortex, one of the coldest periods in Chicago history. During this period, the detectives and police officers worked around the clock, amassing over 1,000 hours of overtime in an effort to solve what in the beginning was thought to be a horrible hate crime. The overwhelming stress and fatigue that was put on the Chicago officers who were involved in the case was immense. While the city can address the financial costs of Mr. Smollett's false report and the investigation that ensued, a cost that can never be measured, is the harm caused by reducing the likelihood of actual victims of hate crimes willing to report these crimes.
Little Miss Jessie, more than likely they took a deal.
Hate crime victims are frequently hesitant to come forward and cooperate in police investigations out of fear that they will not be believed or they will be targeted.
Okay, I guess this is what we already seen. Thank you, Toria. Okay, I was just trying to see if it was something new. Dang, every time they put up a clip, I think it's something new. I was all like, damn, did I miss a lot of this? I was like in and out the room doing shit, y'all, so excuse me. See that part wrong for that. It was cold during that time. Yeah, they took a plea. Yeah. It won't be back on until you see the seal. Okay. Oh, thank you, BB. I appreciate that. BB from VA. Shout out to all my people in VA. He gave $1 million already, and they just want more. He did give $1 million? Oh, I didn't know that. Are you sure that wasn't his lawyer fees? But I will say, I want to ask y'all too. Now, as far as this case with Jussie Smollett, right? I know it's Jussie, but Jussie, did y'all really pay attention to this? Or once you found out he lied about it, you didn't really care? Put a 1 in the chat if you paid attention to this case. Put a 2 in the chat, you really didn't care because you thought he was guilty. Because I'll be honest, I really didn't pay attention to this case until now. Toria, I actually made hot chocolate. I know it's weird, huh? I said soda, but I made hot chocolate. Hot chocolate and drinking water. Okay, 2. I see a lot of 2s. Yeah, Tarla, this is live. They're just doing a recap right now, but they're gonna go into they're gonna have his people talk. 1 and 2. Okay. Yeah, because I didn't know about that Mr. Moore guy, how, at first he said, "What's up, Southern Belle?" At first he said, it was white guys, he had witnessed it, and then he had talked to the special prosecutor, special prosecutor, and then that's when all of a sudden his story changed and he flipped basically. So that was very interesting hearing that. I didn't hear about that part at all. I just heard Jussie lied. It was all a hoax. The 2 Nigerian brothers admitted that, this was all corroborated. This was all a plan. That's what I remember hearing from this case. I really didn't keep up with it, but now that I'm hearing all this, it's really getting me invested into the story. Definitely Jussie, his defense attorney, she was definitely on point, And shout out to Stephanie, because she did make a good point. She was like, the reason why it seems like she's being argumentative because she can't step down, especially for appeal. She has to push back on it. So shout out to Stephanie for letting me know about that. And I think Ann also also said that too. Shout out to BB from VA. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the $9.99. Let's ride Jussie harder than the Vegas Strip on Pride. Oh my God. Yeah, okay. A lot of you guys put 2. Like, a lot of people didn't pay attention to this until more recently. Let me see. No, when they dropped the charges against him, they gave him 15 hours of community service. He gave them $1 million. Then they brought this case because other people were mad about that deal. Oh, okay. And then that's where the double jeopardy, double prosecute. Okay. Thank you, Toria. Okay, that makes sense now. That's why they were talking about the double jeopardy, and we all know that's illegal. He may end up paying the money. Maybe house arrest would be better for him with no use of electronic devices and banned from television for a while. Dr. Phil can be his therapist. Y'all be shadier than me most of the time. Thank you for the $9.99. No way. This is truly not ending. He had envisioned when he cooked this lie up. Ooh, right. Yo, this definitely wasn't the plan, This definitely was not the plan. And oh, y'all, is this a new part right here? I think this might be something new, y'all. Hold on, let me turn it back on. I'm sorry.
All right. Now, in terms of his role in the show musically, how did you help support him in that way?
We put musicians on camera around him. In the 6 seasons that we did Empire, we would put around Jussie and other cast members and guest artists, musicians in the community.
Put a 1 in the
400
chat if
different
you
musicians,
if
and
you
most of
guys
us
can hear
appeared
the
on that show
audio.
from the local Chicago community over the 6 seasons we had the show, many of which performed with Jussie, and many of which he embraced dearly as friends over that period of time.
Did Mr. Smollett also have any hand in making sure, securing any of these musical artists? For
He would sometimes voice opinions and give me approval or tell me what he's looking for. So, of course, there was interaction that way. And through that process, we became very good friends.
So outside of the show, you said you became very good friends. What type of things would you say you did with Mr. Smollett?
I was very active, and I continue to be active in the world of nonprofits in Chicago, supporting various things. And so I would tell Jussie about certain things that we were active with. And as a celebrity, I would say it would be very meaningful if you might consider participating and donating your time and your talent, which he willingly did on many occasions. And it was always a very meaningful experience for those who saw him and interacted with him, and meaningful for those of us who brought him out.
Now, Mr. Daniels, I'm going to ask you briefly to, if you can, go through just a few of these nonprofits or any of them. I know that there's one that was relevant with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America.
That was a meeting we had that never went beyond the meeting stages. But the one that was really relevant was a school on the west side of Chicago, a grade school. And it has 505 African-American children. I believe it's the largest population of African-American children in the grade school system in America. That's what they talk about. Magnificent school. I was brought in a few years prior to Jussie coming in, asking to support it in various ways. And their mission was so great, it was easy to jump in. I asked Jussie if he'd come over. He willingly said yes. And for me, it was an extraordinary life experience because we didn't tell the children who was coming that day.
See, this is why I should have watched the original case instead of just judging Jussie. I should have watched the original case. So I would have known that. Okay. You're right, Tarla, you're right. Okay, so this is the new broadcast of the case. However, they're showing like the clips from earlier and then like the old clips from the actual trial. They're trying to kill time until the recess is over. So they're just kind of showing us all this old stuff right now. So I just wanted to clarify. So sorry about that, y'all. I know y'all like, well, then I thought you told me this was new. No, I told you I didn't watch the original case, damn it. Thank you, AT2. I'm so glad you're covering this. I live in Chicago. Oh, okay. We got somebody from Chicago. Guys, let me know if you lived in Chicago or if you're from Chicago. Let me know either or. Shout out to everybody in Chicago. I definitely like y'all perspective on things. Definitely. What's up, Miss D? Thank you for coming. Oh, you like Bonnie? Her comment, yeah. Now, I definitely think. Now, I wanted to know when they do the whole, having the family members speak and stuff like that. Do y'all think that's gonna like convince them to give him lesser time and stuff like that? Oh, yo, Yolanda, you from okay, you from Chicago, born and raised. May his pen never get peen. May his peen never get hard again. What the hell? Angie always be coming off the top with some crazy ish. I swear. What's up, Canelo? Thank you for coming. Y'all, this is crazy. And for those of you just tuning in, no, they haven't sentenced him yet. They're in recess. It's about 30 minutes. Shout out to Toria. Thank you for letting me know that. It's about 30 minutes. So we're still waiting to get the verdict and see what's going on. So right now we're just talking until it starts up again. And then we're all going to go back to watching it. Okay. Casey said, hell nah. Okay. Hey, Teron. Thank you for coming. Vonnie, they just are doing this trial to please the public. Oh, okay. Vonnie said they are just doing this trial to please the public, but it won't be as bad as we may think. He definitely owes everyone a serious apology. He can come do community service in my... Oh, man. You say he can come do community service. You like, he can come to my hood. Yo, I definitely know a few places that he can come around here and help clean up and stuff like that too. A severe culture shock, laugh out loud for me when we moved. Oh wow. And where did you move from? Just tell us the state. Don't tell us exactly where, because you know people like to dox you, but yeah, let me know where'd you move to? Okay, they come for a few minutes. Okay. What's up, Tracy? Thank you for coming. Yes, he could possibly be facing jail time. That is true. Well, 100 since I was a teen. Then move. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay, and you're still in Illinois. Oh, you moved to okay, Georgia, Atlanta. What did Troll Farm? I'm about to do some laundry. Anyway, the bushes have Coke soap, cake soap or bleach. Oh my god. Thank you for the $5 though. Can someone please tell me Lee Daniels is not being charged? No, Lee Daniels is not being charged. Yeah, Shanika, up to 3 years. That is true. Up to 3 years. I love grits, but I don't put sugar in my grits. I use salt and pepper. I don't know what's up with everybody using sugar in their grits. I mean, that's weird to me. That's oatmeal. You put sugar in oatmeal. You don't put sugar in grits. You know what I mean? No, it's 30 minutes. It's 30 minutes. That's why. Has it been 30? I feel like it's been longer than 30. I've been trying to keep y'all entertained with what's going on, but damn, I'm on like, it's been a long time. Wait, you said butter and sugar in your grits and then some cheese? Ugh, I don't know about that. With cheese in it too? So it's sugary and savory? I don't know about that. Oh, they're Deborah, they're on recess right now. So the defense and the prosecution, they already spoke right now. So we're just waiting for them to come back to recess. So, Jussie family can speak on his behalf and then try to, get him some lesser time. But other than that, I can do sweet or savory. The judge waiting on right, because it's been longer than 30 minutes. Oh, see, y'all nasty. See, that's why we can't go eat breakfast or nothing, because y'all putting sugar in your damn grits. That's what's wrong with y'all. Yes, cheesy grits, yes. Not yet, about 20 minutes. Damn, 20 minutes. Butter, salt, pepper for me only. Thank you, Canelo. Thank you. These people over here nasty. How we go from talking about Jussie Smollett to grits? How we do that? Only put salt, pepper, and cheddar cheese in my grits. Okay, see. Cheryl said, amen, vegan cheese. Oh, now vegan. Okay, you disqualified. You don't put no damn vegan cheese in grits. I'm just kidding. Shout out to all my vegans out there. Ooh, shrimp and grits, definitely. Ooh, chicken and waffles. That sounds good. Tomato sauce on grits is actually also good. I know sometimes the sauce can be like tomatoey. It's not always like gravy. Ooh, spicy shrimp. That sounds good. Shanika said both. Thank you for the $5. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that, Wendy Lynn. Thank you. Butter and pepper. Okay, see, Yolanda, that's why you my people, Yolanda. You know how to eat your grits. These other people don't know how to eat grits, putting sugar and honey and jam in their grits. What the hell wrong with you? Little Miss Jessie said, laugh out loud, all this grits talk is very entertaining. I can't fall asleep and it's almost midnight. Oh, are you one of our neighbors across the pond, Jessie? Thank you for coming. I know it's late where you guys are right now, huh? Or it's getting late. Catfish or shrimp grits is yummy. I never had it with catfish before, but I have had fish and grits. I'm lying, y'all. I have. I'm lying. Right, that's the only way to eat it. Mm-hmm. See, Yolanda, we get each other. Polenta with Italian sausage and Parmesan cheese. I have not tried that, but that sounds good though. I would definitely try it. No, not sugar and honey and cream. People just tuning in, they're probably like, they're talking about grits. They're not even talking about Jussie. Trust me, we're going to get back to it. Right now, they're just showing the old trial clips. It ain't nothing entertaining right now, so we just waiting, y'all. We just waiting. Okay, you just had it this morning. Okay. Oh, you're in Cape Town. Hey, shout out to South Africa. I would love to go to South Africa. I would love whenever I come to the continent of Africa, because Africa is not a country, the continent of Africa, I would like to go to different countries like Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa. I would love to like travel, like do a whole tour. Kenya, I heard, is really nice. Ooh, that sounds good. Chicken marsala. Okay, I haven't tried polenta. I got to try that, y'all. I got to try that. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you're just tuning in. Please make sure you hit that like button. Right now, they are on recess. We're just waiting for them to start back up so we can go ahead and get into this and finally get into this whole case, and see what he's going to be sentenced to. Hey, 20 more likes will be at 100%. Let's get 20 more likes, you guys. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Oh, yeah, Egypt. How can I forget Egypt? I want to go to Morocco. If I'm going to do North Africa, I would like to do Morocco too. I think that would be dope. Oh, what the hell? Oh, that's my bathroom. I was wondering what the hell that was. Hey, Devereaux, thank you for coming. So, y'all, I'm going to ask y'all again. I think we're less than 10 minutes away from them starting back up. So, what do you guys think Jussie is going to get? Do you think he's going to get jail time, community service? What y'all think he's going to get? How is it looking for Jussie or Juicy? Whichever you want to call him. How is it looking? What y'all think he's going to get, y'all? Okay, jail time, not sure. Okay. Oh, we had 296 likes. Thank y'all. Thank you. I appreciate it. Praying for no jail time. 2 years jail. Example, jail. Yeah, he's definitely gonna be the example. A fine, yes. I definitely do think he should pay back the money. Time served, he beat himself. Oh man, you right about that, Sunshine. You right. He gonna get probation, fine, community service. He paid $1 million. He should at least get to stay in R. Kelly's abandoned mansion. Let me take that comment out. That was funny, Bonnie. I like that. Hi, AT2. Hey, what's up? Hey, shout out to everybody in Philly. Thank you for coming, Michelle. Oh, we had 302 likes? Okay, let's get them likes up, y'all. Remember, this is fair use commentary. YouTube, don't take my video down. It's fair use. Don't be hating. If you would like to become a member, that's the link right there. Y'all, I was going to say we're going to do the members live only right after this, but we're going to have to do it a little bit later because, shit, I need me a break. This is exhausting. I don't like to be on live that long. I like to give y'all about 30 minutes to an hour and then I'm out. But, this is a special case right here, so I got to give y'all longer. Finding community service. Okay. Damn, Canelo, you said life? I just realized I wasn't even looking at your comment, but I put it. Y'all are petty. What's up, Chicky Boo? Oh, it's late in Great Britain where you are. Yeah, huh? We were just talking about that just not too long ago. That was nice, Deborah. Yes, definitely pray for God's mercy. Definitely. That's funny. We've been with you long enough. And thank you for everybody for the super chats and super stickers. I really do appreciate that because y'all didn't have to do that, but y'all did. So I got to say shout out to y'all. Thank y'all. I really do appreciate that. Oh, sorry, y'all. I was just reading a message. I was like, what the hell? Y'all, thank you so much. Whoa. I'm at 8,451 subscribers. So since this live, we done got over 40 subscribers. Thank you to everybody who's subscribed to the channel who's new. I promise I won't let y'all down. I do a whole bunch of funny shit, celebrity gossip, all that. Sometimes I do got to terrorize these YouTubers. I try not to, but sometimes they ask for it. But, it is what it is. But thank y'all for sticking around. Hopefully y'all stick around for the long run. I really do appreciate this. Jail time, huge fine, allegedly. Shout out to allegedly. Thank you for coming. I ain't seen you in a minute. Right, hit that like button, y'all. I subbed on my other channel. Hey, it still count, Canelo. Thank you. I appreciate that, brother. Anything that will help. We on our way to 10K. We are on our way to 10K. Ooh. That hot chocolate getting to me, y'all. I know this is just a replay from the other court, but I'm gonna run to the bathroom, so I'm gonna go ahead. See, that's how I don't know. Let's talk about something real quick. I don't know how these YouTubers be doing these like 8, 9, 12-hour streams and like they don't be using the bathroom. Like, how do y'all aren't y'all amazed by that? How do they be doing these long ass streams and they don't use the bathroom at all? Like, I've been having to go every 5 minutes. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and play this for y'all, and then I'm gonna go run and be right back. Hopefully, by then they start the trial back.
Literally sobbing on the phone, just going like, I can't believe what's going on, and I really want to make a difference. And here's what I'm sort of thinking of, and would you help me figure out if it's the right way to go? And I want to give money, but I also want to go and bring supplies, but I also just want to show up for people. And I wanted, he was always trying to figure out how to do what he could do best. And a lot of what he did in those ways, I mean, he understood the power of standing up for people.
Oh, shout out to Allegedly. Thank you for making it your 6
TV cameras
months.
would follow, and that maybe others would follow his example. But he also did a lot of what he did during that time anonymously and quietly, but he still did the due diligence of figuring out which group is good and how do you figure that out. And I'm going to call people I know and do my research so that my dollars are well spent and are making a real difference.
Sure. So Jussie went from taking a bus to your office to becoming a worldwide phenomenon on a TV show. Did you notice any change in his personality when he gained that phenomenal success?
Not really. I mean, he was still Jussie. He was funny. And
Thank you,
sweet.
Allegedly. I really do appreciate
And
that.
he was so effervescent about this magical thing that had happened to him. And I think for all of us who worked with him at ANSA, Artists for New South Africa, whether board members we were all so thrilled for him. It was like, we all knew he was
Allegedly
talented. We
always
had
be
him
coming by
perform
and
at a
blessing
couple
me.
of
I
our
love you,
events,
Allegedly. Thank you.
Once he started performing musically, and we were all fans. And but we were. He wore it well. He wore his fame responsibly, and he understood. He understood sort of the requirements that come with that kind of position if you want to be a good, decent person living in the world.
So if Jussie was given a period of probation in this case, would you be willing to help supervise to make sure that that probation period?
Shout out to Toria, because I'll be the one setting the trends. Now all of a sudden everybody else want to go live. I noticed that the number went down to 252 because everybody else and their mama trying to go live right now. Everybody always trying to copy and compete with AT2, but ain't nobody AT2. We having fun over here. We've been talking about adult diapers, grits, and everything else under the sun. Okay, I think they're coming back now, so I'm gonna go ahead and shut up and go back to the audio.
Along with his 92-year-old.
Really deeply contributing member to society.
One moment, please. Sure.
Okay, never mind. I tricked myself. I thought they were back. I accidentally went back. I think that's what I did. Yeah, that's what I did. I accidentally went back, and then that's what happened. Okay. They went ahead and played us. I thought it was starting again. Damn it. Yes, never a dull moment, Toria. You right about that. Never a dull moment at all. You know what? I should have did this as Judge Velvet. I didn't even think about that. I should have did this shit as Judge Velvet. That shit would have been funny. I still can. I still can put on the wig and everything. But that might be like another thing. I don't think right now. Judge Velvet is like this fake judge. She was actually inspired by another YouTuber. I seen this one YouTuber do it, and I was like, yo, I can do it better than I can do an impersonation of her better than she can herself. So I decided to become Judge Velvet. So that's who inspired it. Yo, thank you, Soul. I appreciate that. Either in the bushes or watching the replay, you always make me LOL. Thank you. I appreciate that. So thank you for the $19.99. Thank you. We ain't going nowhere, AT2. We really love you and your content. I appreciate that, Sunshine. Thank you. Hey, the after show might feature Judge Velvet. Right, Mina. Let me do a little impersonation. You know, Jussie. Now, Juicy, that's what they call you, Juicy. Now, you over here with the fuck shit, and we don't like you over here with the fuck shit. Now, you over here lying and doing... I can't do it right now without laughing, y'all. I can't do it without laughing. Yeah, later in the recap, I definitely can. Thank you, Juanita, for still being here. I appreciate that. Y'all, this video is at 6,080 views so far. So that includes everybody who's been watching and leaving or coming back. That includes everybody. So shout out to those 6,000 people that have been watching this whole live stream, because I know this ish has been very long. Shout out to everybody on Facebook as well. Shout out to the Facebook crew. I appreciate y'all too as well. Oh, they're back now? Okay. Let me mute.
And he has never received the benefit of the doubt or a proper presumption of innocence. And even though I completely disagree with the jury's decision in this case,
this is Jussie's brother right here. I'm sorry.
I only want to give support to the point that Jussie should not be incarcerated.
Continuing to...
I think I'm biased. I am 5 years older than he is, and I can remember him at infancy. He has always been a loyal, loving, and creative human being. He is not a threat to the people of Illinois. And in my humble opinion, Jussie is completely innocent, but even for those, once again, who think he is guilty, the crime he has been accused of is not even considered a felony in most states. Furthermore, here in Illinois and in Cook County, disorderly conduct is oftentimes not even prosecuted, and charges are frequently dropped. Incarceration of any kind would send the wrong message, especially in a time in which we as a nation have expressed in a bipartisan plurality the desire to see real criminal justice reform and an end to unnecessary mass incarceration, which predominantly affects African Americans, Hispanics and Latinos, and poor and impoverished white people.
I knew he was going to bring that up.
As a nation that calls itself free, we cannot do so while continuing to incarcerate more nonviolent offenders than any other nation in the world. Mass incarceration is also an unnecessary burden to the taxpayers, to law enforcement, and it is simply unjust and wrong. For those who believe that Jussie is guilty once again and needs more punishment, I would also ask you to consider the gut-wrenching and stomach-turning punishment he has already experienced for the last 3 years. The TV show that he poured so much labor and commitment into making a success was ripped away from him even before he was criminally tried. The fact is, the overwhelming majority of mass and online media reporting in early 2019 resulted in a premature assumption of guilt, and the court of public opinion had already convicted Jussie in early 2019. For the last 3 years, he has had to live in anxiety and in a certain kind of pseudo form of house arrest. As a public figure, he has had to deal with public scorn and the real security threats associated with being an accused celebrity. He was, in essence, quarantining almost a year before the COVID-19 pandemic even began. Now, we all know the Sixth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution guarantees the right to a speedy trial. In my opinion, it is unfathomable for me to stand here in March of 2022, pleading with your honor not to give my brother jail time for a low-level offense that is alleged to have been committed in early 2019. For those who believe he is guilty, once again, trust me when I say that the punishment he has already received has far exceeded the actual alleged offense that you accuse him of. Your honor, there's been a lot talked about, restoring public trust. In my opinion, you don't restore public trust by demonstrating to the public that a level 4 felony, which once again is not even what he's accused of, not even a felony charge in most states in America, by giving him a stiff sentence, which includes jail time. That's not restoring public trust. That's in my opinion. Right?
Thank you. Just want to know. I appreciate that.
In any direction in this area, from this courthouse, and talk to people in the community. You're not going to say, they're not going to tell you, oh yeah, we restored the public trust because Jussie Smollett went to jail. Trust me, it's not going to happen. All right, this is not restoring public trust. All right, we are dealing with a lot of things in the world right now, and sending him to jail would not be restoring public trust. So please also keep in mind that, like myself, many people view this case as nothing more than a he said, she said kind of case, right? With no evidence to have warranted his conviction in the first place. With that in mind, Your Honor, I am humbly requesting that your sentencing of my brother not include any incarceration. I myself and my entire family will be eternally grateful. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there an additional witness that would like to say something today? Yes. Mr. Allen, how about a chair? Would that be helpful?
I'm gonna.
I need a mic.
She's the boss, man. She's gonna tell me where to go.
I want to be heard.
Fair enough.
Is this the grandma, y'all? Make sure y'all hit that like button, thumbs up.
Okay.
Make sure
Good to
y'all
be
cash
here.
app, super
Okay.
chat, all that good stuff. Subscribe.
I thank you for this opportunity to allow me to make this statement. My name is Molly Smollett. I am 92 years old. I have lived in New Mexico for over 25 years, but I am originally from New York, where I was a film editor. I am the proud grandmother of Jussie and his siblings. I felt compelled to come and tell you that the Jussie I know and love does not match up with the media's betrayal of him. And I'm talking to you guys. You haven't done a good job on investigative reporting. I've worked on documentaries. I know what it is. I've gone through the McCarthy period. I marched with Martin Luther King and marched out Washington, and I'm here now. And so you got to do better. I challenge you to do more investigative reporting. Jussie himself, as you have heard from the testimonials, is a very gentle, kind, and generous young man, and his empathy, which translates in giving of himself. Jussie has always been active in the pressing issues facing our communities, such as HIV, AIDS, voting rights, and other urgent social problems in America. One Christmas, he went to Flint, Michigan to entertain children who were living with lead poisoning from their drinking water. What the media may not know is that Jussie is what I call a justice warrior. He has been active against injustice all his life, as his mother has, who is an incredible rock for her children. And as my son, their father, who sadly passed away from cancer 7 years ago, only in his 50s. And I know in my heart that my son, Jussie's father, would have wanted me to come here to tell you who the real Jussie is. I also have fought against injustice forever, and I feel it's in our DNA. I attribute this to being Jewish and the persecution of my ancestors. The Hebrew words tikkun olam means to repair the world, and that's what I do, and that's what Jussie does. I will end by saying that Jussie is loved and respected by all who know him. And I ask you, the judge, not to send him to prison. If you do, send me along with him, okay? And I thank you for letting me talk. Thank you so much. Thank you all. It's nice to be in Chicago.
She packed quite a lot in those few minutes, of course, addressing the media, talking about her own background.
Suffered so much. Okay.
Yo, I like Granny. Grandma, thug, I like Granny.
Okay.
She said, take me to jail. I like Granny.
Mr. Uche, any other live witnesses you care to present today?
Judge, not at this time. I believe, I'm just checking, Mr. Allen. Okay, no, Judge, just the statements to be.
Okay. All right, I've heard evidence in aggravation, evidence in mitigation. I'll now entertain arguments in aggravation and mitigation, starting with the Office of Special Prosecutor.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, excuse
You
me.
wanted to, you want us to,
Yes, okay, I know what you're talking about. I have received numerous letters on behalf of Mr. Smollett. Some of them as recent as today, this morning. And I think it's only fair to publish and spread of record who those letters are from. Generally, they're all asking for mercy. They all know him in different capacities. They're strongly advocating for him. But you can tell me who those letters are from. And I think the Special Prosecutor has also received the same letters that I've received.
yes, Your Honor.
And if you want to paraphrase a little bit from the letters, Mr. Allen, you're welcome to.
Sure. Your Honor, the first letter here is from the organization Black Lives Matter. Dear Judge Lynn, Black Lives Matter stands in strong support of an alternative to incarceration sentence for Jussie Smollett. We applaud your long-held practice of imposing alternative to incarceration sentences for virtually all Class 4 felonies, such as Mr. Smollett's, and encourage you to continue this practice in this case. We know that second chance probation, regular probation, and deferred prosecution are all options. As we contemplate what creates a truly safe world, we know that Mr. Smollett's case involves no drugs, no theft, no sex, no property damage, and no physical injury to anyone other than the defendant. Despite the attention paid to it by the media, at its heart, this case involves a low-level, non-violent offense. We urge the court to keep this truth in mind when sentencing Mr. Smollett. We know that the cost that will be expended to met out the sentence involving jail time will be much better used providing much-needed community service. We first came to know Mr. Smollett long before Black Lives Matter's growth into the largest racial and social justice movement in global history. Mr. Smollett has an extensive history in civil rights advocacy and philanthropy. Mr. Smollett personally donated more than $500,000 to Black organizations and gave $125,000 in proceeds from his music tour to organizations working for Black, LGBTQ+, and women's rights.
Shout out to Raz. Hopefully you feel better. Thank you for staying with us. I appreciate that.
HIV services to Black people. Flint Kids Fund, which funds programs aimed to address and mitigate the impact of lead poisoning and trauma suffered by many children in Flint, Michigan. The Trayvon Martin Foundation, whose main purpose is to provide emotional and financial support to families who have lost their child to gun violence. And Know Your Rights Camp, whose mission is to advance the liberation and well-being of Black and Brown communities through education, self-empowerment, mass mobilization, and the creation of new systems to elevate the next generation of change leaders. In 2018, after learning that Bennett College, an all-women's HBCU, was on the brink of losing its accreditation, Mr. Smollett and his brother helped the institution raise the funds needed to retain accreditation. In fact, although the college needed only $5 million, Mr. Smollett and his brother led a campaign that raised $8 million. Beyond his financial contributions, Mr. Smollett has been a fixture in civil rights organizing. We have marched alongside Jussie in fights for healthcare, to draw attention and resources to the AIDS epidemic, for women's rights, to protect the sanctity of families, and in peace walks. Our relationship with Jussie goes back to the early years of Black Lives Matter, or at least 2016. It has continued, despite his struggles with this case. Most recently, we sat with Mr. Smollett during the anniversary of Trayvon Martin in February 2022, where he flew to Miami to serve as a loving face and the crowd support families whose loved ones were stolen by police and or vigilante violence. In short, Mr. Smollett has demonstrated a long-standing commitment to helping others. Incarcerating Mr. Smollett would be solely punitive in nature. Mr. Smollett does not pose a threat to anyone. Thus, We respectfully request that this court impose a sentence that is an alternative to incarceration, and that's sincerely Melina Abdullah, PhD, the director of Black Lives Matter Grassroots. Also have a letter here from Latanya and Samuel L. Jackson. It's very short, so. I write to you today to ask for mercy as you sentence Jussie Smollett. I understand the difficult nature of your job as you seek to make decisions which take into account the crime and the punishment. It is in respect of knowing this that I humbly implore you to please find an alternative to incarceration for Jussie Smollett. It is my understanding that Jussie was convicted of Class 4 disorderly conduct, which to my understanding, people convicted of this offense historically are sentenced to various alternatives to incarceration. My husband, actor Samuel Jackson, and I have known Jussie since he was a baby living down the street from us in New York City. We watched him grow from a child who was always kind, full of laughter and joy, into a responsible teenager who, becoming aware of the inequities suffered by some people in life, became an energetic volunteer helping anyone who was working to alleviate those inequities. Additionally, as a young man, we have worked side by side with Jussie in organizations committing to stopping the HIV/AIDS
This is not his
epidemic in
lawyer.
America,
This is somebody who
as well
works
as
for
the
Black
AIDS
Lives
outbreak.
Matter.
Jussie has used his celebrity to impact community outreach work, such as providing water during the Flint, Michigan crisis. We have often broken bread with this young man as we have discussed the right and wrong ways to live. Jussie comes from a family whom
I agree. Why did he
we are
pick
proud to
Chicago?
know.
I think he lives in Chicago. I think that's
We
why.
stand ready to provide the support and monitoring assistance that can provide for him in an alternative to probation scenario. Jussie has no prior criminal record and has never been violent. It is incredulous to Sam and to me that this entire criminal situation even exists. Jussie has already suffered a great deal of punishment, as this situation has destroyed his existing career and has impugned his reputation. Please, Judge Lynn, in God's name, please save this young man and allow him to be of service. Jussie Smollett is worth the risk and the investment. Respectfully, Latanya Jackson and Samuel L. Jackson. And we have more now.
Mr. Lewis.
Hey, Judge. Judge, if you'll indulge me for a moment, I'd like to read a letter from the Rainbow Push Coalition that was submitted in support of our client. Dear Judge Lynn, I write as someone who has known Jussie Smollett for over 20 years. I know him to have a strong family background. He is a loving and caring person, and I am familiar with his commitment to community service. It is important to him to use his gifts to support the needs of others. Jussie was raised in a strong and very close-knit family. I urge you to consider several moral issues as you weigh sentencing options. Jussie has no prior felony convictions. He has a history of community service and charitable giving of his time, talent, and treasury. He has sustained a significant loss of income prior to being convicted of any crime. Based on the very public nature of the charges and the trial, Jussie has lost countless career opportunities. I have served as a citizen devoted to having a positive impact on the lives of young men and women in the city of Chicago since 1968. In pursuit of that mission, I have visited the Cook County Jail and several Illinois prisons every year since Operation Breadbasket launched. I have seen firsthand the disastrous impact the jail has on far too many young people of color, especially young African-American men, who often see the complete loss of hope in their situations. Since this case involves the alleged actions of a very visible public figure, It presents a unique opportunity to send a message to millions of young Black and brown men. The system
Fair use, fair use. This is all fair use, commentary, educational purposes.
Case can be utilized as
Hit that
a
like
positive
button.
teaching moment about how the criminal justice system can work to benefit all in our society. I appeal to you in the spirit of righteousness to consider the impact America's criminal justice system has on young Black males who struggle every day to survive the streets of urban America. We have an obligation as a society to favor restorative justice rather than retributive justice. Jussie Smollett was convicted of a Class 4 felony, the least severe category of felony in Illinois. A well-established practice in Cook County is to sentence Class 4 disorderly conduct cases to incarceration alternatives. Such alternatives might include second chance probation, regular probation, or deferred prosecution. Additionally, an important consideration in sentencing is the potential for recidivism. Jussie Smollett's lack of felony criminal record, as well as many positive contributions to society, demonstrates that he poses no risk for recidivism. Jussie has a long track record of being deeply engaged and contributing citizen who is committed to helping the most vulnerable in our society, whether persons living with HIV/AIDS and children orphaned by the disease, or children whose health was damaged by the contaminated water in Flint, Michigan. Jussie's commitment to serving the community began as a child. As he found professional success, he continued to donate time and money to charitable causes. Another factor that we urge your honor to consider is that the crime did not involve violence to others. None of the actions charged indicate that Jussie ever posed a threat to public safety. Further, Jussie has already suffered. He has been vilified in the court of public opinion. His professional reputation has been severely damaged. He has suffered lost career opportunities, a loss of income, and there are a number of people who rely on Jussie for financial assistance. Finally, I am deeply concerned about the physical safety and well-being of a well-known, non-violent Black gay man with a Jewish heritage who may be incarcerated within the U.S. prison system. For all the foregoing reasons, I believe the only fair and just outcome is to sentence Jussie Smollett to a non-incarceration alternative. We respectfully urge you to do so. Rainbow Push Coalition welcomes the opportunity to serve as a place for Jussie to resume his desire to serve the community. During the first year of COVID, we served more than 4,000 meals each day. We have a program that is designed to meet some of the issues homeless individuals face each and every day in the city while trying to survive. I believe that Jussie has much to give to America, and this case is a stumbling block that should not become a setback to his future. We do not want Jussie to become another prison statistic, as he has way too much to offer. I stand ready, along with the board of directors and the several thousand members of the Rainbow Push Coalition, to support Jussie Smollett in his journey to wholeness. We want to assist this court in meting out justice for Jussie Smollett. Signed, the Reverend Jesse L. Jackson, C.
So right now, y'all, they're just reading the letters of everybody. So Jesse Jackson, Samuel L. Jackson, they had the representatives from Black Lives Matter. So that's what they're doing right now.
Your Honor, I have a letter from Lauren Caseberg on behalf of the Illinois Innocence Project. To the Honorable Judge Lynn, I submit this letter in my personal capacity as co-director of the Illinois Innocence Project. This letter is provided in support of a non-custodial sentence for Jussie Smollett, and also to inform the court that if there is a community service component to Mr. Smollett's sentence, He would be welcome to do so under my direct supervision at the Illinois Innocence Project. At the outset, I want to be clear that the jury found Mr. Smollett guilty, and I respect the jury's verdict. I write to you today regarding his sentence and urge the court to issue a just and fair sentence to Mr. Smollett. In high-profile cases, there is often a tone surrounding a case that seems to call for the harshest possible punishment because of the attention the case has garnered. I would urge Your Honor to silence out those loud voices and see Mr. Smollett for who he is, as a person before you, a human being. The old adage applies here: justice is the law tempered by mercy. Here, while the law may permit you to sentence Mr. Smollett to prison, incarcerating him would not be just. The relentless media coverage of this case is a unique punishment in and of itself for Mr. Smollett. He will carry the stain of this case for the rest of his life and spend the rest of his life and career working to rebuild and establish his credibility, his reputation, and good name. That lifetime sentence is something this court should consider as a unique punishment already dealt to Mr. Smollett in the court of public opinion. In fact, cases with media attention provide an opportunity for the court to show the public that justice, fairness, and mercy applies to everyone, no matter who they are. If the system doesn't treat a high-profile defendant justly, then what can be expected for the rest of us? If Mr. Smollett, who has no prior felony convictions and no violent background, is sent to prison on a Class 4 conviction, then what does that mean for an unknown defendant who has no one watching or advocating for him? This, of course, intersects with the disparate manner in which people of color are sentenced, with Black men receiving the most disproportionately high sentences. During a time in which leaders around our state have put a focus on lessening the incarceration rates in Illinois prisons for justice-related reasons as well as due to COVID-19, there is no justifiable purpose to send Mr. Smollett to prison on a Class 4 conviction. This is especially true when Mr. Smollett could receive a non-custodial sentence, which includes community service where he could do good. Mr. Smollett has a long history of philanthropy which predates this case. As the well-known attorney and founder of the Equal Justice Initiative, Brian Stevenson, has said, "Each of us is more than the worst thing we've ever done." Mr. Smollett is no exception. Not only is Mr. Smollett more than the case before you, he has the opportunity to give back to the world in a positive way. At the Illinois Innocence Project, in the course of fulfilling our mission of advocacy, education, and reform, we regularly work with volunteers in a variety of areas. Since 2001, the Illinois Innocence Project has had a robust volunteer program, working successfully with volunteers of various backgrounds who have engaged in work ranging from file organization to case evaluations to office support and more. We have found that volunteers working with us gain a close-up view of the brutal injustices faced by our clients, who are all serving decades-long or life sentences for crimes in which they are actually innocent. This up-close view of the trauma inflicted upon these individuals and their loved ones is an awakening and often life-changing experience for our volunteers and staff. In my 9 years working at the Illinois Innocence Project and my 15 years as an attorney working in criminal defense, I see the cruelty and dehumanization of prison, as well as how prison impacts people in negative ways. Every person I've ever known who spent time in prison left with increased mental health needs and post-traumatic stress disorder.
To the Jesse Jackson comment, I can't confirm that is true.
Not for someone in Mr. Smollett's position who has no prior felony convictions, no violence in his past, is convicted of a probationable Class 4 offense, and who has much good to still offer this world. Prison time should not be given to satiate the public's calls for retribution. If this court sentences Mr. Smollett to probation with a component of community service, I will make myself available to the court and will comply with any orders of the court related to supervision, timekeeping, and project updates if Mr. Smollett were to have the opportunity to work with our organization. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Lauren Caseberg.
Ms. Walker.
Great.
These are the last.
Cassandra, get your ass up out of here with that. Sorry, y'all.
So with the court's indulgence, I have 2 letters. The first is from Oscar-nominated winner of 4 Primetime Emmys and 2 Grammys and political activist, Alfre Woodard. Dear Judge Lynn, I hope you and your loved ones are well and are finding a way forward in this time. I am writing to you today as someone who is more than a friend to Jussie Smollett. I am in my 60th decade. And when he was a young teen, as we worked, and we met when he was a young teen, as we worked together to bring shelter, health, and education to South Africa's AIDS orphans. Jussie referred to me as Mama Alfred. It is out of that bond that I make this appeal to you. Jussie was convicted of a Class 4 felony. I know it to be the least severe category of felonies in Illinois. I also have learned it is a well-established practice in your county, as well as around the country, to sentence Class 4 disorderly conduct cases to alternatives to incarceration, including second chance probation.
I did laugh at Cassandra's comment, though. It was kind of funny.
I respect that an important aspect a trial judge must consider when sentencing someone is the potential for recidivism. Jussie's lack of a felony criminal record, as well as his many years of humanitarian work on behalf of communities in need, is a strong signal that he carries no risk of recidivism. For years, I have been at his side as he's lit up rooms full of elders, men and women battling and living with HIV and AIDS, and playgrounds where the children of those who lost the battle reach for the kind of joy that Jussie brings. Now, some conscientious people reach out to those without access after they achieve success in their given fields. Jussie has been a compassionate presence and advocate for those without means since he was a boy. His dedicated work as an artist brought him success and allowed him to bring his natural impulse to be of assistance to an even wider field of effectiveness. Jussie has kept his heart, his wallet, and his schedule wide open to those suffering among us. Judge Lynn, I know you and I are meeting, quote unquote, in a situation that would cause some, quote unquote, mamas to lower their eyes. But I must tell you, I am proud of this man, who I have known to be an exceptionally kind human being. It is an honor to write you on his behalf because I get to sit and think on Jussie this afternoon. It brings up wonderful thoughts. My dear friend Jussie Smollett has been convicted of a nonviolent crime. He never has been, and certainly is not now, a public safety risk. He has carried himself with dignity and self-control throughout this process of the last few years. He has delved deeper spiritually in self-realization to come through a vicious public excoriation that would have crushed or inflamed lesser men. The punishing has been relentless and has left nothing to be taken away. He has already paid a professional and personal price that few in real power have even for crimes against the health and safety of millions. Through it all, Jussie has stood like the good man I know him to be. Bottom line, if he is incarcerated, I fear for his safety. I fear for his safety. Judge Lynn, I've heard you characterized as a fair man. It is your fairness and your discernment that my hope is relying upon in this matter. You hold the keys to the freedom and the future of a great giver, Jussie Smollett, to keep his commitment of bringing joy and hope to people whose everydays depend on that healing. I beg your leniency. Sincerely, Alfred Woodard. So the last letter is from Derek Johnson, who is the president and chief executive officer of the NAACP. Dear Judge Lynn, I write today in my capacity as president and CEO of the NAACP. Formed in 1909, the NAACP is the oldest and largest civil rights organization in the United States. In this nation, Black people are incarcerated at more than 5 times the rate of whites and frequently receive disparate sentencing. In Illinois, Black defendants convicted of a felony were more likely than white defendants to be sentenced to prison at a 57% and 39% rate, respectively. A mainstay of our organization continues to be advocacy for fair treatment of persons of color by the criminal justice system. This brings us to the subject of the upcoming sentencing of Jussie Smollett. It would be an understatement to say that an inordinate amount of attention has been given to Mr. Smollett.
Yo, shout out to Good Boy. He said Tupac just took his sentencing.
No sex, no property damage, and no physical injury to anyone other than the defendant. Despite the attention paid to it by the media, at its heart, this case involves a low-level, non-violent offense. We urge the court to keep this truth in mind when sentencing Mr. Smollett. By way of background, Mr. Smollett has an extensive history in civil rights advocacy and philanthropy. Mr. Smollett personally donated more than $500,000 to Black organizations and gave $125,000 in proceeds from his music tour to organizations including the organizations working for Black, LGBTQ+, and women's rights, including the Black AIDS Institute, which provides high-quality, direct HIV services to Black people, the Flint Kids Fund, which funds programs aimed to address and mitigate the impact of lead poisoning and the trauma suffered by children in Flint, Michigan.
Okay, now they're really repeating themselves now. They are really repeating themselves.
To families who have lost a child to gun violence. The Know Your Rights Camp, whose mission is to advance the liberation and well-being of Black and brown communities through education, self-empowerment, mass mobilization, and the creation of new systems that elevate the next generation of change leaders. In 2018, Mr. Smollett surprised a 6-year-old double amputee with a wheelchair accessible van after learning that the child's school district did not own such a vehicle. Mr. Smollett has been a recognized supporter of the Human Rights Campaign, a civil rights organization that strives to end discrimination against LGBTQ+ people and realize a world that achieves fundamental fairness and equality for all. Lest there be an argument that such donations and activities were made as a part of any PR damage control, such acts all preceded the 2019 events that resulted in charges being brought against Mr. Smollett. In 2018,
Yo, tell me why I was just thinking, next caller.
which stands for Historically Black College and University,
Like, damn, come
was
on
the
with it
brink of
now.
losing its accreditation, Mr. Smollett and his brother helped the institute raise the funds needed to retain accreditation. In fact, the college needed only $5 million. Mr. Smollett and his brother led a campaign that was so successful they raised $8 million. Mr. Smollett's civil rights work began when he was a child who served as an NAACP youth volunteer. In 2016, Mr. Smollett won the Chairman's Award at the NAACP Image Awards.
See, Mimi, and that's why I want to know, how come they haven't talked about that, the chief, the superintendent, and how he had to retire, because he was the main one speaking out against Jussie.
In short,
They definitely should have
Mr.
mentioned
Smollett
him.
has demonstrated a long-standing commitment to helping others. We believe that incarcerating Mr. Smollett would be solely punitive and would serve no purpose. As this court may know, in 2015, Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner created a criminal justice task force to identify areas of the criminal justice system that could be reformed that will result in a 25% reduction in the prison population by 2025. One such proposal for reform was reducing the incarceration rate of persons convicted of Class 4 nonviolent felonies. This is precisely the type of offense of which Mr. Smollett was convicted. Finally, Mr. Smollett does not pose, nor has he ever posed, a threat to anyone. Thus, we respectfully ask, assuming this court is inclined to sentence Mr. Smollett to anything other than a monetary fine or a suspended sentence, that the court sentence Mr. Smollett to probation and mandatory community service. Respectfully submitted, Derek Johnson, President and CEO of NAACP. Thank you. Thank you, Judge, for your time.
Okay, we wish to publish no further letters, Your Honor. We incorporate other letters into the record.
They will be incorporated. No further letters. I'm ready to keep going. The lawyers need a break. Are you ready to go? Maybe we have a short break. Yeah, sure you can. Yeah.
No break. Oh, come on. All right, y'all. How long the break gonna take?
Out close games, riding a 15-game winning streak to state after some early season struggles.
It hasn't been always the easy route. We've lost a couple games.
All right, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat. Can you still hear me? Let me minimize this real quick. All right, there we go. Man, this is long. See, I've live streamed before, like something, but I've never live streamed nothing like this before. Like this is literally like I thought when they sentence, I thought it lasts an hour and then that's it. I didn't know it go all day like this. Like, damn. Like I know I ain't got no job, but what if I did though? So what did you guys think about the leniency letters? Did the leniency letters change your opinion at all? Or were they just all long and boring and you just all like, come on with the shit, you know? They were basically all saying the same thing. Like nobody was saying nothing new. You know, he donated, 10 minutes? Okay, good. You know, he donated money to, you know, Black Lives Matter, helped with HIV, adoptees of people who lost people, you know, because of HIV. You know, they brought up good points, but nice to know he has rich friends. Right. And I like Alfred Whittard. I like Samuel L. Jackson. You know, I like these people, but it really didn't change my mind on whether or not he lied or not. Well, I guess that wasn't the point. The point was for them to give a lesser sentence, right? I gotta go at 5. I'm gonna be mad if I don't hear the sentencing. Right. The judge already knows what his sentence is. Right, Yolanda, you're right about that. Toria was saying the same thing. He already know the sentencing, you know. Somebody finna do a 6-hour live today. Today. You right about that, Wendy. It is gonna be a 6-hour live. Damn. I don't think he should be at court at all. Okay. Okay, Melinda said yes. Yeah, I'm thinking that this is not necessarily. I think they already have the lawyer has made the decision on what he's going to do. The letters were nice, but it's not going to change anybody's opinion at this point. It is what it is. I think all of us who've been watching this, we all just we're just ready. We're just all like, come on now. Just go ahead with the sentencing. I guess the lawyers are going to come back with their final words. Hopefully it's their final words. Hopefully it ain't no more, but you know, hopefully it'll be over soon, y'all. Oh, and by the way, the reason why I'm not showing my face is because I'm using my laptop to do this. I'm not using my phone because, you know, the picture don't be clear. Let's be clear. I feel like the past letter based around for editing from each group. Right. The letters sound the same for each person. Like I believe they just scratched out the name and just put it as somebody else's letter, you know. Wake me up when the sentencing come. Right, Raz. He needs it, but he may not get it. Plus, there is no real proof he lied. Oh, so you're saying there's no real proof? So, Sunshine, you would say like the text messages doesn't prove, like just because he didn't say like, yes, I conspired. Huh. Donnie said the television show Empire was filmed in Chicago. That is the reason why Jussie was recited. Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought so too as well. I also thought they were going to give the sentence 3 hours ago. Right, Tracy? I'm like, man, Jussie, these in order, fine, probation, and community service. Okay, Michelle, I would agree with that, definitely. You know, Mimi brought it up, but I was kind of wondering why didn't they bring up Eddie Johnson, the superintendent. I would have played up with that. I was all like, you know, I would have said something like, you know, that man was found drunk in his car. You know, how can we treat him as a liable source? You know, also he has a pending case against him. My video already demonetized, but I still don't want to say what it is. But if you look up Eddie Johnson, superintendent of Chicago, you'll see. He has a pending case from October 2020 still going on. Now, I don't know what was the resolution or whatnot, but, you know, he still has a pending case open. I would definitely say he had some kind of bias against me. Oh, it's 4:45 in Chicago. Okay, so it should be soon. Okay. Oh, good. Thank God. Now they better do the they back, y'all. Okay, let me shut up. Hold on, y'all.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Mr. Webb, I will hear from the Office of Special Prosecutor, arguments and aggravation.
Thank you, Your Honor. As Your Honor knows, this is the sentencing phase of the case where we, from the Special Prosecutor's Office, get a chance to kind of sit back and reflect with the court for a bit and talk about whether there are aggravating special circumstances in this case that we want to call to Your Honor's attention so you can consider or focus on them if you choose to in rendering sentence in this case. There are three. There's three I want to talk about. Number one, I do want to talk about the underlying serious criminal misconduct that Mr. Smollett engaged in and that he was convicted of by a jury after they heard all the evidence, and they, the jury, made the decision that he was guilty of 5 felony offenses. I want to talk about that. We've heard a lot about that in this sentencing hearing, a lot of talk about how it's kind of a low-level thing, not a big deal. I want to talk about it. Number two, another aggravating circumstance that I think is a big issue is that during this trial, Mr. Smollett made the choice, sitting here in front of a jury, listening to evidence, he decided to beat the case and go in front of a jury and take an oath to tell the truth and decide to lie to them and lie to them for several hours. It was an effort to obstruct justice in this courtroom, to try to convince a jury to ignore evidence and accept his lies, and they didn't do it. They rejected it all. And after 2 or 3 hours of deliberation, found him guilty of 5 counts. So I want to talk about that. The third is the issue of contrition. As far as I know, as I stand before Your Honor, in the 3 years that this case has been pending, 3 years, Mr. Smollett has never made any statement publicly or in a courtroom or in a court pleading to ever accept any acknowledgement that he's responsible for what happened here, to admit that he in fact engaged in wrongdoing, to apologize for making mistakes. None of that has happened. Not a single act of contrition has happened so far in this case, and I at least want to talk about that as a third factor. Let me go through them one at a time. On the first one, on the seriousness of misconduct, I know we've heard a lot about this and it's a low-level offense, but I want to talk about it in a minute because what I believe, if you look at the evidence that was introduced during the trial, what you see is that Mr. Smollett actually engaged in a very
Thank you, Maureen. I appreciate that.
thought out plan, a calculated plan for him to fake a hate crime to benefit himself because he's black and gay. He made the choice. He didn't want to fake an automobile accident. He made a choice. He wanted to fake a hate crime to benefit himself because he's black and gay. And he then made a choice. He made the choice to falsely report it to the Chicago Police Department because he wanted public attention to it. The only reason the brothers had nothing to do with that decision, that was Mr. Smollett's decision. He actually wanted public attention, called to the fact that he was reporting a hate crime. He wanted it to be made public, and that's why he reported it to the Chicago Police Department. He's the one that made that choice. Remember, he actually, when he planned out the fake attack, he wanted it to be put on a camera. There was a police camera overhead near his apartment building. He wanted that filmed, In fact, that's why he told the brothers where to do the attack, because he's the one that wanted a great deal of public attention called to this because he thought he would benefit from it. And then he made the decision. It wasn't like he sat down with a policeman for 10 minutes. You've heard 5 different police officers testify in detail. He spent hours talking.
It means that your video will have lesser ads and you won't get that much money.
To convince them that there really was a real hate crime, and he lied to them over and over and over again. And the idea that lying to law enforcement, taking their attention away from other crimes and criminal activity in order to benefit himself is some type of low-level, insignificant activity. I respectfully reject that as not being consistent with the evidence. And respectfully, to what I heard from others here today, there were consequences to others of what he did. And that's something the court is allowed to take into consideration. What Mr. Smollett did in this case is he denigrated, degraded true hate crimes, and he marginalized.
Happy 6 months, Mimi.
Who are true victims of hate crimes. That is what he did. And he did that knowingly. He knew exactly what was going to happen. He didn't know he was going to get caught, but by what he did here, he's the one that made a choice that resulted in true hate crimes being denigrated, degraded, and true victims being marginalized. We know. In fact,
Thank you, Southern Belle. I appreciate the $5.
That the hate crime victims of hate crimes are frequently minorities, whether it's based on race, religion, or sexual orientation. And studies show that that group of people are reluctant to report criminal activity to police, hate crimes to police. And that was discussed in the
Jay, you're so right about it.
There are studies that support that. It takes a tremendous amount of courage on behalf of someone who's been truly victimized of a hate crime to have the courage to come forward, to go through the process of reporting it, to go through our criminal justice system as a witness. It takes courage. And what Mr. Smollett did in this case clearly would have a marginalized, discouraging influence. It hurt the effort to have people come forward and report hate crimes. And that was wrong. That is serious misconduct and a serious consequence of what he did. And he did it in 2019. And if we want to go back to that time period, that's a time period where there was a lot of racial tension, divisiveness. Hate crimes were becoming far too common, and police were accused of not paying enough attention to it. And that society was trying to find a way, at least this is my view, trying to find a way to make it clear that that needs to be reported. Hate crime needs to be addressed by law enforcement machinery in this country. And what he did, what Mr. Smollett did, to marginalize that, to discourage people from coming forward, I respectfully suggest is wrong. And that, and it was a normal consequence of what he did in order to benefit himself. Remember what the facts are. He made the choice in January of 2019 he felt that Empire was not paying enough attention to a hate letter about him that came to him, and he wasn't getting enough attention. And he decided to fake a hate crime to benefit himself. He wanted to benefit himself. That's why he did it. And he hatched the plan. And Your Honor, he did it all. Nobody else.
Shout out to Karen. Thank you, Karen.
He did it all. He planned everything out at that time.
Hey, you the good Karen.
He went forward with this plan, and even to the point of trying to work out where they would actually do a dry run, so that the brothers would know exactly where to do the attack at. All of that. He told them what to buy, what derogatory, homophobic, racial slurs to utter, to try to pretend as if there's whites involved by yelling out mega country. He owned every bit of the plan. and he worked hard on it. He planned it out and he executed on it, and he owns that for doing that. And so, yes, it is serious misconduct on his part, and it had broad ramifications. And the true victims are, of course, number one, the true hate crime victims that are not going to report these crimes. They are the true victims. The police department, though, is a victim, and I'm going to talk about that, because sometimes the Chicago Police Department gets criticized for not doing things the way maybe people think it should be done. I'm not here to defend the Chicago Police Department, but I'm telling you, in this case, this Chicago Police Department shined.
Thank you for the $20, Ras. Thank you.
They shouldn't have invested. They shouldn't have spent so many hours investigating this misconduct. And they argued last night in the filing with Your Honor. They argued, well, we shouldn't have to pay restitution for all that because the police department spent too much time on it. My Lord, I wonder what would have happened if Chicago Police Department took this hate crime, which on its face, by the way, is a heinous, serious, awful hate crime. Awful. Ropes, lynchings, gasoline. It clearly called out for a thorough investigation, and that happened. And we put 5 police officers on the stand. They testified in great detail to the 4 different occasions when Mr. Smollett lied to them. They described in detail 3,000 police hours, Your Honor, were devoted to this case instead of being devoted maybe to solving homicides or other cases. And therefore, Your Honor, I believe that the effort of the Chicago Police Department here, and when you look at the evidence, the fact that this police department within, I think, 15 days figured out what happened here. I mean, if you remember, what they were able to do in this case, I think was truly amazing, because what they did is that they were able to locate some
Shout out to Sunshine and shout out to Customer Service Manager. Thank you guys for the cash apps. I appreciate that.
Area. They traced it all through that area of where the suspects went. They traced that cab back to where the Asadero brothers got into it in the, I think around Wells and North, and they solved the crime. They figured out what happened.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you.
The point of that is that, and by the way, they did it, Your Honor. They did that as an incredible effort on their part. When we now know from the evidence at trial, that Smollett, while he was reporting a hate crime, he actually was trying to obstruct the police. He didn't want the police to actually find out who the culprits were because he was afraid they would turn on him and testify. So he refused to produce his phone. You heard all the evidence. He refused to produce it because there's 50 contacts on there with Abel Asadero that he didn't want them to find. So he just refused to cooperate. Number 2,
that's what I thought too. Why are we repeating this again?
Look at his Northwestern medical records the day that he reported the crime, because he knew that he wasn't seriously injured, and that would not support his argument about the attack. So he refused to cooperate, and then he wouldn't even do a 3-second DNA swab when he had reported this, and reported that the rope may have the DNA on it of these culprits, but the police wanted to eliminate his DNA, and he wouldn't do it. So while he's reporting this, as far as you considering whether it's a serious crime or not, I respectfully suggest that the fact that he not only planned out to falsely report it, but then to obstruct the police investigation. And yes, the issue about whether it's serious, and I've heard a lot about, well, no one goes to jail. That's not true. Every case, Your Honor, if anyone knows better than you, each case is decided individually. But I did go out and do some research because I was curious about all this stuff I've been hearing that, well, no one goes to jail for this. That's just not true, by the way. There was, in fact, I think there's 6 cases in the last 5 years that we found in the research of people in Illinois going to jail for this very conduct of falsely reporting crimes to police. It is a serious course of criminal misconduct to do it. It's a felony. And I think there was one decided by appellate court 4 months ago, which involved reporting to the police that the person was hit by a police car when they weren't. I think what happened here was a lot worse than that, and that person got 14 months incarceration for filing a false police report. So so yes, I do believe that this conduct is serious, and I respectfully suggest it's an important factor to consider. Aggravating factor number 2 is lying under oath. I'm not going to go through it. Your Honor heard the testimony. He made a choice. By the way, I'm a defense lawyer, Your Honor. Yes, we all get choices to be made, and defendants can make choices. But he made the choice. Mr. Smollett made the choice that he could deceive that jury.
Yeah, he's really driving home that point.
About so many different things.
And by the way, fair use. This is fair use. Educational purposes, fair use.
You heard what happened during the course of the trial. Testimony that he went out and at 2 o'clock in the morning to buy eggs from Walgreens when the Walgreens was not even a 24-hour Walgreens. It was a ridiculous story. The fact that one of the attackers is white and he didn't even know who attacked him was ridiculous. The fact that the brothers had no foreknowledge and just happened to stumble over there into a Streeterville that they didn't live in and were happened to be there at 2 o'clock in the morning when he was out going through that in that stairwell. All of that were intentional lies. And by the way, people do not, that going in front of a jury and deciding to lie under oath to see if you can beat the case and obstruct justice is a serious course of criminal misconduct that I think should be taken into consideration. I also will tell Your Honor that the issue of lack of contrition here, I do think is an important issue, and Your Honor can decide how much to give to that. But the reason I went and did some research on this, Your Honor, because I wanted to make sure I was handling this issue properly before Your Honor. And so I went and did some research. And the Illinois Supreme Court has made a big deal out of the fact that sentencing judges absolutely can consider that someone has shown no contrition whatsoever, particularly after they have been convicted of a crime. Now, it may be, it could be here when I'm done talking, Mr. Smollett will speak to the court and explain how he's accepting full responsibility for his criminal misconduct. He may do that. That's fine. Let's see if that happens. But at least at this point, that has not happened. And there's an Illinois Supreme Court opinion called People versus Ward, in which I'm going to quote, the Supreme Court told sentencing judges a continued protestation of innocence and a lack of remorse may convey a strong message to the trial judge that the defendant is an unmitigated liar and at continued war with society. That's the quote from the Illinois Supreme Court. So I do think it's at least a factor for Your Honor to consider during the course of your decision making here. So let's go through the different issues of sentencing and just talk about them briefly. Term of imprisonment, yes. We are recommending to Your Honor that the seriousness of this crime should result in a period of incarceration for all the reasons I've just articulated to you. As you know, that each of the counts, the felony counts, 3 years times 5, he faces 15 years maximum in jail. And Your Honor knows that Illinois law provides that you have the power to impose a term of imprisonment if you find that probation would deprecate the seriousness of the offender's conduct and would be inconsistent with the ends of justice. I'm not going to suggest any amount of time, because if there was ever a judge that had the ability to understand what to use discretion, whatever you decide is let me just say this, your ability to decide based on all your years of experience and your years on the bench, we accept that, and whatever you decide on that issue, you decide that. But we do believe that it is a serious criminal misconduct that warrants an appropriate amount of...
Right. I want to look at those cases. You're right about that, Sunshine.
The Illinois restitution statute covers class 4 felonies and says that you shall determine whether the defendant should be required to make restitution in cash for out-of-pocket expenses. You've heard the evidence. It's $130,000, $130,106. And on that issue, Your Honor, we believe that's the appropriate amount of restitution to order. Now, I will say that that first Smollett case, which led to a $10,000, it's called a forfeiture in the record, okay? It was some kind of forfeiture to the city of Chicago. It was not restitution. The city of Chicago did not claim, was not trying to get, that was done by the state's attorney's office with no agreement by the city of Chicago, but he did pay it, okay? So at least our thought is that that would be deducted, that the order for restitution would be $130,000. That's the right order, but he does get a credit for that because he did pay it under, let's call it confusing and this unusual circumstances that I've talked about in another report. I'm not going to talk about here. Probation. As Your Honor knows, under Illinois law, for a class 4 felony, you can impose a period of probation not to exceed 30 months, but you cannot impose both a term of imprisonment and a term of probation on the same class 4 felony convictions under the case law. So that our recommendation to Your Honor is that you have the authority to impose imprisonment on one of the counts that he was convicted of, one of the 5 counts he was convicted of, and then on one of the other 4 or more than the other, you can impose a consecutive term of probation to follow. Now, why do I talk about that? Okay, why should that be? Because he's not a violent crime, etc. Your Honor, in 2007, Mr. Smollett had a prior conviction in 2007 in connection with a DUI arrest in California for providing false information to a police officer. Mr. Smollett reflects that this case today is not the first time he had lied to law enforcement officials. And so I believe as a result, the Office of Special Prosecutor believes that an appropriate term of probation, whatever you decide in Your Honor's discretion, should follow an imprisonment term. Next, criminal fines. Again, this is in Your Honor's discretion. You can decide the maximum is $25,000 for 5 counts. That would be $125,000 for each, for the totality. We recommend a reasonable criminal fine to be imposed by Your Honor based on your judgment about it. Community service. Let's talk about community service because there's been, the defense has asked that maybe you should consider community service, and we agree with that, but it should be a condition of probation following a term of time in jail and following a term of probation. But as part of the probation, you have the authority, as Your Honor knows, to perform, he can be ordered to perform 30 to 120 hours of community service as a condition of probation under Illinois law. We respectfully ask Your Honor to impose and to at least consider maybe it should be devoted to an appropriate Black or gay community service.
I should have went and got me some food too. You should have got me something, customer service manager. Thank you for the cash up, by the way.
And so, Your Honor, I'm going to conclude. You know the case very well. I was appointed as special prosecutor, as Your Honor's already pointed out here today, because Judge Tooman, after looking at the unusual way that Smollett 1 was resolved by the state's attorney's office, when the case was dismissed completely with absolutely no term of imprisonment, no criminal fine, no restitution.
Just to clarify,
no
he is
probation,
part of the
no
prosecution. He was just
nothing.
saying that he was a defense attorney. He is a part of the
Judge Tooman
prosecution.
found that to be what he described.
I wish he
as
would
to be
hurry up and
significant,
finish so we can get on with this
mistakes
shit.
by the state's attorney's office, and he believed that the public's confidence in the criminal justice system should be restored. I will tell you, at least as a trial lawyer, I believe this trial in this case has already done that. I believe, okay?
And thank you for moderating, Vegas
Public
girl. I
wanted
appreciate
Smollett
you.
to be put, not just have his case dismissed, but Mr. Smollett should be put on trial and let a jury hear the evidence and decide. You brought that to happen at the end, well, almost still in the middle of a pandemic. You made that happen, and absolutely, Mr. Smollett got a fair trial here. There are some ins out there, though, that relate to punishment, and I respectfully suggest that the confidence in the criminal justice system can be restored as a fair and proper sentence is imposed in this case.
I
All
have
right,
nothing
come
else
on.
to say unless Your Honor.
Oh, thank
has
God.
questions of me.
Thank God. No more. No more. Please. No more.
I'll hear arguments of mitigation.
Yeah, shout out to Vegas Girl. Thank you for hanging out this whole almost 5 hours. Shout out to all of y'all for hanging out with us this long. Oh no, what he gotta say? Oh no, come on. Make it quick, brother man. Make it quick. Make it quick. We ain't got all day.
Judge Lane, may it please the court. Judge, the defense is respectfully asking that you, as a starting point, consider the following. The extraordinary media publicity surrounding this case, the intense negative backlash.
Stop in the name of lies.
The significant
Y'all crack me
negative
up.
impact that has had on his career, his livelihood, his family, who's been in court all the time, and perhaps more importantly, his reputation. All those things taken together in of themselves are not just extraordinary, are not just
How are they not hungry? Because I am hungry right now.
eternal enough punishment. And some will argue more than enough punishment for a low-level class 4 felony in this state, and I dare say in any state in the union. I begin by quoting a judge.
Melinda, he said he kind of
I
looked
am
like
trying
Ben
to
Crump.
treat this case more like other cases, not differently than other cases, but more like other cases. That was you, August 26, 2021. You made that statement to us while we were discussing jury selection and procedures.
Oh,
And so I
hold on.
begin
Did
by
somebody make it
asking you to
rain?
treat this case
Oh,
like any other
Vegas
low-level
Girl.
class
Thank you. She said the king of YouTube. She sent me a cash app. Shout out to
Somehow
Vegas
this
Girl.
case has turned into a sheep in wolf's clothing, a misdemeanor dressed up as a felony, essentially. And how do I know this? Mr. Webb spent the entirety of his argument talking about the time wasted by the Chicago police force, time wasted by the city of Chicago. He also spent time talking about the impact this could have on the LGBTQ community. There are problems with that, of course, Judge. Because I searched the disorderly conduct statute, the entire team did, and I was searching to see if there was any aggravation or enhancement ladder
Southern Vale, you said you finished your shift?
put in place for class 4 disorderly conduct. Did they meet during the discussion of the bill that they passed to say anytime anyone wastes more than $30,000 of resources, it becomes a class 2? Anytime anyone wastes more than $500,000 of resources,
What's up, Mandy?
it becomes a class 1 or maybe a class X. No, it's not there. I searched for it. But what we do have is an enhancement ladder that does exist in the disorderly conduct statute, and it's right here. If you call falsely 911 or the police to claim that there's a bomb threat, any terrorism-related issue, you get a class 3, and that's the only enhancement.
Oh, Lee, is
And
that
I
like
trust
the
our
is
legislature
Boys
has a
Town
common
like the
sense
gay
of
area? Is that
about
okay?
time
Okay, I see
wasted
what
and
you
money,
mean.
but it's already infused in the class 4. That's the whole point of a class 4 disorderly conduct. Mr. Smollett is not being accused of screaming fire, fire, or bomb, 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 which will cause a public safety concern.
Oh,
That's
well,
why
I'm
the
sorry,
legislature
Sam. I
put
think
that
people
in
are here for my commentary as well,
because they
too.
were thinking of a situation where someone comes into a movie theater, screams bomb, and there's a stampede and people could possibly die. So there's a public safety concern infused in that enhancement ladder. They did not think about money or time wasted because it's already in the statute, it's already accommodated for in the class 4 statute. And we know they think of these things when you look at the statute, the armed robbery statute.
Shout out to Mimi for the cash
If
app.
you rob someone with a gun on top of the class X enhancement, what happens? You get 20 years added to your sentence. You rob someone with a gun and you discharge that gun, causing great bodily harm. What happens to you? 25 to life, enhancement on top of the class X. Even down to your basic speeding laws. You're driving 26 miles per hour over, now Class B misdemeanor. You're going 35 miles per hour. It's now a Class A misdemeanor. The legislature thinks about this thing.
Ooh,
Mr.
400
Webb,
likes. Keep them coming, you guys.
unless he
Thank you.
wants
Thank
to
you.
legislate law that doesn't exist in our statute, and that is not for the courts. The $130,000 they talk about, well, there are problems with it. We can't take it as face value. Judge, you have the victim impact statement in front of you. If you look at the first 2 pages, there are no dates on that. If you look at the second 2 pages, highlighted are entries with dates, and only 4 of those entries are before February 15, 2019. Why is that important? It's important.
Shout out to BB.
2019, the Oshundaya brothers, according to testimony, confessed allegedly to this incident. And that was the day detectives let them go and began the investigation on Mr. Smollett. So why do we now have charges, most of which are after 215? Judge, the second point I'll make is we're asking you to adopt the previous sanctions. Mr. Webb tries to dress it up like a forfeiture. Call it what you want.
I
Mr.
agree,
Smollett was fined
Vonnie.
$10,000. Black Law's Dictionary, that's a fine. You can't punish a person twice. And I know you've denied the motion. That's fine, but that's not why I'm bringing it up. Because there's an 8th Amendment issue here, cruel and unusual punishment. Punishment that is too severe for the offense. And how do we know this is too severe? Assume, or the jury found him guilty. Okay. But Smollett won. To 2019, they made him pay what? $10,000 fine, which has never been returned to him. The sovereign of the state of Illinois, through their agent, the Cook County State's Attorney's Office.
Shout out to Southern Bell for
said
the
Mr. Smollett,
PayPal.
taking
Thank
a
you.
$10,000 bond and giving it to the city of Chicago. Bye-bye. He's never seen it. That is a fine. Then they made him do community service, which he cannot undo unless we had a time machine. So those 2 things are punishments that has been meted out to him. Sanctionable steps. And now Mr. Webb has come here to ask you on top of those 2 things, which he cannot undo, nor can anyone. You can deduct it all you want from the fines or the restitution. It's still a fine that occurred. They're now asking you on top of those 2 things, we want you to give him community service and jail time. It doesn't say how much jail time. And jail time. And by the way, while you're at it, for the restitution that has no dates on the first 2 pages and the other 2 pages, there are only 4 after 215. We want you to give him that too, $130,000. It's overkill. It's called beating a dead horse.
What you're doing right now,
And
sir,
that's
beating the
not
dead
justice.
horse.
That's retribution. That's punitive. And that has no place in the judicial system. Why should Mr. Smollett get probation? You've heard from the witnesses. I'm not going to rehash your testimony. And you specifically heard during the trial from someone who was in here today, Kyle Shaw. She talked about how Jussie gave most of his payments, his earnings, his salary to charity. How many people do that? I haven't done it. But maybe I've learned something from Mr. Smollett. How many people at the age of 16 were taking a bus to go
That's an interesting perspective right there.
for other people in other countries that weren't even here? How many people do that? Most kids were sitting up playing video games. I did. And that's the type of person we want to crucify for a class 4 low-level misdemeanor type felony and slam him in jail. That's what we do to people like that. When according to the jury, they made a mistake. Lock him up. There's no violent crime, no felony that is above a class 4 alleged. He has no felony conviction in his record. Mr. Webb brings up the DUI, but conveniently left out the fact that it was a misdemeanor and he was drunk. When people are drunk, they say silly stuff.
Hey, thank you, Jenny J. I appreciate that.
He's a young man. If Your Honor doesn't seem to, if Your Honor somehow, and I don't know what's in Your Honor's mind, thinking Mr. Uche, that's just you, is effective for you. Of course you're going to ask for probation. Well, the adult probation department here in this building that has been around forever gave you a probation report, Judge. And what did they rank Mr. Smollett using the Ohio risk scale assessment? They ranked him a 7. And when you compare that to the scoring system, 0 to 14 is considered low risk. So Mr. Smollett is not just low, but he's low within the low risk standard. 15 to 23, moderate risk. 24 to 33, high risk.
I'm going to take a phone call. Talk amongst yourself real quick.
What do they recommend for a low-risk individual? Minimal supervision, non-monitoring supervision. That's what they told you. Point 4, there is extraordinary public policy. Mr. Webb got up here and talked about Mr. Smollett's conduct, and that's offensive. He's a black man. He knows. You can't educate him on racism issues. And Mr. Webb got up here and said, well, Mr. Smollett, what he's done, because remember, they're trying to give you an enhancement that doesn't exist. What he has done, Judge Lynn, this is what Mr. Webb is telling you, is he's now negatively impacted members of the gay community who would not want to report. Where are the statistics? Who said that? We still haven't gone past the part that his case was dismissed and he paid a fine. And that's some serious constitutional issues. But what we do know statistically,
thank you again, Sunshine. I appreciate the Cash App.
In an era of partisan tribalism and hyper-aggressive tribalism, political tribalism, there has been bipartisan agreement that there's disparate treatment of black men.
We're about to sing Take Me to the King in a minute if this shit don't end.
President Trump, a Republican, pushed forward the First Step Act. President Obama was known for his criminal justice reform. Governor Bruce Rauner put reform forward to remove low-level Class 4 nonviolent offenders from custody. And Your Honor, we have to look at stare decisis precedents in this courtroom. Your Honor has had multiple Class 4s, and I listed them in the what I turned over to you. Some including some level of violence, domestic violence case number 19.
Hey y'all, I gotta go pick up my cousin. I'll be right back, y'all.
He got 2 years probation for Class 4, and I'm sure Your Honor has absolutely every reason to have given that. DUI, serious offense involving public safety, 24 months probation, case number 21 CR 0059101. And I list a bunch of cases, 6 more, Class 4 felonies. And I bring this up to say, Your Honor has absolutely always been on the right track. And I do not mean to be condescending. I hope I don't come off as that. But this is an important issue. You heard from Tamara when she read the NAACP letter, the Black Lives Matter letter, and the Innocence Project letter. And they all say that there's disparate treatment of black men in the criminal justice system. They get punished harder and harsher for low-level offenses compared to white counterparts. That's a fact. Mr. Webb was appointed special prosecutor almost a decade ago in a case involving involuntary manslaughter. That's why I was surprised he was asking for jail time, because that individual, what did they get? 30 months probation, including 60 days in their house, home confinement, for an involuntary manslaughter where someone died. And I showed the statistics.
Y'all, I'm gonna order some pizza too. Y'all like pepperoni? Because this shit taking forever. Y'all like pepperoni? I'll be back.
The irony of this entire thing when Mr. Webb gets up to point out that Mr. Mr. Smollett disrespected somehow the black community or the gay community. The irony of this situation, and Mr. Webb quotes statistics that he believes show that people are punished and false reporting. Well, most black men and most black people are falsely accused all the time. And in an age of social media, we're inundated with reports about this. And what happens to those things? They go unprosecuted, underprosecuted, and not prosecuted at all. So why are we jumping up and down and acting like this is a murder case? It's not. Even one of Mr. Smollett's jurors gets the big picture. This unknown juror spoke to the Chicago Sun-Times a day after the verdict. What did they say in quotes? "We didn't know what the penalty will be. Are we sending this guy to jail?" she said. The juror said she hopes Smollett gets probation. They were the ones that sat down through the evidence, and even her gets the picture, or he, whoever this juror is. They get it. What does jail accomplish? Mr. Webb is asking for incarceration for a low-level class 4 felony. Well, Your Honor saw the submission from a medical affidavit. The jails are inundated with the pandemic. Illinois had one of the worst cases in the world. Sending Mr. Smollett to jail is almost like a death sentence. Yes, it is. Because anything medically can go wrong. And everyone reacts to the COVID-19 infection differently. Now, he hasn't gotten it yet, thank God, but I don't know what will happen in the jail, where I showed you studies show, unfortunately, the guards in the jail, unfortunately for them, and it's wrong, are always the last to get medical treatment, including booster shots, which as of January, they haven't even received. So we send Mr. Smollett to jail. He dies of COVID and what? For a class 4 low-level offense? Mr. Smollett is a high-profile individual. There has been negative backlash against Mr. Smollett. I'm not complaining. We're the defense team. It comes to the territory. Each and every one of the defense lawyers has received racist or sexist attacks after this case and during this case. And that's okay. We take it. We're defense attorneys. That's what we do. So now imagine the attacks that Mr. Smollett has to live with for the rest of his life. That is punishment enough, mentally. The last one I'll make is public policy. There's public policy against retribution. Politics has no place in a courtroom. The courtroom is a graveyard for politics. And they can get up here and say the pride of Chicago was offended. That's fine. And time and money was wasted. And I heard Mr. Webb state to this court something I couldn't really decipher during the trial, that Mr. Webb did it for himself. The problem with that is we've all heard testimony from multiple people who say that Mr. Smollett does things for the community. And moreover, let's not forget, everyone testified unimpeached on their side, or on our side too, in terms of this particular issue. Mr. Webb, in terms of deciding or trying to figure out what drove Mr. Smollett to do this, started off by saying he wanted more money, then it became attention, then it became because of the letter he received. They haven't even up until now stuck to one issue. So I push back on that theory that Mr. Webb states to this court that Mr. Smollett did this because he was somehow benefiting himself. There was never a clear picture coming out of that for that. Judge, we ask you, at the end of the day, you are the one who decides the sentence of Mr. Smollett. But we ask you to decide it based on the law, not on the time wasted, not on a sprawling investigation. It's not here in our law. It's not accounted for. And there are many things you can do to make this a teaching moment. Here is someone that is a star. He's well known. People like him. After this case or during this case, I doubt that anymore. But at the time, He has suffered. And we see it every day as a defense team. He has suffered, and it's enough. It's really enough. And I'm not asking you, Your Honor, I'm not in front of you, and I've appeared in front of you on other cases. I'm not here telling you, Judge Lynn, give him a break, let him just walk out and forget about this. I haven't asked for that. I haven't told you to dismiss this case right now in this argument. But I do implore you, and I ask you respectfully to focus on the law and to tamper justice with mercy. We've all made mistakes, Judge, in this life, and I'm speaking from your point of view. There was a conviction in this case. But what I'll leave you with, he that is without sin among you, let him cast the first stone. Everyone, a lot of people jumping around on social media, crucify him, how dare him. Everyone's made mistakes. And so, Judge, I'll be asking you to follow your precedents and follow, some of the recommendations. A lot of organizations offering to supervise Mr. Smollett. And that's really the way it should be. People are watching this case. Minorities, Black people. I've gotten so many letters. A letter Mr. Allen and I got yesterday from a lady complaining, how is a police officer who shoots a young man 16 times getting out of jail for 3 years, and someone might be suggesting incarceration for Mr. Smollett? That's a letter we got. So people are watching because people think in the Black community that there is a double standard, and there is. But Your Honor has been one of the few people in the United States in terms of dispensing justice that has stuck to the letter of the law and has treated class 4 felonies the way they ought to be treated. And so, Judge, with that, I submit my client to your hands, and I ask you for mercy at this time, and I ask you not to allow a political stoking to influence your decision, which I know you will never. And I ask you to focus on the law and the fact that there is no enhancement ladder for time wasting and resource wasted. And so, Judge, one more thing I would say, Mr. Webb talked about the restitution. Now, Your Honor has the power to give restitution, and we concede that point at this time. But, Judge, what I would remind you is if Mr. Smollett has to pay that amount or any amount Your Honor deems fit, he's lost nearly everything. He's had a very negative, significant impact on his career and his finances. So I would just ask that if Your Honor is going to give him that restitution order, you give him some time to pay that. And I was shocked Mr. Webb was asking for incarceration because for a second, I wrote out my notes thinking he was going to ask for some sort of suspended jail time, which will in a way be a middle ground. I disagree with it. To say, Judge, maybe you give him a suspended jail time to allow him to pay. If he doesn't pay the fine within 6 months, he gets 6 months in jail. I thought that's what Mr. Webb was going to say, but of course I'm not the prosecution. So Judge, I would ask you respectfully to give Mr. Smollett probation. And in fact, I would be asking for no fines based on the fact that he's been fined before. Thank you, Judge Lee. Thank you for listening to me.
Mr. Smollett, you're about to be sentenced in this criminal case. Is there anything at all you'd like to say to anyone? Want a break? We'll take a break. 5-minute recess.
You've been listening in to the sentencing hearing for Jussie Smollett, and the judge has now called a 5-minute recess. So in the meantime, we want to bring in our legal analyst, Irv Miller, who's been with us since noon when we started our coverage. So, Irv, if you can hear me now, all right. So we've gotten to the point where we've heard from just about everyone. There's one main person that we haven't heard from yet, but the last person to speak here was Jussie Smollett's attorney, Enye Uche. As you've been able to listen into some of the final speakers here, Dan Webb and Enye Uche, what are your thoughts?
I'm very disappointed that Mr. Uche gave an argument that may give the judge some pause about what to do. If I were the defense attorney in this case, I would try to minimize the consequences for my client. The last thing in the world anybody wants is to be convicted of a felony. There's a provision in Illinois called second chance probation, which is probation, but it doesn't result in a conviction, and down the road it can be expungable. I would have been talking about second chance probation the entire closing argument, rather than talking about tempering justice with mercy. So I think Mr. Uche missed a great chance to try to ask for something that wouldn't harm his client for the rest of his life, but decided to roll the dice and see what's going to happen. Saying probation is different than asking for second chance probation.
So, Irv, where do we go from here? Because we've heard from so many of Jussie Smollett's supporters through letters, of course, and then through his family members, his older brother, and then his grandmother, who spoke very pointedly to the judge about taking her to jail if he goes. So what would you say are next steps?
Well, it's my understanding, and I could be wrong, but I think there was some statement at the very end that Mr. Smollett was not going to make a statement. If that's the case, then after this little break is over, the judge is going to come out and pronounce the sentence. Knowing Judge Lynn the way I do, he's not going to be talking for a long time, but he will give his reasons and he will impose the sentence, which I suspect will be probation. And the only question is whether or not there will be some Cook County jail time. Under Illinois law, he could give him up to 6 months in the county jail as a condition of probation. Also, he has the right to order that $130,000 of restitution to the city of Chicago. I think that would eliminate the federal case because he would have to pay it as a condition of probation. So my guess is he'll give him 2 years probation. He'll give him X amount of days in the Cook County jail, order restitution. I don't think he'll fine him like Mr. Webb requested, and he'll give him his appellate rights, and I think this case will be headed toward the appellate court.
So, Irv, my colleague, co-anchor Brad Edwards, back with us now, so we want to bring him into this conversation.
Yeah, just slipped out quickly. Irv, back. So what is your call then? How much time do you think Jussie Smollett then could go?
All right, y'all, I'm back. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Was the closing good? Oh, you okay, Queen? Don't worry. Thank you, Toria, for keeping everybody on the straight and narrow. I appreciate that. Okay, good. Y'all can hear me. Okay, cool. Yeah, yeah, so how did Brother Man do? Did he plead the case to give Jussie a lesser sentence, or just Juicy? He looking at jail time, y'all. Is he looking at jail time? Okay, recess is supposed to be 5 minutes now. Okay. Oh, 423 likes. Oh, thank you. I am nervous because he doesn't deserve a felony for beating myself up allegedly. Sunshine, hopefully, I mean, dang. It was painful to hear. Yeah, I know this shit been going on forever, y'all. I appreciate the strong ones who've been sticking with us this whole time. Oh, so y'all, so I went to go meet my cousin at BART. I thought he was telling me that he was already here. He was telling me that he just literally got on. Y'all, I was all like, yo, what happened? Oh my Lord. But everything's good, y'all. Let me go ahead and order the pizza. But yeah, we still here, we still live, we still direct, we still here. I heard everybody else trying to copy AT2. I'm just kidding. Nah, everybody can do what they want. I'm just kidding. But yeah, everybody and their mama gonna be covering this. But just remember, AT2 was the original. Just remember that, okay? His lawyers keep talking about race, knowing he exploited race and sexuality. That's right. Yeah, I would. Any other case, I probably would have been like, okay, definitely take that into consideration. But he weaponized race and sexuality, That's what he did. Oh, you gonna need me to make a drink? We might be drinking Henny tonight. I don't know, y'all. We might. They about to sentence him. The lawyer did his best. He brought up a lot of valid points. It seems bleak, though. Yeah, hopefully the outcome won't be worse. Yeah. Now, it don't wasted a lot of my damn time and a lot of all of our time. So I don't know. The judge might be pissed that it took this damn long to finally get a sentence, Do you deliver to Canada? I don't know. We'll see if we can ship it UPS or FedEx. That was a good one, Elizabeth. Damn, which one can I do which will be fast? Maybe I'll do maybe Domino's. I really like round table pizza. What kind of pizza y'all like, y'all? Go ahead and put it. Shit, we ain't got nothing but time. You might as well tell me what kind of pizza y'all like. Oh, Malibu and cran raspberry. Oh, that sounds kind of freaky. I gotta try that. I have a drink that I call and I'm not the originator, but it's called Malibooty, right? In stuffed crust, extra cheese. Now I did get a few cash apps, but I don't want all my cash apps to be gone. Y'all ordering too much now. We gonna all split a large pepperoni because I think that's only $12.99 at Domino's. We gonna split a large pepperoni and we gonna have to cut it thinly sliced, and we gonna have to get the thin crust. I think the stuffed crust is extra, y'all. I've never tried them before. I gotta try them. I have what's my favorite place in Berkeley? My favorite place in Berkeley is Fat Slices near the college. Yeah, hey, I don't know if you ever been there. I'm getting Barney's. I've heard of Barney's, but I've never gotten them before. I gotta try them. Now, Mimi, you done came over here with damn Mountain Mikes, and we over here talking about mom and pop plate. I'm just kidding. Mountain Mikes is good. I like them too. We need some wings. Now, I can only afford about 8 wings, y'all. So we all gonna have to each take a bite of the wings. Hopefully, y'all got Coviana tested because I don't want to get sick from y'all. But definitely, I'm gonna be able to order 8 wings, and hopefully, all 222 of us can split them wings. We definitely gonna take a drink for Jussie because it ain't looking good. We definitely gonna have to take a drink for Jussie. Oh, you missed Round Table? Oh, okay. See, I figured Round Table is everywhere. The devil is a lie. Yeah, we all take a nibble of that pizza. Shit, we all take a nibble until it's time. Oh, and somebody bring ranch. I like ranch with my pizza too. Y'all, I couldn't imagine being in court today for that whole case. I mean, trust me, it was something us watching this shit, but just mind you, like them actually being there in that courtroom during this time. Well, I guess, you know, if you facing jail time, you ain't really worried about eating, right? I know, Mimi, I'm a hypocrite because I was talking about Domino's, but Domino's is like the quickest though. I just want something real quick. See, I don't mess with the pineapple and stuff like that. I don't like that all that freaky stuff on my pizza. Now, I do like me pepperoni and mushroom, but I don't like the pineapple. Do they still put anchovies on the pizza? I just don't be liking all that freaky stuff on my pizza, y'all. Oh, Monique says she got a plastic knife to cut the wings. Bacon. Okay, I can do bacon. I can do sausage. I can do bacon. I definitely can do that. Oh, they're closed? Oh, man. T, do you mean they closed down as... What's up, Lisa? You mean closed down as in like never again, or they just closed today? Because, you know, that do make a difference. Yo, let us come over. Toria, let us come over. I have to travel over there to the East Coast to come and see you. Yes, and the for those of you who are new to my channel, the money sign with the dollar and the tongue out, that's my signature emoji. So if you guys see that, go ahead and use it. See, you my people. You my people. Pepperoni and mushroom. That's the best one. Take a drink for ourselves all this damn time for right? Oh, okay. Shout out to everybody in Ohio. Y'all, people joining us for the first time is all like, these fools been talking about grits. They was talking about pizza. What the hell this got to do with anything? Listen, we've been here for a while. We tired of this damn case. We just want to get to the sentencing. I was going to say like, hey, y'all want to come on and give y'all opinion about this? No. Once the sentencing happens, we done with the live stream. The live stream, I'm going to let y'all know real quick. Because y'all know I only do about 30 minutes to an hour on a live stream. We might get an hour and a half if it's going good. But I've been on here for 5 hours and 16 minutes. As soon as this is over with, I am saying, sayonara, we are out of here. It's done. Good riddance. We ain't doing no part 2, part 3. Nah, we good. Now, I might come back later on tonight and we can give our suggestions and all that good stuff. But, you know, and we can summarize. The summary that I'm going to give is 1 minute. Like, okay, he got sentenced to 3 years or he got community service and then boom. But shit, I've been on here all day. Oh, I could do that, huh? See, now I would have done that if I knew this was going to take forever. I would have done that, T. Definitely. Oh, you drinking Henny already? I'm going to get my Henny with you. Y'all, I can't believe some of y'all on the East Coast right now. It's already 6, almost 7 right now. I know y'all like this some bullshit. I know y'all like this some bull right here. Y'all been here the whole time, and we still ain't got to the sentencing yet. Shout out to Debbie. Thank you, Debbie. I appreciate that. I just seen your cash up. Shout out to Debbie. Oh, you guys are gonna reenact. Y'all are horrible, but I'm gonna meet y'all there. Whose channel is it gonna be on? Yo, is the sweet bitch good? That's the one that Tasha be promoting. Is it good? I like Moscato. I ain't ashamed of it. Oh, Infamous Sylvia. Okay. I'll definitely check it out. Damn, I just realized that for some of y'all it's dark. Huh. Shout out to everybody in Detroit. Thank you, Miss Minnie, for coming. Oh, shout out to all my people in Canada too as well. We love y'all, don't you know? You know. Hopefully none of my Canadians are offended by that. But don't you know? You know, that's my Canadian accent. There's actually a girl who's from Canada and she sounds just like that. She be like, don't you know? What's that all about? She really sounds Canadian. I was like, damn. Oh, you mix it with the rosé. Okay. So, damn, slurp it down like Kool-Aid. Okay. He'll get 7 days. Oh, 7 days. Okay, Miss D said she didn't like it. Oh my God, Deborah, you're still up, huh? 11:51 where you are. That's right. Minus 12. Yeah. 11:51. Wow. Jesse must Juicy, he must have fainted in the courtroom or something because I don't know why it's taking that long. Let me make sure I have it on live. Hold on, let me check the thing. Cuz it could be me, y'all. No, it says live. Okay. I thought maybe I was slow or behind or something like that, but no. Right, Juanita, you want a beer, huh? I need some kind of drink. Shawnee, you think the judge is stressed? Do you think that's what's going on? Oh, the bathroom lines. Shoot, well, I should have used the bathroom. I told y'all, I don't know how these people be doing these 10-hour, 24-hour streams. I'll be having to use the bathroom all the time, y'all. I feel like I did an 8-hour shift. Yo, we almost there. I'm thinking definitely we're going to reach 6 hours because they're still not back from break. Y'all, this is officially my longest stream. Hey, we at 8,486 subscribers. Shout out to all of y'all. So far, this video has accumulated 8,267 views. Thank you to all of you who have viewed this, liked this, shared this video. Shout out to everybody who has Cashed App, PayPal, Venmo'd. I didn't see any Venmo, but just in case. Super chatted, super stickered. Really, this was like a 8-hour job today that I did. So I appreciate all of y'all for hanging out with us and everything. I appreciate every single one of y'all. Thank you. Yeah, we're at 437 likes. Thank you. At least I had a 3-hour nap. Yeah, I definitely should have. I don't really use my Twitter, but that's definitely, thank you, Mina, for holding me accountable. I need to start using my Twitter more. The Twitter is the real AT2. Now my Instagram is AT2 _ for real. So if you guys want to follow me on Instagram, AT2 _ for real. And then Twitter is the real AT2. I should make the handles the same. Juju said, I came out the bushes today for the first time. Hey, well, thank you for coming out the bushes. It was well worth it. Listen, this stream has like my old subscribers coming back, new subscribers, everybody in between. Everybody is here today. Oh, here we go, y'all.
to make any allocution based on his appellate rights at this time.
Well, you may give him advice, but I need to hear from Mr. Smollett directly because it's his decision. So, Mr. Smollett, do you want to say something or would you rather not say anything? All right. All right.
He just refused to speak, y'all. Oh, shit.
Pending in the criminal justice system for 3 years, approximately. It's been approximately 2 years on this particular docket. We have an original indictment that was returned by the Cook County State Attorney's Office. There's a quick dismissal that occurred in this case that caused tremendous consternation in the community, and to this day is a basis of great confusion and misunderstanding and mistrust. In any event, some things happened after the first dismissal, the only dismissal on the case after the first indictment. People were very upset. One person came forward in particular, and that person, of course, is Sheila O'Brien. Sheila O'Brien is a former retired appellate court justice in the state of Illinois. She came to court as a common citizen without credentials, just by herself. And she said she had a grievance and she wanted her grievance heard. And she thought that with the handling of the case by the State's Attorney's Office of Cook County was so upsetting that she was losing sleep. And she explained in her petition all the reasons that she thought that a special prosecutor had to be appointed, not to necessarily indict or do anything in particular, but just to look at this and give it a fresh look because something appeared to be wrong. The case ultimately got assigned to Judge Michael Toomey. And I can say that among his peers, among his fellow judges, Michael Toomey is considered cream of the crop. He's a long-standing veteran judge, and a judge longer than I've been a judge. He sat in this building for many years. He sat on the appellate court of Illinois. He's the current head of the juvenile justice system. He has been a long-standing judge who has a reputation for knowledge, integrity, honesty, and always knowing what the right thing to do is. He took this matter under advisement and hearings were conducted. And after all these hearings were conducted and he listened to both sides, he heard from the State's Attorney of Cook County, he heard from Ms. O'Brien, he recognized that there was confusion in the public. There was concern that confidence in the criminal justice system locally here was at risk and may have been damaged, and that the case required a second look. And Michael Toomey, in his wisdom, sought out the proper, what he thought to be the right person to address this. He identified Dan Webb and the Winston Strong law firm as the people that might be able to take on the task. Dan Webb and Winston Strong agreed to take on the task. And as they already indicated, they did this pro bono, which means they did it for free. I don't know that at the time they signed up for this, that they had any idea that it was going to be as work intensive as this case has become. This case took several years, and we were slowed down by COVID a little bit, but the amount of pretrial motions that were filed were exhaustive. I have never, other than death penalty cases, which I used to preside over, seen anything like the extent of filing pretrial motions. And I'm not faulting the defense for filing many motions. I will just say that this case received as much attention and was gone over every little bit of it by a fine-tooth comb as thoroughly as any case I've ever seen before. The stacks of pleadings are high. I've got stacks on my desk that are unprecedented. And we had to wade through all of them, and it took a long time to do that. And there was a tremendous amount of attorney manpower, and billable hours that were lost by the Winston Strong firm. And they did it selflessly. They did it because they thought they needed to do the right thing. All I can say is, a member of the judiciary, thank you, because that was very, very extraordinary. And I have no idea what the amount of billable hours are, and I can only imagine, but I think it is huge and truly significant. In any event, what happened here is that after Mr. Webb in the case, they had several assignments, one of which was to look into the conduct of the State's Attorney's Office, and they returned a report to Judge Toomey about that, their findings about that, another about the Chicago Police Department and their handling the case. They did that. But what's relevant here, of course, is that they went to another grand jury and they returned a second indictment. And the second indictment ultimately, by random, got assigned to this particular court. And we came here. We've been here for a couple of years now. Well, the pretrial motions have been resolved. A trial by jury was held. The defendant was found guilty of 5 to 6 counts of felony disorderly conduct, class 4 offenses. Our post-trial motions have now been resolved. The pre-sentence investigation.
You're watching the CBS 2 News at 6 with our special coverage of the Smollett sentencing. Let's listen in to the judge.
That's sentencing. Let me talk first about the sentencing range, because I think there may be some misunderstanding, at least how the court assesses the sentencing range. This is a class 4 felony. This is the lowest class felony in the state of Illinois. I will note that legislatures throughout the country, in Illinois in particular, have constantly cut into judicial discretion and forced us to have mandatory sentencings under different circumstances. We have to do this and we have to do that, and try to have some kind of cookie cutter justice. But that does not exist in this case for me. I am left unfettered. Under Illinois law, the range of sentence in this case is as follows. Mr. Smollett is looking at a probationary term of up to 30 months. He can receive time in the county jail as a condition of probation of up to 180 days. He can be ordered to perform community service, ordered to participate in behavioral classes, ordered to pay restitution, ordered to pay a fine. He's also subject to a penitentiary sentence of what I find to be 1 to 3 years. Now there's talk about, well, what about 5 counts? Shouldn't he be at least eligible for a 15-year sentence? There are ways to analyze Illinois law and say that in a case where there are 5 counts, that consecutive sentences might be required or might be at least considered. I don't believe that I could ever make the findings that are necessary in Illinois law, and I'm not going to have a long dissertation about it, but I don't think those findings would apply. I don't think Illinois law, for the facts I have before me, would allow for consecutive sentences. So as far as I'm concerned, the penitentiary sentence, should there be one, would be 1 to 3 years. I'm mindful that there's acute public interest in this case. We have television cameras that they want to be here, and they are here. People are watching. People seem to care passionately for varieties of reasons about this case, and the reasons are many. And let me be clear that the sentence that I put down today and render down to Mr. Smollett is not in any way, shape, or form to assuage any public sentiment in any form at all. I'm listening to things that were brought to me in court today, people that have participated in the aggravation and mitigation portions of the presentation today, but this is not for the public. The sentence that's going to be rendered today is going to be strictly for Mr. Smollett. It's going to be fashioned for him. And when a judge sentences somebody, and I've been doing this for quite a while now, you have to look at both the crime that was committed and the person that committed it. How did the person get here? Who is this person? What is the crime? You put them together, you look at the sentencing range, you try to find something that is just and fits and makes sense and that is right. And that's what we're going to do. Let me tell you, Mr. Smollett, I know that there is nothing that I will do here today that can come close to the damage you've already done to your own life. You've turned your life upside down by your misconduct and shenanigans. You've destroyed your life as you knew it. And there's nothing that any sentencing judge could do to you that can compare to the damage you've already caused to yourself. So who is Jussie Smollett? Who are you? And how, out of all people in the world, did you get to be here, sitting in the courtroom in Chicago at a sentencing hearing, convicted of faking, hoaxing, racial and homophobic hate crimes? How in the world did this happen? Well, there are ironies in this case, and the ironies are many and they are profound. And I'm talking about the testimony I heard under oath from Mr. Smollett, corroborated in large part by the pre-sentence investigation. Mr. Smollett chose to take the witness stand, which of course is his right. He took an oath and he got on the witness stand, and the first thing he did was to introduce himself to the jury. He wanted the jury to know who he was, where he came from, what he was about. And I heard it on the witness stand, and I heard it corroborated today by the witnesses that came and testified on his behalf. There's no question, Mr. Smollett was born into a mixed race family. His mom is an African-American woman. His dad was a white Jewish man. There were 6 siblings. And if you can say anything about this family, and we're talking about a very, very tight-knit family, a village that was always in sync with each other, that cared about each other, was completely, wholly supportive of each other. You know that this family knew about matters about social justice more than anything else. That's what the family stood for. It is part of the fabric of their existence. I know that Jussie Smollett grew up knowing to be sensitive to matters about racial discrimination, any kind of discrimination, any kind of social injustice. As a matter of fact, I'm learning more about it as we're going on in the letters I've been receiving and the testimony I've heard today. He's been doing this all his life. He doesn't just talk the talk, he's walking the walk. He's out there, he's advocating, he's involved in the community. He cares deeply about social justice issues. And for you now to sit here, convicted of hoaxing hate crimes, racial hate crimes, and homophobic hate crimes, the hypocrisy is just astounding. I don't know where to begin. I'll remember one thing that will always stick in my mind, and I've been involved in so many trials over the years, but something happened in this trial that it was remarkable, and it talks about your sensitivity to issues of social justice. You're on the witness stand. You're being cross-examined. Your liberty is at stake. It is your criminal trial. Mr. Webb is winding through some things on cross-examination, and he's going through some social media communications, and whether it was Instagram or chat or text, a little quibbling about that, that doesn't matter. But Mr. Webb found a line that he wanted to confront you with. He said, "Didn't you say," and he used a word starting with the letter N, "meet me at this place at this time," and I'm paraphrasing. And rather than just answer the question, which what a witness is supposed to do and expected to do in their criminal trial, you stopped the proceedings. You said, "Mr. Webb, out of respect for all the African-American people in this courtroom, you should not be using that word." And I was amazed, but it showed, and I'm not talking about the parrying and the gamesmanship that may go on between a prosecutor and a witness on the stand. That's not why I'm telling this, recalling this event. But what I'm talking about is how sensitive you were to any kind of slight, that anybody, if the wrong words come out of somebody else's mouth, you're going to get up and speak up and complain about it and make sure that they know that, that they're not behaving the way you're supposed to behave. So you know better than anybody else that these are serious matters. They're serious to you. They're clearly serious to you and as your whole family. And for you to be here now, convicted of these hate crimes, it's just astonishing. Faking hate crimes. So why did this happen? That's a good question. I think that's the question on everybody's mind. There's some conjecture you did it for the money. Frankly, I do not believe that you did it for the money. You were making, the evidence showed, close to $2 million a year when this happened. I don't think money motivated you at all. But the only thing I can find is that you really craved the attention and you wanted to get the attention and you were so invested in issues of social justice and you knew that this was a sore spot for everybody in this country. You knew this was a country that was slowly trying to heal past injustices and current injustices and trying to make a better future for each other. And it was a hard road. And you took some scabs off some healing wounds and you ripped them apart for one reason.
This judge ain't playing, y'all.
And for a while it worked. Everybody was talking about you. The lights are on you. You were actually throwing a national pity party for yourself. And why would you do such a thing? Why would you, I understand you crave the attention so much, but why would you betray something like social justice issues, which you care so much about? The only thing I could conclude is that, and I acknowledge there are wonderful sides to you. There are very giving and charitable and loving sides to you, but you have another side of you that is profoundly arrogant and selfish and narcissistic. That's the only thing that can be concluded. And that bad side of you came out during the course of all these events. Let me talk about hate crimes for a minute. I've been a criminal judge for many years, and I've heard many victims of crimes testify in front of me. And any victim of a crime, no matter what the crime is, they are demoralized by what happens to them. It doesn't matter if you're injured unjustifiably, if somebody hurts you and it maybe cripples you or damages you in some fashion that's going to be long-standing injuries. If your property is stolen.
Dang, y'all, I gotta go. I'm gonna keep the live stream going though, okay?
Possessions are stolen. People do all kinds of terrible things. It is a demoralizing experience. And sometimes it's the worst experience that anybody can ever go through in their entire life. And then if it turns out that the motivation for the criminal to do something bad to you was because they hate you, They hate you because of your race, because of your ethnicity, because of your gender, your sexual orientation, your religion, your age, your disability. If that was the reason for it, it is exponentially worse. There is nothing worse than to be a victim of a hate crime. It is the worst thing that can happen, especially in our country with all our history and all that we're going through now to try to get around some of these issues. Hate crimes are the absolute worst. And I believe that you did damage to real hate crimes, to hate crime victims. There are people that are actual, genuine victims of hate crimes that you did damage to. These are people that have a difficult time coming forward. They may be mistrustful. They may not want to bring it to the attention of the community or first responders. There may be some trepidation. I don't know for sure how much damage there was. I don't know how this is going to impact other people, if they're going to be hesitant to come forward because they're going to think that they're going to be accused of acting like you and doing a stunt like you pulled here. I don't know if first responders are going to be more doubtful and skeptical of people that come forward, real victims of hate crime, because of what you did here. I'm hoping it's not that way. Now I'll show one of the ironies in this case, and I find this pretty profound. I got letters from people that advocate about victims of hate crime their entire lives. They devote their lives to this. I'm talking in particular, Derek Johnson, president of the NAACP, Reverend Jesse Jackson, he's an icon here in Chicago, no introductions necessary. They devote their whole lives to addressing issues about social injustice and hate crimes. And they are here today asking me to show you mercy. And I take that seriously. I find it profound. I take it seriously. And I know that they're in a better position than myself to educate the public about that topic, about the damage you've done to real victims of hate crime. And I am confident that because of all the attention that you've garnered here on this case, that they are going to seize the opportunity and they will educate the public and they'll be talking about this and they'll try to mitigate some of the damage that you've caused to real victims of hate crimes, and they're better positioned to do it than I am, and I will defer. But I will acknowledge that you have done some real damage. I'm going to talk about your premeditation. Again, I've been a criminal judge for many years, and I know that people end up where you are right now, awaiting sentencing on their criminal trial. How did they get to court? How did that happen? There's some people that wake up in the morning, they have no intention of doing anything wrong. They're not looking to do anything criminal. They're on their minds. But there are crimes of impulse that happen. Road rage, a barroom fight, bumping into somebody, words are exchanged that somebody finds insulting, and sometimes weapons are available, and the results can be horrific, and they can be permanent. And people are sitting here and they're wondering themselves, how did I get here? I wasn't looking for trouble, but trouble just seemed to find them, and crimes and impulse. And when I'm saying that I have to put the person and the crime together and try to mix them and understand who it is that committed this crime within the sentencing range, and that's part of my job to do, I consider how the person got here. So, but this is not a crime of impulse. There are also crimes of opportunity. Walking down the street and somebody, they left the keys in the car with the motor running, and they take the car. Or they're in the department store and they see someone put the credit card on this side and they go to adjust their baggage on the other side and grab the credit card. Those are crimes of opportunity. They didn't wake up thinking they're going to commit a crime, but something just looked too tempting to them. They use very bad judgment, and then they get in trouble, they get caught, and here they are. But then there are crimes of premeditation. Mr. Smollett, that's what you are all about here, crime of premeditation. You did wake up in the morning thinking you were going to do something bad and something wrong. And I know more today about this than I ever did before, that there are some wonderful things about you. And I know how people, they cherish you, and they cherish your relationships, and they cherish the good works that you've done. And they love you sincerely and deeply. And they're not faking, they're not lying when they talk to me about their feelings about you and the good things that you've done. But you had that dark side, and this is what happened here. You premeditated this case to an extreme that's amazing. You wrote a script.
Chicago's first local news stream is now CBS.
them. You were helping them. They wanted your advice. They would do anything for you. They thought you were one of the greatest people in the world to know, and that you could help them in their careers. They're in great shape. They gave you a little advice about diet and exercise, but they idolized you, and they would have done anything for you. And you chose them because you knew that you could trust them, that they were loyal to you. You paid them in advance by check. Not necessarily a good idea, but it was your idea. It was part of the plan that you would pay them in advance. And the check was out there. The check was shown into evidence. That was part of your premeditation. You chose a date. You chose a time. You chose a location. You had props procured. You gave them a $100 bill and had them get the supplies. What are the supplies in this case? Get masks. Nobody should see you. We're going to say that you're white, but obviously the Oceandero brothers are not white. We're going to cover your faces in masks. We're going to have a red hat because that's going to indicate MAGA country. We're going to get a rope that we're going to use as a noose. We're going to procure some bleach. You're going to have the supplies. And then you had all that together, and then you did rehearsals. You picked them up and you did drive-bys. You drove around and around the block. You picked them up in Lakeview in their neighborhood, and some distance away you went to Streeterville where you were living, and you showed them. You're going here, you're going there, and you're going over the lines. You're going over the script with them so they would memorize the script. You're indicating which brother. You're the one that's going to hit me. You're the one that's going to put the noose around my neck and pour the bleach on me. This was planned. This was premeditated to the extreme. And I find that your extreme premeditation in this case is an aggravating factor today. Let's talk about the incident itself. It's all set up. The Oceandero brothers are on board. Your plane is running late. Now you had a chance right then and there to think, okay, I'm really late. I'm 4 hours late. This can't go down. It's freezing in Chicago. We're on the verge of a polar vortex. You might have just thought about it and said, maybe it's not in the cards. Maybe the karma is wrong. I shouldn't be doing this. But no. You double down. You start communicating with the brothers through social media. Now, whether it was by texts or chats or Instagram, public or private, one way or another, you kept in touch with them. And there was some quibbling about the specifics about how you kept in touch with them, but they knew what time you were coming in. And now the time is pushed back to 2 o'clock in the morning in the freezing cold weather. It's double digits below zero at 2 o'clock in the morning. You have to have a reason to be out on the street. And the reason you chose is you come up with the story that you needed to get some eggs at Walgreens at 2 o'clock in the morning. If not that, you're going to go to Subway and get a sandwich and a salad and get something to eat at 2 o'clock in the morning in the freezing cold. You did one more thing. You got the Oceandero brothers. Now they're on board with you. You're using them as your patsies. You have your friend. You get your friend Brandon on the phone.
Did they sentence him yet, y'all?
Man that's trying to help you in your career. You're not sure what town he's in, if he's in Australia or not, but you get him on the phone, and he's going to be your patsy also, because he's going to listen and be around on the phone to hear that you're being attacked by somebody. Now, he doesn't know what's going on. It's really not an attack, but he's going to be able to corroborate your story.
Okay,
so you're
cool.
getting
Thank
that
y'all.
together. You got Brandon on the phone. You're out on the street, ostensibly to get some Subway. You get some Subway, and you're walking to where this is supposed to take place. Now, the Oceandero brothers, they're getting ready too. And they're doing this because you wanted them to do it on the sneak. No cell phones involved. Make sure nobody sees you get there.
For some of my old heads out there, was this kind of like the OJ case? Is this how OJ case went? Oh no, I messed up the sound, y'all. Hold on. Oh no, not the sound. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. No, I think CBS messed up. Oh no.
A little. Which got many people involved.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna switch the channel real quick. I'm sorry about that.
And that's the problem. That's why you're here now. Those were the crimes you're convicted of. Not the shenanigans out there, but the lying about it, making it up. And that's why.
Hold on. Let me hurry up. Sorry, y'all.
You repeated your lies at the hospital. 6 counts were put together. The jury found you guilty of 5 of them. One was a little bit different than the others, and I understand that. Let me say,
from my vantage point, I was obviously here at every stage of this trial. I thought the jury's verdict was accurate, correct.
Okay.
Holy crap.
Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear.
Described as overwhelming evidence of guilt against you for lying. That's the crime you're here for, lying to the police. Well, Officer Bay took this very seriously. He said that's a horrible thing that happened. And he started the process.
Okay, good.
Police investigation, detectives got involved. You ended up at the hospital. All things were starting to happen, and this word got out. And you're not just any person. You have a little bit of celebrity about you. You were known in some circles as a very competent actor, a really good actor in a very serious television production called Empire, and people knew about this. And because you're a celebrity and because you've been so active in all these social justice causes, and this is what is so unbelievable about this case, that you of all people are here convicted of hoaxing hate crimes. You who know better, who are out there in the world trying to be something for the good in social justice causes, that you ended up here right now like this. It's crazy, but you know people in high places, elected public officials. They reacted. You knew mainstream journalists. They reacted. You became the first page, your front page news. You're talked about in the halls of Congress. People are talking about making laws to prevent what happened to you to happen to anybody else. People on mainstream media are decrying what happened. What kind of country is this? How could they do this to Jussie? We know Jussie. He's such a gentle guy. He's the guy that was described to me by all the family and friends that I heard from today. And I believe that Jussie exists. But you use them as your patsies too. They were giving you the national pity party you wanted. They're putting you on the front page. All the attention is on you. People talk about social injustice. Your name was coming up first, which is exactly what you wanted. But you used them. If anything, people in those positions, elected public officials, mainstream journalists, their credibility is everything to them. And you didn't care that you might be damaging it. You did damage to them because, again, there's a side of you that has this arrogance and selfishness and narcissism that's just disgraceful. And your plan worked, of course, until it didn't. We're in Chicago. You lived here for 5 years, working on the Empire show.
I'm trying to turn up the sound, but it's low,
as
y'all.
well as anybody that lives in Chicago. The Chicagoans, they love their city. They're fiercely loyal to the city. And believe me, Chicagoans know we don't all agree with each other on a lot. There are all kinds of disagreements on what our city should be, what the vision should be for the future. There's even disagreements about what our past was like. But despite all the disagreements and all the things that are not right with Chicago, it's sweet home to Chicago, to the Chicagoans. Chicagoans are fiercely loyal to their city. But Chicagoans have one thing in common that they agree on, that there's no misunderstandings. Everybody's on the same page. And that page is crime is a problem. It is a major problem. Nobody disagrees. And we know that police resources, they are valuable. They're limited. Detective resources are precious, and they cannot be squandered. And what you did, because you were selfishly, arrogantly, and narcissistically bringing attention to yourself, it's the only reason you could have been doing such a crazy thing that you did, was you took away a lot of resources from other places, from other real victims of real crimes. You used up the police resources for your own benefit. And that's a big problem here. What you did is you created what we call around here a heater. What's a heater? A heater is a case that when it's reported to the public conscience is shocked to such an extreme that the public is demanding that the police solve this crime here, right now, right here, right now. Everything else has to take second place. The heater has to be addressed. And you created a heater. And boy, did they put on an investigation. And I know that I've been listening to Chicago police officers and listening about police investigations for many years. And it's certainly not a perfect police department. It's perhaps unfairly maligned in some respects as well. I'll match the homicide detectives here against any in the country for their competence and thoroughness. Not a question about that. But what they did in this case is extraordinary. I've never seen, even in some murder cases, the amount of police work that went into this investigation. You did exactly what you didn't want to happen. They put so many police resources into this. When I say what you didn't want to happen is you never wanted this case solved. You thought that somehow you'd be able to skate by and nobody would ever know what really happened here. And you're going to walk away from this. And it didn't go down like that at all, of course. So they solved the case. And what happened? Turns out that you're not a victim of a hate crime. You're not a victim of a racial hate crime. You're not a victim of a homophobic hate crime. You're just a charlatan pretending to be a victim of a hate crime. And that's shameful, especially from the family you got brought up with your family values. It's so sad. The damage you've done to yourself is way beyond anything else that can happen to you from me or any other judge that would be sentencing you in this criminal case. You are now a permanently convicted felon. Your family who loves you and supports you, I only want to use the word forgive because forgiveness isn't even necessary. They're with you so much. They're so tight-knit, but you have to live with the fact that you really put them through a ringer. You've embarrassed your valuable friends in high places, the elected public officials, people in the media. You've embarrassed them. You have to live with that. I don't know if those relationships can be repaired. You've become toxic in your own workplace. Your career future is uncertain at very best. It was really on a rocket ship to success, and now you've turned yourself into riches to rags, and it's so unfortunate. Your very name has become an adverb for lying, and I cannot imagine what could be worse than that. People talk about situations where somebody's lying and trying to manipulate and maneuver a story, and your name comes up as, oh, pulling a Jussie, something like that. That's awful. You're the butt of jokes. Comedians, mainstream talk show hosts, they make jokes about you. They do sketches about you. I can't imagine anything worse than that. Now, this is all self-inflicted. These are things you did to yourself. This is self-damage. Well, some people may think that what you did is funny and that there's some room for humor or jokes about it. But I assure you this court does not. I don't think there is anything funny at all about hoaxing and faking racial hate crimes, hoaxing or faking homophobic hate crimes. I think that is disgraceful.
There is nothing funny about it. There's no humor in what you did whatsoever. All because you're selfish, arrogant, narcissistic. At least you had that side in you that came out through this case, and you kept doubling down and doubling down and doubling down. It's not funny. It's not funny at all. And I'm your sentencing judge, and I don't find it funny. So where are we at? We're at the end. You are convicted of a Class 4 felony. It's presumptively probationable, but we have some real serious aggravating factors here. Your premeditation, which I've described. The pain you've caused to real victims of hate crimes, which I've described. The damage you've done to the city of Chicago, I've heard. It's been talked about. I'm mindful of the city's request for restitution. And if I'm going to fashion that, consider that request, I have to fashion the sentence accordingly. And above all, the capper of all cappers, your performance on the witness stand. This could only be described as pure perjury. You got on the witness stand. You didn't have to. You did. You certainly have a right to. But you committed hour upon hour upon hour of pure perjury. And I find all those to be ample factors. If this court were to decide that the things you did, that any kind of probationary sentence would deprecate the seriousness of the offense and you need to go to the penitentiary, the record is clear and it would support it. But I'm looking at everything in its totality. And I agree. It was told to me today, you can't judge everybody by one bad thing they've done in their life. I don't know if it's the only bad thing, but it's the only bad thing that I'm concerned about now. And that you do have quite a record of real community service and quite a record of attaching with people. There is a lot of mitigation in this case as well. And I'm mindful of the pleas of mercy, particularly from people that are in the arena of dealing with social justice issues, that are fighting, seriously fighting, not playing around, not doing games like you were doing, but seriously fighting for matters involving hate crimes of all sorts. And they're asking you for mercy as well. So I'm trying to consider who you are as a person, how you got here, how somehow you strayed away from your family values. You let that dark, narcissistic, selfish, and arrogant side come out, and you persisted with it for years on this case. I'm fashioning the following sentence, and here's your sentence. I'm sentencing you to 30 months felony probation, and the probation is going to be to this court. You're going to be allowed to travel wherever you want. You do not have to live in the state of Illinois. You can report by phone. I know that if you're going to try to make a living and do some of the things you do, you may have to go to other places, New York and Los Angeles. You can do those things. You will pay restitution to the city of Chicago in the amount of $120,106. You are fined $25,000, which is the maximum fine. And you will spend the first 150 days of your sentence in the Cook County Jail. And that will start today, right here, right now. Mr. Smollett, though the jury found you guilty and I've sentenced you as I have, you have the right to appeal the findings and rulings of the court or ask your sentence to be modified. To do those things, you need to file a notice of appeal in writing within 30 days. You may also file a motion to modify your sentence, which would have to be filed in writing within 30 days. Anything not stated in those filings are waived for purposes of appeal. You cannot afford lawyers or transcripts. They would be provided free of charge. Do you have any questions?
No, I would just like to say to Your Honor that I am not suicidal. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
I am not suicidal.
Okay.
I am not suicidal. I am innocent, and I am not suicidal. If I did this, then it means that I stuck my fist in the fears of Black Americans in this country for over 400 years and the fears of the LGBTQ community. Your Honor, I respect you and I respect the jury, but I did not do this, and I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself, and you must all know that. I respect you, Your Honor. I respect your decision. Jail time, I am not suicidal.
Okay. Mr. Uche, let me inquire, are there any post-sentencing motions you care to present right now?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Ms. Widow.
The defense would wish to present a motion to reconsider sentence.
All right.
And file it in stancher.
Right. It is timely filed. And let me say, I've obviously considered the sentence at great length. And it's timely filed, so it's preserved for purposes of appeal. Motion to reconsider sentence is respectfully denied. And is there another, one second, Randy, anything else? Just a second. Is there going to be a notice of appeal filed?
Yes, Judge. We're filing a notice of appeal, going to be emailed into the court right now, to the office.
You're doing it in Stanter, and are you going to be handling the appeal?
Judge, as of now, yes.
Well, you have to commit to handling the appeal through the appellate court. Okay. All right. Those appeal may be filed. Charlotte, and now I need the prosecutors to work with Charlotte, the probation officer, to work out probation specifications with the conditions I just explained. 150 days in the county jail, the restitution, the fines. Oh, and also statutory DNA and costs are ordered as well. That's statutory. So you have to fill out the probation specifications, and I'm going to get somebody to help you do that, but we need to get that done in Stanter. Anything else today? Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, in light of the notice of appeal, we would ask that you suspend the jail sentence in light of the
Do what?
filing of the notice of appeal.
Did I do what?
Suspend the jail sentence in light of the notice of filing.
No, that will be respectfully denied. Yes, Mark. Mr. Lewis.
If it can be stayed in light of our notice of appeal.
No, I'm not staying. No. The wheels of justice turn slowly, and sometimes the hammer of justice has to fall, and it's falling right here, right now. I'm not staying this. This happens right here, right now. Okay. Charlotte?
I know you said
Yeah, I'll talk to you about it. I'll give you those details. Okay. All right. Any other matters to come before the court today? All right. Defendants remanded to the custody of sheriff. Court is adjourned.
Y'all, I don't know what happened to the sound, but he holding up the Black Power fist. Oh, Lord. Yo. I don't know what to say, y'all. Any comments? I don't know what to say. Any comments? Jussie, Juicy. Did I miss something? How come they brought up that part about the SUI, the S word when you harm yourself? Why did they mention the SUI part? Do you any of y'all know why they mentioned that? Okay, let me exit out of here. Stop sharing. Okay. There we go. Do any of y'all know why? Right, I'm stupefied too. The verdict, he has to spend 5 months in jail, 30 months probation, pay $126,106 in restitution. I believe another $25,000 in fees or something like that. Did I get that right, y'all, for the sentencing? Y'all, like, I don't know what to say. This is crazy. Fine, 25,000. Okay, yeah, I did get it right. Okay, so 25,000 in fines and fees. He has to pay the $126,106 back to the Chicago for the money they spent. 30 months probation and 150. I mean, not 150. I think I was trying to say the days. 5 months in jail, and then also he has to go to jail. His sentencing starts today. They try to say, because of the appeal, can they suspend the jail time? The judges are like, no. Oh, hold on. The hell? Okay. Yeah, the judge said no. Whew. Oh, Jay, he said because of Sandra. Oh, okay. I got it. Oh, Jussie, that's deep. Why'd you say that? I get it. Okay, so those of you who are not familiar with Sandra Bland, this happened in Texas, where she was taken to jail, and then they arrested her. Mind you, it was for traffic, and then all of a sudden, when she was in jail, they said she committed what. So it's still a little fishy what went on with that situation. So that's why he's saying I did not commit. Yeah, I hate that you even have to say that, but yeah, y'all. I hate taking it this serious, but just in case something happened to AT2, just know that I did not do that. Just know that I'm a fight when I'm a fight if I have to fight. Just know that I did not do that. I hate that. Now I get why he said that. But Jussie, the difference is that you lied, homie. You lied. I have it on social media, so anyone knows to fight for me if something happened. Right. Yo, Jussie, I think he thought this was like a role. Definitely it did feel like an Oscar-worthy speech, or Oscar-worthy performance, I should say. I was like, Jussie, what's going on, homie? Yeah, hey, he did lie. He did lie. He already was guilty. It was basically now the sentencing. It's the sentencing. It's not whether or not he was innocent or guilty. It's the sentencing that he was getting. And basically they had to regurgitate all that information again. Juicy. Come on, Juicy. Juicy. Oh, man. Whew. That was a lot. Oh man, we done made it 6 hours in this live stream. All right, y'all. My pizza is coming. I was gonna drop the link, but I'll come back later, y'all. I'll come back later and we can do like an after show and figure out, what we want to say about this and digest this. He'll be out in 60 days. Yeah, he'll do half the time. Yeah, he'll be out in 60 days, right? He won't do the whole thing. Man. Whew. It was long. It's a lot to digest. I just want to say thank you to everybody who tuned into the live stream. Thank you for all the Cash Apps, the PayPals, Venmos, all that stuff. Shout out to all of y'all. I appreciate every single one of y'all. This has been a fun, long live stream. We talked about pizza, grits, the gay Tupac. We talked about it all in this live stream. So thank y'all for checking out the live stream. I appreciate every single one of y'all. I don't even know if I want to play my outro now because it's already been long enough, damn it, right? Shout out to everybody. I love y'all. Deuces.
We'll be right back.